Alright, hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Today, I know I tried this before, and it didn't go very well, so you may be thinking, well, you said previously that you weren't going to be streaming this game in the future because RTSs don't really lend themselves well to streaming, and you're correct, I did say that. However, in the words of the MCU's biggest fan in chat, let's do it properly this time, because I really want to have a full playthrough of each game in the series, in the Halo series, on Legendary, up on the channel, in this final home stretch before Halo Infinite launches. So, we're gonna do it again, we're gonna give this another shot, and we're gonna hope it doesn't massively backfire. We're gonna hope that I don't fail miserably this time like I did the last time I played this game. So, I'm really only worried about a couple missions, and I think, because I practiced it a little bit yesterday, so hopefully I'm better equipped than I was last time to actually give this game another shot for streaming, and try to see if we can make it through this in one shot. We're turning back time to make things right. Yes we are. Hello everyone in chat. Bad Game Slayer, Falcon Heavy 05, Mariso True, Savas Savitas, Olivan Der Hayden. Thank you all for tuning into the stream today. I'm gonna do my best to make sure I don't fail miserably this time, and hope that this gets off to a good start. This is the first game in the series that we're going to be playing through. I'm going to be playing through all the games in over the next couple weeks before Infinite launches as kind of one final push to the end. So yeah, let's just get the show on the road. Just get started with the campaign. On Legendary, of course, because that's just the difficulty I plan as I play on Legendary. Alright, let's just start up a new campaign. No, I don't want to play the tutorial, and
Captain's
there we go.
report, February 4th, 2531.
I'm glad you can make it to another stream finally. I'm happy to see you here. Hopefully you enjoy the stream. You didn't watch the last stream. What happened? In layman's terms, I failed miserably. I catastrophically failed. I'll turn the game volume down a little bit so you can hear me during the cutscene. Basically, I was out of practice with Halo Wars because Halo Wars is a very difficult game. It's a really challenging RTS. It requires you to micromanage troops in a lot of different directions. So I was really focused on, you know, my focus is more on talking to chat than it was on the game, because splitting my focus in two different directions didn't work too well. But I'm hoping that now that I have a bit more practice with this, I'm hoping it's going to go over better. Because I definitely have less experience with the RTS Halo games than I do with the FPS Halo games, so that kind of explains why I wasn't doing too hot. But I practiced a bit since last time, so we're hoping that this time I won't fail miserably and I'll be able to actually get through the whole game in one sitting today. That's the game plan anyway. 2 times the charm. Hopefully, yep, that's what we're hoping for. We're hoping that second time is indeed the charm.
That's all Harvest is today. It's hell down there. But now it's ours again.
And the story begins. That it does. The story has begun. Because the reason I'm playing this game first, as opposed to, you know, the first Halo game to ever come out, is because this game comes first chronologically in the series. February 4th, 2531. Thanks, that's about 20 years, I'm gonna say in a second. Takes place approximately 20 years before the first Halo game. Yeah, 20 years before the Halo event. That's why we're playing this game first, and then next time we'll do Reach. Deja vu? Yeah, it's that old familiar feeling. Back again, and hopefully this time, like I said, things go better than they did previously. I'm really only worried about which missions to give me. Probably missions 5, 6,
Serena, status.
7, and 10 are all I'm really worried about. I think I can handle the rest.
Prep for pod launches, bring weapon systems online.
Expecting trouble, Captain?
Harvest may be ours again, but I don't think the Covenant appreciate that yet. Sergeant Forge, report.
Definitely plenty of bad guys down here, Captain.
Hope that 3 times the charm won't work and it'll be better this time. Yeah, I'm hoping I don't have to do this the 3rd time. Where the game plan is that today will be it. Today will be the last time I have to stream this game.
Covenant activity on the surface. There's some kind of structure down there.
What do you think they're looking for?
That's what we're here to find out. We're to bring Alpha Base up to operational status and take control of that site.
Because I don't like leaving things unfinished.
Lady, there's no way you're coming down here on the first burn.
Sergeant Forge, pull back to Alpha Base. I'm sending you some backup.
Roger that. Forge out.
So, nothing too difficult then?
Last time before Infinite launches. I'm sure maybe sometime in the future I'll stream the game again.
It's worth the risk.
But I don't intend on streaming this. I'm hoping this will be the run where I actually manage to get through this game. Because I'm not looking to try this a third time.
Serena,
That's for
what's
damn
our
sure.
status?
Sir, we've got a lot of troops retreating from Alpha Base. If Sergeant Forge can regroup them, our numbers may be sufficient to retake the base.
Roger that. We'll round up any and all survivors and get Alpha back.
Have I already continued recording Persona 5? No, my focus has largely been on the Free Guy video, because that's one thing I really want to focus on getting. How long is the game? A short run can... I'd say it'll take anywhere from 5 to 7 hours to get through. If I'm good, well, if I don't fail, I'd say it'll probably be 5 hours. If I suck, it'll be 7 hours. But I'm guessing it'll probably end up being around 6 hours, because 6 hours is taking into account failures and all that. So I'm guessing this stream will be around 6 hours long.
You boys from Alpha?
But that's assuming no mission restarts. Because last time I streamed this game, I had to restart I think twice. I'm not sure.
Rolling out. Rolling. On the move.
How long will the Free Guy video be? About an hour and 20 minutes. So we're going to shit on everything that deserves it, and then the rest, that's your strategy. Yeah, basically. Now my strategy is get all the work out of the way first, and then I have the rest of the year to just kind of relax playing stuff like Persona 5, Danganronpa S, because I hate myself, and then Halo Infinite, and then, you know, that'll wrap us up out of the year. My plan is to get all that work out of the way, and then I have the rest of the year to just kind of relax playing fun games. What's my opinion of RTS games in general? I haven't played many of them, but of the few that I have played, I very much enjoyed them. I definitely enjoy the micromanagement and managing troops and forming a strategy in all sorts of directions kind of thing. I'm definitely a big fan of RTS. I mean, well, I guess I can't really... I don't know if I'm even allowed to say that I'm a fan of RTS games when I haven't played that many of them. Largely, my exposure to RTS games has been in the form of the Halo Wars games. Beyond that, I've played a little of Company of Heroes 2. I played a little of Ashes of Singularity Escalation. And beyond that, not much else. So I guess I'm not really an expert in the RTS genre, but I have thoroughly enjoyed what I have played. Are you strapping for a long stream? Yep, we're going to be here for the long haul. Hopefully not too long, though. Now in 20 minutes of me shooting on a movie that never got the hate it deserved. Actually, you have no idea. It's not to the degree of Toy Story 4, because Toy Story 4 is the thing where it's like, oh, it's the new Pixar movie. It's Toy Story music. Don't you love Toy Story music? Whereas Free Guy... There's other reasons why people are giving Free Guy a pass when they shouldn't. But it's similar reasons. It's not... I'll go into it in the video. There's some crossover between why Toy Story 4 and Free Guy both got passes in the critical scheme, or on the critical landscape. This is why they didn't get the shredding that they deserved. Am I planning on playing the other Persona and SMT games after finishing 5? I don't want to say no, but I definitely can say not immediately afterwards, because Persona 5 is a very, very long game. So I don't want to burn myself out by just jumping straight into another lengthy game like that. But I don't want to say no to them definitively, because I have been thoroughly enjoying Persona 5, and I don't want to completely shut down the idea of playing more games like that in the future.
They're trying to keep us out.
What is to the degree of Toy Story 4? Well, by that I just go by like general critical appeal, because the whole world praises Toy Story 4 as a masterpiece. I've never seen anyone praise Free Guy as a masterpiece. I've just heard people say that, man, that was a really fun, awesome movie with good old-fashioned Ryan Reynolds, and look at all those YouTuber cameos, and look at all those video game references. So that's kind of, whereas Toy Story 4 people genuinely believe it to be like a masterpiece of cinema craftsmanship. And that is entirely because of Josh Cooley's manipulative lighting and music uses. So that's why I say that Toy Story 4 is to a wider degree of people not realizing that it's bad compared to Free Guy. You never played any RTS games, this is the first time watching it. Halo Wars works well as an introductory RTS, which isn't to say it's simplistic, because there is definitely a lot of depth and nuance to the strategy you can use. But compared to some of the, compared to things like StarCraft, I think StarCraft is one of the pioneers of the original RTS genres. Compared to stuff like that, it's definitely not on that kind of grand scale. So it works as a good introduction to the genre without being too overly simplistic. In that case, completing Persona 5 before the end of the year will be a real challenge, where but third of the way through the game, I've done Stranger Things. I have done Stranger Things. I think I might enjoy SMT5 eventually. I think I will, if only to spite IGN. I think, if for no other reason than to spite IGN, I will happily play through it, but not anytime soon. That might be a game I stream in the future. It might, because I'm planning on doing. I'm streaming a lot more games in the future because I've been having a lot of fun streaming games recently. So I think that might be something I stream next year, but I just don't want to do it too soon because I don't want to get burnt out in the series. Do I plan on playing other platforming games after Shovel Knight? Yes, absolutely. Trust me, I've been playing platforming games since I was a kid. Platforming games were some of the first games I ever played, so I'm not. Shovel Knight does not turn me off of platformers, either in my own personal play sessions or on the channel. But I have heard recommendations for the Mega Man games. They're on the list. I almost feel like, but I feel like saying it's on the list is almost like, okay, gold medal. We gold medal the first mission. We got it done in just above the minimum, like the lowest end of the part time. So good start. Also the easy mission, but it's fine. But yeah, they're on the. I feel like saying it's on the list is just like because there's so many games that are on the list of to play in the future that it's gonna take me so long to get through all of them. But I have seen the recommendations, and I have made note of them moving forward. They're both crap movies, yeah. Oh god, yeah. To be clear, Free Guy and Toy Story 4 are both utterly terrible films that make no sense. But people gave Toy Story 4 a bigger pass than they gave Free Guy. That's for damn sure. For the streams, videos, fun, something live. Yeah, it is. It's a lot of fun interacting with you guys live, kind of talking live, interacting with all of you in chat. I've been really enjoying this recently, so I'm definitely gonna do this more often. Am I gonna make a Lightyear review? Honestly, that people have been asking me that. It entirely depends on how bad it is. If it's just a schlocky action movie, like a stupid, turn your brain off sci-fi action film, I'm probably not gonna review it. It's probably gonna be like, yeah, this is stupid, but who didn't think that was gonna be the case? The only thing that'll get me to make a review on it is if it does more damage to the Toy Story series. Like if it somehow ties into the story of the Toy Story films and it retroactively changes more about the characters of the world building. If it does any of that, you can bet I'm gonna make a video on it. But if it's just if the plot about it is the only thing that doesn't work and the characters are fine and the world building is intact, I probably won't make a video on it. But we'll have to wait and see. It comes down to the execution. We'll have to wait and see. I say it's totally possible, but we won't know for sure until it comes out next year. I'm definitely gonna see it though. I feel like almost it's my responsibility at this point to keep up with what's happening with the Toy Story series. Kind of like Danganronpa, where I just have to keep in touch with what the hell's going on anymore with the series.
No matter. The information you have gathered here is most
Persona 5 without the heart. IGN, yeah, ignorant. As the famous quote goes, you can't spell ignorant without IGN. Which, by the way, this week in the world of Halo, IGN tweeted about how they confirmed that Co-op and Forge won't be available till next year, and they did that on the same day that that all the preview videos for the campaign have been coming out, which, by the way, I haven't seen any of them because I don't want to be spoiled on the game, but I know they've been coming out, and I know that the reception has been generally very positive to the campaign, so I find it very interesting that IGN chose to report on something that we've known about since August on the same day that the game has been getting a lot of unanimous praise. I don't like IGN. I never have, never will. I think they're hacks who don't know what the hell they're talking about. Anyway, Tim Allen watching the light trailer, you've got the wrong buzz. If I make a video on it, I might use something like that for the review. That's really good. It's supposed to be a separate movie, but I don't know at this point everything happens. Well, okay, so that's the thing. Yeah, the thing that makes me think it'll probably be fine is the fact that it is just supposed to be an in-universe movie. And it'd be really hard for them to actually screw up Woody, Buzz, or Jesse's characters or anything like that when it is just contained within it's its own self-contained universe within the Toy Story universe, and it's just a movie that takes place in that world. The problem there is that even that is inherently a contradiction, because there was already an animated movie called Buzz Lightyear Star Command that was supposed to be the movie that inspired Andy to get the Buzz Lightyear toy, and now they're just like, oh, actually, that didn't happen. Yeah, we're gonna retcon that, and now this is the movie. This one's for real. This is a legit movie. The one that actually, truly, legitimately matters. And it's just...
We need to establish a larger.
But the other thing that I'm worried about is I'm worried that they might do a kind of meta thing where at the end of the movie the camera pulls back from the TV and it shows Andy and his mom watching it. Because if you do that, then at that point anything goes. Nothing's on the table at that point. Because if they do that, then it's like, oh no. Because now the characters from that we know are in danger. Now there's nothing keeping them safe anymore. Because now they could go after Woody, they could go after Buzz, they could go after anything at that point. So I don't think it'll be that bad. Well, okay, I don't think it'll warrant a series on par of my How Toy Story 4 Destroyed Everything series. But if it surprises me, and it actually
Keep constructing buildings and
it actually does
upgrading
something like
low-power.
that, then it will not escape my wrath. Toy Story 4 didn't, and neither will Lightyear. IGN doesn't recognize good game design? No, they don't. You don't understand how people can like Buzz's new design? Because shiny colors and pretty lights. Also, it's Pixar. How could it possibly be bad? And it's very tiring. I mean, you heard it for yourself. I don't know if you tuned into the stream on Monday, the Infinite stream, but Joe loves Buzz's new design for some reason. Even though, like, I don't think I can properly... Just to make sure, to give you guys some context, when I first saw that design, I had to suppress the urge to vomit. It was that visually repulsive to actually look at. I hated it. I absolutely hated the design of Buzz's new... Because it doesn't look... It looks fake. It looks like a knockoff version. That's the best way I can describe it, is it looks like a knockoff version. It doesn't look like the actual Buzz Lightyear costume. It looks like a complete knockoff. I don't even like the actual character design of the human in the costume either. I don't like that either. But, you know, it's whatever. Thank God it's just an in-universe movie. Imagine if it wasn't just a movie and they actually to say that actually happened. So, to be honest, that was actually what I was worried about. When it was first announced at the Game Awards last year, my number one concern, because all they said about the movie was, this is the story of the origin of the real Buzz Lightyear that inspired the toy. First thing I thought when I heard that was, oh god, no, don't tell me you're actually going to turn this into a sci-fi universe, where there was actually an evil Emperor Zurg, who actually had a planet-destroying weapon. Please don't go down that route. You don't want, that's not, please no. But, thankfully, they didn't do that, and it's now just an in-universe movie. That doesn't say, I mean, it doesn't make it immune to being bad, but at least it didn't go down that route. You would clap to the writers if they managed to screw up the Toy Story. Yeah, honestly, it would be impressive. If they screwed up on the level of Toy Story 4, that would be honestly impressive. Like, you have to be really bad at your job to screw up on that level. Imagine 4K Emperor Zurg. I'm really nervous about, because Buzz's it's kind of like, it was kind of like, you know when we saw the Sonic the Hedgehog, the very first Sonic the Hedgehog trailer, and everyone collectively went, ugh, ugh. And, like, it was actually hard to look at because of how insanely awful it was. And then the first thought I had when I saw Sonic's design was, oh my god, what do Tails and Knuckles look like then? So that's kind of my thing here, is if Buzz looks this bad, and Buzz is supposed to be the human of the bunch, like, Buzz is the more normal of, like, Buzz is a human astronaut, Zurg is the alien, like, the outer space alien kind of thing. So if Buzz looks this bad, what the hell does Zurg look like? I don't really, 4K Zurg is just got Josh Cooley. That would be, they never do it, obviously, because that would be very self-deprecative of them. But if they ever did, I would cackle uncontrollably in the theater. Like, your Buzz is my sleep paralysis demon. I can believe it. That's quite terrifying. The Buzz design in Lightyear looks like those cartoon character in real life photoshops. Yes, that's exactly what it looks like. That is exactly what it looks like.
Keep an eye out for them, will you?
IGN made the stupid decision to let SMT5 be reviewed by Persona 5 fans instead of someone who played an SMT game before. Part of the reason why the review ended up in a state that it is now. Yeah, because IGN is incompetent. IGN has no idea what they're doing. Like, I don't even... It's whataboutism in the reverse direction. Because something a lot of people do is, oh, well, it's bad in this movie, but it's also bad in this movie. So, you know, because people do that with Ace Attorney. People say, okay, yes, Apollo Justice has some plot holes, but so does Justice for All. Like, remember the circus case? Do you guys remember the circus case? And it pissed me off. It's like, yes, I remember the circus case. Everyone remembers the circus case. But the fact that the circus case in Justice for All is terrible doesn't make Apollo Justice's stories any less terrible. But at this time, it's whataboutism in the reverse direction. In the sense that it's like, oh, well, Persona 5 is amazing, so why shouldn't this game be amazing? It's like, it doesn't have to, and again, this is someone who hasn't even played SMT5, and I know that review is bullshit. So, that's how you know you screwed up, is when even someone who has never played this game before knows that you're just talking out your ass. When I can look at it and go, yeah, so maybe it's not to the scale, like, even if we assume he's correct and that it's not to the same scale as Persona 5, it doesn't have to be. Like, it doesn't have to be, because Persona 5, from what I've played so far, is like lightning in a bottle, so... like, if I play the game, I wouldn't expect it to reach that. Even if they made Persona 6, I wouldn't go into it thinking, like, okay, so... Like, I wouldn't go into it expecting it to be as amazing, because I would know that Persona... Oh, it's... Okay, sorry, my bad. I didn't actually know who the reviewer was. Sorry. She expected it to be as good as Persona 5. It's like, I wouldn't go into it with that mindset, because it's like, I know Persona 5 is out of this world, so I would never expect it to kind of reach that level of amazing lightning in a bottle quality again. But, you know, some people just don't understand that concept. You despise when people compare things when they are defending something specific. Yeah, it's because the reason why people do it is because they know they can't actually defend the thing on its own merits. So what they do instead is they just go, okay, well, so yes, this is crap, but so is this, so it's fine, right? And that doesn't work. You hope they didn't go for Buzzless was brought by Rear Astronaut, because that would rose-scope the story. I think we're safe on that regard. I think they've come to the senses and they realize that, like, they can't make it an actual story. They have to make it an in-universe movie. I think we're safe there. For people call IGN Master Call of Duty fanboys, yeah, they're probably, like you just said in chat, they're probably paid to review it. Because Call of Duty is just so crap. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you why it's crap. It's mindless run and gun action, and there's no like skill or strategy involved. Because it's just whoever sees who first dies, or sorry, whoever sees who first wins. There's no reversal. There's no strategy. There's no outplaying. It's just crap, and the campaigns are awful as well. The other Persona games are also really good. I wouldn't call it lightning in a bottle. So the reason I say it is because out of the Persona games, everyone recommended Persona 5 to me, and a lot of people I've seen cite it as one of the best games of all time. I've not heard the same sentiment about the other ones, because like I've heard Persona 5 being praised as this is the pinnacle of the series, this is the best one. So that's why I said that, because I mean I can't judge it because I haven't played the other ones. But from what I've heard from other people, that's why I said what I said. Comparisons are a tool to aid in arguments, but so that's comparisons. One about ism are two different things. Like for instance, when I made my Toy Story 4 series, I drew a comparison between Forkface's arc and Buzz's arc because they're very similar in how they're both new toys trying to come to grips with who they are in the universe, like what their role is and what it means to be alive. So I wanted to draw a comparison to be like, this Buzz's character in Toy Story is an example of masterful character development. Now let's compare that to Forkface, who's just shit all around and is noodling around like a deranged octopus. So, yes, comparisons are helpful, they can be used effectively, but the way in which many people use comparisons is not the way they're meant to be used. Because the way that they're supposed to be used is like what I just mentioned, where you say, this is how this is a thing they're trying to do, now let me show you how it could be done better. But what people do instead is, okay, so this thing's bad, but this thing's also bad. So if this thing's bad, then this thing it's fine that this other thing is bad. That's whataboutism. Yeah, it's whataboutism. It doesn't work. It's thinking every year with a tiny mix-up. Even just calling it a tiny mix-up is being generous. I don't even think I'd give Call of Duty that big of a benefit of being a tiny mix-up. I honestly don't think if you took gameplay from 5 random Call of Duty games and showed them to people, I don't think they could tell the difference. I really don't think you could, because they're all so goddamn similar and they're all just the exact same thing. Don't compare Forkface to an octopus. That's an insult to octopuses. Yeah, my apologies. I'm sorry to all the octopi out there. You don't deserve to be brought down to the level of Forkface. 3 has the best story, 4 is the best cast, 5 is the best gameplay. Haven't played the first 2 games, can't really say anything about them. Oh, I mean I can't say anything about the first 4 either. But the reason why I said Persona 5 is lightning in bottles because everyone recommended to me Persona 5. That was the thing that everyone recommended to me since last year. But no one really recommended the other ones until I started playing Persona 5. So the reason why I say that is because I think there's probably a reason why people recommended to me 5 over the other ones. But I don't deny the other ones are probably good as well. I just haven't played them, so I can't really comment on them. So, that's why I went that way. But yeah, IGN just sucks all around. I say IGN, but really it's just, I think someone mentioned in the chat, it's just game journalism in general, because GameSpot bungled over themselves by playing Battle for Bikini. They played, for those who didn't know, last summer, a remake of the best SpongeBob game ever made came out, and I'm sure a lot of people were like, why is a SpongeBob game being remade? And the reason why is because it was, even though it was an IP game, isn't like a game being made based off the television show, it actually had really, really tight movement and level design. And that's why it was getting remade, because people loved it so much. But GameSpot gave it a 2 out of 10, which even if you aren't a fan of it, it doesn't deserve a 2 out of 10. That's ludicrous. That's like the game itself is broken, it doesn't work. That's like the GTA Trilogy remastered levels of rating. It doesn't deserve that. But even further, the reason he cited for giving it a 2 out of 10 is because he got stuck on a puzzle meant for children, like preschoolers. I solved that puzzle when I was a preschooler, and this grown adult playing this game is fumbling around like an idiot trying to solve a puzzle meant for preschools, and it's just embarrassing. And then we have Kotaku, who's just infamous for awful headlines and awful clickbait garbage, and falling for the April Fool's joke that Halo Infinite got delayed again when it didn't. IGN has a little something for everyone, every idiot that is. You haven't played a single Call of Duty game, you don't know if you should or not? Let me save you the trouble. Don't. You never should. It's not a good... Don't do it. Well, okay, let me say, I have heard some people say that the earlier Call of Duty games had really good campaigns. I have heard people say that. I can't comment on them myself because I haven't played the early Call of Duty games, but I have heard some people say that the very, very early Call of Duty campaigns were very good, but... there's the degree of games that are awful compared to the games that are decent to good is so far skewed, it's just not even close. I don't recommend getting into it, I really don't. I've never liked Call of Duty's gameplay. I've always found it to be just mindless run and gun action. It's whoever sees who first wins. The campaign design is awful because instead of having dynamic AI that actually moves around the levels and tries to outsmart you, it just sits still and wait to get shots, and it's lazy garbage. So I really wouldn't recommend it. Kotaku always talks about how new Switch games can be emulated, which can distract sales from the... so... Didn't they say... I'm pretty sure Kotaku actually said, like, hey, Metroid Dread's running great on Twitch emulators. It's like, the game just came out, like, yesterday. Why are you... The game literally just came out, and now you're like, hey guys, you should emulate it. You just joined, so you don't know if I talked about this. One of my thoughts on the games that were recommended to you a few days ago. So I've seen all of them. I have not responded to every single comment because I don't want to, like, I don't want to say yes I'm doing this, yes I'm doing that, because I'd just be all day. The only ones I commented on are games that I can say definitively I will not play this because for one reason or another. Like, for instance, someone mentioned Return of the Obra Dinn, which I've heard is a really great game, but I cannot play that game because it genuinely makes me motion sick. The art style of that game, it makes me want to vomit. Like, I've tried playing it, I legit had to stop because I just wanted to throw up. It actually made me nauseous. So, yeah, but other than that, I haven't commented on any of them, but I have seen all the recommendations, I've made a note of them, I have them all cataloged, and I've done research on some of them to see which games would be good for the channel moving forward. The problem is, I probably, there's no way I can play all of them next year, because I tried to do it this year, where I tried to play every single game, or at least almost every single game that was recommended to me, and it almost destroyed me. So, next year, we're gonna take it a bit easier. If we get through them all, we get through them all, but the thing is, some of those games are really long, so I doubt that's gonna happen. But yeah, I have seen them all, I've cataloged them all, and I am doing research into all of them for future series. Keep in mind, you're not against emulation, because some older games might not be accessible anymore. Yeah, so that's the thing, is like, if you want to talk about the subject of emulation, we can talk about what it means for older games. But Metroid Dread literally just came out, and now you're talking about emulating it. Literally, what is wrong with you? It's just, ugh. Hello, Trick or Trick, welcome to the stream. We are currently dunking on game journalists and Call of Duty. You know, as you do. Yeah, it's just pain and suffering. Oh, we also briefly went over some of the games that have been recommended to me in my community post I posted a few days ago to see where the current interest is at. The good news is that there's general consensus on a couple games that I should play moving forward, because it'd be one thing if everyone recommended a different game. It's like, well, now I literally can't please everyone at once, which is saddening. But it seems like that there is a general consensus on on what games I should play next. So I definitely have my plans, at least for early 2022, I have my plans pretty much set in stone. Okay, this is what I'm worried. This could be tough. I'm pushing the base from 3 different angles. Scorpions from the top left, Warthogs and Marines from the right, and Cobras from the bottom. This will either go very well or very poorly. This is gonna make or break the mission. If we win this, the mission's set. And I'll look back at chat a second. I just gotta focus here real quick to make sure I actually destroy this base. Scorpions up there. Ah, it's a lot of hunters. Oh, why are there so many goddamn hunters? Okay, that's okay. This might not end well. All right. Well, actually, this might be a good thing, because if the Scorpions aren't focusing if the hunters aren't focusing on the Scorpions, that actually means the Scorpions can take down the base. And once the base goes down, that's pretty much mission over. So, actually, we got this. Oh, the base is almost dead. Okay, never mind. We got this on lockdown. Can we have an IGN palace? Let's get an IGN palace, a Josh Cooley palace, and yeah, I think we're set there. Once we get those, we'll all be set and done. Imagine if someone actually made like an IGN palace in like a Persona 5 mod or whatever, and then just sent it to them. That'd be interesting. All right, that actually wasn't that bad. I took them the base. I think that one better than I did last time, because I don't think I took it the base first time last time. I think I had to actually failed the first attempt and I had to retrain new troops next time. So we got that taken care of. GTA Trilogy is really awful. It's just a cosmetic remaster. The physics are the same, bugs the same. Calling it Definitive Edition is actually insulting. Yeah, what's doubly insulting because I think they're back up now, but at least when the trilogy first launched, they took down the original trilogy, like the actual original games. They took them down from the store, which was just doubly awful. So, it's crap. I mean, I've never played it, but I've seen footage, and it's, I don't know how that ever got approved. I mean, well, no, I do, actually. I say I don't know how it approved, but that's me being ignorant. I know how it got approved. It's because they knew that people wouldn't care, or at least they thought they knew that enough people would buy it that it wouldn't affect their bottom line and it would be worth it in the end. Then afterwards they can just say because they post an apology, and they post an apology and they'd be like, all right, let's fix it and put back up the old games, and then we'll be fine. They knew it wouldn't affect their bottom line, which is why they didn't care. Which, by the way, their apology said it didn't meet the standard of quality for release, which begs the question of, okay, so then why the hell did you release it then? Why did you, there's no way they didn't know it was broken. There's absolutely no way they didn't know it was broken before launch. I refuse to believe it, there's no way. I think what happened is the QA team found, because a lot of people tend to place blame on the QA team, quality assurance team, because they're the ones who actually playtest the games. I don't think that's fair, because I do think that the QA team does actually genuinely care about the games they're playing, but the problem is that they find the glitches, they catalog the glitches, they report the glitches to the higher-ups, and they'll be like, this game is broken, look at all these things that are wrong with it. And then the higher-ups go, okay, but like, you beat the game, it works from start to finish, therefore, if it works, we can ship it out, no one's gonna care, or at least enough people won't care so it won't affect our bottom line, so we'll still get the money we want, and it won't change anything. That is what happens. I can guarantee you that more often than not, that's what happens. You won't see it with indie studios, because indie studios, they aren't obligated to go solely for what will earn them the most money and be most financially beneficial for them. They're allowed to be creative and express their creativity and make what they want to make. So you won't, and also take the time to make sure it's bug-free, or at least as close to bug-free as can be. But with larger AAA studios that have quotas and deadlines to meet and investors to please, more often than not, what'll happen is people will report the glitches, and then they'll ultimately say it doesn't matter, it won't affect anything. So let's just push this out to get our money, and then we'll ship it broken, fix it later, kind of thing. And it's just so tiring to see. Gaming journalists are just worshipping and bending down to the companies. Yeah, it's basically just. I don't even try. Like, I don't place any faith in IGN or GameSpot or Kotaku or any of them anymore. There was a time, like, when I was super young and naive that I thought, oh, IGN's the place to go to for game sources. Then I grew up, and I'm like, oh, that was a terrible mindset to have. Why did I ever think that was a thing that I should believe in? Because they're all just. They buckle to trends, they follow, okay, 20 minutes runs, I'll take that. They buckle to trends, they get paid off. It's just trash. You hate it when companies make bare-bone, low-effort remakes of timeless classics to tickle people's nostalgia boners. Sims 3D All-Stars. What? I didn't say anything. I said nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
All quiet now.
Super Mario 3D All-Stars is a great game. I don't know what you mean. Well, okay, I mean, I can't... Maybe saying that, you know, passive-aggressively isn't fair.
Hey, what are you doing?
Galaxy does run very well. Galaxy runs very well on the Switch. It's honestly the best way to play Galaxy now is on the Switch. I gotta give props to them for that. But Sunshine, I can't compare Sunshine to its original form because Sunshine, I think, is just always a broken game from its controls. Super Mario 64, again, always broken, but they also put no effort into it. Like, it's just, they put no effort whatsoever into enhancing it visually or whatever. They put the absolute minimal amount of effort into the 3D All-Stars collection that they possibly could have. Like, whatever the minimal amount of effort that can be put into a game release is what Nintendo put into that game.
Guys just don't know when to quit.
Even IGN's guides are terrible, most of them are incomplete. So I can't really comment on that because I've never used an IGN guide for, let me check real quickly, literally anything. But
we're gonna need a little backup.
I don't, because the problem is that when you're a company that has to cover almost every single major game that ever comes out, you spread your resources too thin and you can't possibly deliver an adequate amount of quality to all of them. So at that point, it's just like, well, so it's kind of the same thing. There's some movie reviewers that just cover every single game, sorry, every single movie that comes out. But at that point, it's like if you cover everything, like if your mantra as a business is we have to cover every game that comes out or every movie that comes out or whatever, you spread your resources way too thin and you can't possibly deliver an adequate amount of attention to all of them. So what happens is you just give bare bones. It's kind of like, no disrespect to people like Chris Stuckman or Jeremy Johns, because I'm sure they're very nice people, but they spread their resources so thin because they cover almost every movie that comes out, so the reviews are like 4 minutes long. It's like, you can't possibly say anything substantive about a movie in 4 minutes. You just can't. Especially not when they cover TV series, like hours and hours long TV series they cover in 4 minutes. It's just, again, no disrespect to them as people, I'm sure they're very nice, but I just don't, I don't get the mindset of cover, like, I considered doing that at one point of just covering all the major stuff that comes out, but I just disbanded with that because at that point it's like, well, if I cover everything then I can't put enough attention into all of it to make it worthwhile, so I just gave up on that idea. The number one defense you've heard from IGN, what did you miss? You missed us dunking on IGN, GameSpot, game journalists in general. We also dunked on the Lightyear trailer some more. But right now we're just talking about reviewers who spread themselves too thin by covering everything at once, and as a result they can't deliver an adequate amount of attention to all the things they cover, as opposed to just zeroing in on a couple of things they put all their time and passion into. So like, for instance, reviewers like Chris Stuckman and Jeremy Johns, no disrespect to them as people, but they cover everything, so they can't deliver enough attention to all the things they cover. They have to cover it all in 4-minute stints, and as a result they don't say anything substantive about the things they actually cover. So which is frustrating. But to go back to what you said, you've heard the number one defense for IGN is that they sometimes give unfair scores because they do not conform to the norm. I don't know that I'd agree with that at all. I think that IGN has very much consistently buckled to whatever the most common thing to agree on is. I don't think they go outside the norm at all. I think they're very much, they conform to whatever the most popular thing is, for the most part. Either that, or what they do is they try to generate controversy. It's one of the two. Either they say what the most popular thing is to get attention, or they say whatever the most controversial thing is to get attention. For instance, recently they said that they did the thing where they published a tweet saying, "Oh, Halo will not have Forge until next year." It's like, hey, why did you say that today, on the same day that the campaign's getting a lot of unanimous praise for, because like I haven't watched any of the videos because I don't want to get spoiled, but a lot of people played the campaign and got early access and said that it's amazing so far. So why did you choose to tweet about this today when it's getting praise, when this is something we've known since August? Could it be because you want to piss people off and generate controversy? Could that be it? Because it seems like that's what you wanted to do with your SMT5 review. Seems very much like you wanted to do that to generate clicks for your website. Or something, or some kind of crazy conspiracy theory like that. I don't know. Did I see IGN's review of the Milan remake? No, but I'm sure it was awful. Terrible defense would just make them seem like a not like the other boys goes, but yeah, it would just be like, we're not like those other reviewers. We don't go with the trend. Which, I mean, so, so to be clear, I'm not saying that they should just conform to what the most popular thing, I'm not saying they should just transform into sheep and always agree with what the most popular thing is. I think you should think for yourself and not just not do what you do with Toy Story 4 and you go, oh, well, the whole world loves it. Look at that Rotten Tomatoes score. It's such a great movie, and you just disengage your critical thinking skills. But there is a point where it's like, it feels like you're doing it just to be a contrarian, and you're just doing it because you know that saying something like, SMT5 is like Persona 5 without the heart. You know what you're doing. You know that when you're saying that, you're trying to generate controversy because you know it's going to piss people off. So there is a line to be drawn and crossed there.
I think I can get it activated.
You remember the SMT5 reviewer saying, topping man, I rated the game 8 out of 10 as if that was the... Yeah, numbers are arbitrary. Numbers are literally arbitrary. Numbers are absolutely arbitrary. It doesn't... Yeah. No one had a problem with the 8 out of... And again, this is all coming from someone who didn't actually play the game. But numbers are arbitrary. It's what you actually say. Like, so if after my Toy Story 4 series, if I gave the movie an 8 out of 10, you'd be like, what the hell? How did you give that score after everything you just said? Because numbers are arbitrary. But you still have all my actual points there to stand as strong evidence compared against the score. The numbers are relevant. You remember an interview with the reviewer? She says not to harass her and generalize, but then immediately after says all SNT fans are rabid elitists. Yeah, it's hypocrisy of the highest caliber. That just runs rampant in IGN. Don't harass me for what I said about this game. Also, all the people who think this game is great are rabid elitists. Hypocrisy, hypocrisy. Remember when they gave Sword of the Shield a 9 out of 10 and called it the best Pokemon game? I didn't read that review, but I did hear about that, and it doesn't surprise me at all. You rewatched the Toy Story movies, and now you have some mild disagreements with some of my points in the series. Well, by all means, I'm open to hearing them. I am well welcome to hearing them. I'm open to having my points challenged. But yeah, I don't, I know they gave it a 9 out of 10, but I didn't actually look into what they said, because when that review came out, I just wasn't a Pokemon, well, I mean, I'm still not a Pokemon fan, but I'd never played a Pokemon game before, so I didn't care enough to actually look into it. But I had heard that Sword and Shield was, less than stellar, so, I mean, it didn't surprise me, because I knew it's like, who reviewed it? Was it IGN? Like, I think you probably could, if you just told me this person, or this reviewer gave the game a 9 out of 10, and then I knew things about Sword and Shield, I probably could have been like, was it IGN? Was it IGN? It was IGN. And I would have been like, okay, whatever. I really don't know if I can pick someone out of the three, like out of IGN, GameSpot, and Kotaku. I don't know that I could pick one out of the three that's like the absolute worst. Because they're all really crap. Like, to be clear, they're all really bad. But I don't know. You tried out Sword and Shield and got about 12 hours in before and quit because you got super bored. Yeah, I can see that. That's the thing. A lot of people, when I released episode 1 of my Pokemon Sword Let's Play, the number one thing that I got in the comments was why are you playing this game? It's like the worst Pokemon game. Play another one. And I'm just like, I haven't played in a Pokemon game before, so I have nothing to compare it to. So I'm gonna play this and see how it is. But I will say this, had I actually... I don't think I would have made it through if I was playing by myself. The only reason I even finished that is because Forgot 45 was there with me to kind of commentate over it. Because that's why I love that LP. Even though I'm not a fan of Pokemon and I don't have many positive things to say about Sword, I did have an absolute blast recording that LP because it was just a time for the two of us to sit and talk about whatever. And I think that's probably what a lot of people enjoyed about the series, is the fact that it was just us talking about life and things in general, not so much because of the actual Pokemon gameplay. Bronze, I finished that in under the par time, and I still got a bronze. Really? Okay, fine, whatever. That's loud, I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. I never watched the Pokemon anime as a kid, no. I have never... my first exposure to the Pokemon series was when I played the demo for Let's Go Pikachu in summer of 2019, and I hated it. Then I played the full game of Pokemon Sword in winter of 2020. Beyond that, I have had no exposure to Pokemon. Okay, I guess outside of like hearing the music, because obviously I've heard the Pokemon theme. I've heard covers of the Pokemon theme. I've heard covers of Pokemon songs like Viridian City, Pokemon Johto, the Black and White theme song, To Be a Master. I've heard parodies like Spin Around That Bass, Kanto, a parody of Back Home,
Serena,
Training Hard,
Arcadia.
Hoenns Out, things like that.
Crazy mystery trip
So I have heard the songs, I played the demo, but my first proper Pokemon experience was Pokemon Sword. I never actually played it before that. I said Molly having 3 barbers in the prologue punched a hole in Toy Story when at the ending of Toy Story you can clear 3 barbers behind the penguin. Yes. However, the reason why that's not a contradiction is because none of those Barbies are actually the ones that we see in the... Like, if you compare those Barbies to the ones we see at the beginning of Toy Story 4, those are not the same. They're not the same Barbies at all. None of them are the one, like the actual character in Toy Story 3, and none of them are the Barbies that we see at the beginning of Toy Story 4. So that's, that is a good point to bring up, but they don't actually, like, they're not the same Barbies, which is why I didn't draw attention to that.
Getting visuals now, Captain.
You want to try out the Diamond and Pearl remakes? We're hearing great things about it. Yeah, I mean, so... I'm actually kind of inclined to try out Pokemon Pearl, because... I say that because Forget 45 got Pokemon Diamond, so I'll probably get Pearl to balance it out, so that we both have a different experience with each of the games. But... I've heard a lot of great things about the earlier gen Pokemon games, and I believe those are remakes of the earlier gen games. So, I'm willing to give those a shot. I don't know about the new one, though. Someone actually recommended me play the new Pokemon Legends Arceus game. But I'm not sure if I want to do that, because Sword did not... Well, I mean, in the end, I think I'd still say that I enjoyed playing Sword. All in all, even with all its flaws. I just think that it's, like... The main reason I enjoyed the LP was because I had the chance to chat with Forget 45 the whole time. And just because I didn't have anything else to compare it to as a Pokemon game. But if I have a feeling that once I play Pokemon Pearl, I might get a sudden feeling of, oh, Sword is shit. Wow, I wish I played literally anything else. If you want to get pissed off, look at IGN's review of I just said Kirby Triple Deluxe. It probably won't piss me off because I've never actually played that, but I think I'll probably still be able to sense the IGN bullshit. You can even if you haven't played the game in question, you can typically sense the IGN bullshit stewing in the room. It's pretty easy to detect. The new Diamond and Pearl games aren't that bad. The overworld design is atrocious, but once you get past it isn't that bad. I have noticed that the actual, like, top-down overview of the overworld kind of rubbed me the wrong way, but I think as long as the core gameplay is fine, it won't bother with that much. I will say, I did like the wild area, like, actually kind of exploring a bit. That, I kind of enjoyed that about Pokemon Sword, except for that stupid beach area in the ice biome towards the end. I wouldn't be surprised if those were intended to be the same bars, but they were so incompetent that they forgot they looked different. You might be able to explain, like, they might say that, well, those are the same Barbies, we just changed the design, which would still be a contradiction, but, I mean, to be honest, of all the points I made in the Toy Story 4 series, if Josh Cooley, because, like, I would never get the opportunity to actually talk to Josh Cooley about this movie, but if I did, and I ever actually got the chance to say, hey, can we talk about this movie so I can understand what the hell went wrong here? I don't think I would even bring that up, because it's just like, there's so many other important things to mention, I wouldn't even mention it. But the point of my series was to point out every last contradiction, and that's why I did it. Your little nitpick was one point I made. Like I said, I'm all ears. I'm more than happy to hear it, because I'm more than open to having my points challenged. Like, I openly welcomed the conversation with Brooks on Monday about Toy Story 4. It may have devolved into a state of lunacy at some point, but I was open to having my points challenged, so I am. My argument was she constantly donated 2 bars, not the other one. Even though Toy Story 4 didn't exist, you would still have to donate 3 bars, but not the other one. Oh, right, okay, so I guess, right, I guess that does, you're right, that does actually, okay, that does actually punch a hole in it, because, yeah, my argument was she would have had to constantly chose to donate 2 and not, Okay, that actually does, alright, so yeah, that does actually, it's anything's an inconsistency with 3. Yeah, so at that point, it is an inconsistency with 3, you're right, that does actually punch a hole in it. I guess the only way that I could justify that, I guess, would be, and it wouldn't be anything that would actually be based on the movie itself, but all I could, I guess, say there is that it would have to be a thing, because the way Barbie in Toy Story 3 is found, like, behind the shelf, tucked behind, I think it's a xylophone that she's found behind, so my only attempt to justify would be saying, like, possibly that one fell behind the shelf and she just didn't know it, but she did try to get rid of the, like, she consciously donated, she thought she donated all her Barbie dolls, but she missed that one because it was filmed behind there. You don't think it's inconsistent in either movie? Well, that's the thing. I mean, honestly, I think that's such a minor point that in the end, even if you cut that out of my Toy Story 4 series, I don't think you'd miss much. I'm willing to admit that I made a mistake. I think that I didn't actually catch that. That is actually a mistake I made. But I don't think it heavily impacts my actual, point all that badly. But you'll notice how I actually admitted that I made a mistake, which is not something that Toy Story 4 defenders are able to do in any capacity. I mentioned that Buzz only froze in the first movie because he thought it was part of the culture of the room, and didn't really care about freezing when he got out. Yes. That's true. Look at my Halo Infinite multiplayer stream and go to a specific timestamp in the comment section. Yeah, that timestamp is basically just me venting my frustration, because that timestamp that's unposted is after the conversation's already over. When at that point I'm just like, alright, he's gone, the whole thing's over. Oh, someone asked what argument happened on Monday. Oh boy, howdy. Yeah, so, what happened was, Brooks mentioned that he thinks Toy Story 4 is great, and mentioning that around me is a mistake, because I'm ready and able to criticize that movie on the spot. So, that it turned into a full-blown Toy Story 4 debate, and it was insane to watch. That was such a random thing that happened. I don't even, when Sid grabbed him with the claw, he still frozen. Yeah, so I actually brought that up in the video. So what happens in Toy Story is when Woody is in the bag with Buzz, he has to tell Buzz to freeze before Sid grabs them, because Buzz doesn't actually know to consciously freeze in front of him. So while we don't actually see Woody tell Buzz to freeze, I think it's more than reasonable to assume that Woody would have done so, because we know that Woody told Buzz to freeze in the backpack when they're going to Sid's house. So I don't think that's a contradiction either. Because we know that Woody's done it, and it would make sense for him to do it again. Because Buzz wouldn't know to freeze by himself. So I don't really think that punches a hole. The argument was over an hour long. Honestly, I thought it was longer. I actually thought it lasted longer than I thought it was at least 2 hours. I lost any and all concept of time when I was doing that argument. I thought it lasted way too long. Also, those thunders are going to wreck my base if I don't get Hornets over there fast. I thought like when I actually went back to the stream and checked how long it was, I was surprised. It was like less than an hour and a half, I think. I was actually shocked by how short it was. I thought it was way longer than that, because it just felt like it lasted forever. Because it's like dealing with a toddler who, it's like you show them, so this right here, this is evidence proving that 2 + 2 = 4. And then they're like, but it equals 5, right? And you just want to slam your head against a brick wall. It's because it's like, why are you? I'm presenting you evidence in, like, the thing that got to me about that was he said, you see, my evidence for why Woody was actually thinking about helping all the people at the playground was because he was silent for 30 seconds. And I'm like, are you kidding me? That's your evidence? He was silent? That's the best you got? Are you kidding me? Does work really break friendships? It's the Mario Party of the film industry. 2 and 3 do reuse a few instrumental tracks. Yes, they do. That's why I said in the series that almost, I didn't say every instrumental track, I said almost every single instrumental track wasn't reused. Like, I made a point, because I knew that there were some that were reused, which is why I made a point to say almost every single track, not every single track. Whereas Toy Story 4, you will almost never find a track. Like, almost every second of that film is using some kind of track from the original trilogy, and you need look no further than just go to the YouTube. I kind of showed this off on Monday stream. If you just go to the YouTube uploads for all the soundtracks, you'll just see, like, people do the work for me, and they just list out the timestamps in the comments, like, this section of the song is reference to this movie, this section of the song is reference to that movie, and it's just the whole goddamn thing. From the opening seconds of the movie, it's Jesse and the Roundup Gang. It's Ride Like the Wind. It's the song that plays at Andy's birthday party when they're in the room. It's Buzz's theme when he's flying through the air. It's the dump theme when Woody's escaping Annabelle. It's everything. It's Jesse's theme when she's into the RV. It's the final truck chase scene when they're riding in the skunkmobile. It's leaving the caterpillar room scene when they're escaping the playground. It's the Claws music when at the end of the movie. It's almost every. There's more tracks in Toy Story 4 that are ripped from the original trilogy than there are original tracks, which is why I made a point of that. You're right, there are some that are reused in the original trilogy, but it's not often. More often than not, like if you stack up them against each other, it's a oh, that's not the hunters. You need to okay, hunt Hornets. Oh dear God Almighty, Hornets! Please shoot down the hunters. That's not good. Yeah. You're taking fire. I get it. Okay. Okay, that was way too close. Please heal this, Jesus Christ. Where was I? Oh yeah. So there are some reused tracks, but it's so far. It's like they're few and far between compared to the tracks that are original across the 3 movies. Whereas Toy Story 4, almost every single track is reused from the earlier movies. I got mad at the call ending. It must have been frustrating. Yeah, it's like you're trying to it's like you're trying to explain to a child how the Earth is round, and like you're showing them NASA satellite images and all the evidence. Like, look, we've been to space. We know the Earth is round. This is like basic science. This is basic facts. The Earth is round, and the child's just like, but what if it's flat though? I played Minecraft and it's flat there, and it's just like you just want to slam your head into a brick wall. It's like you present all this evidence, but it's nothing there. You're shocked to find some teleporting camera trickery in 1 and 3. I'm more than happy to accept some if you present me some evidence there. But I would need more evidence on that one. But yeah, I was beyond frustrated after that call with Brooks. I hated it. It was so goddamn frustrating. Especially, I think the part that really made me realize, oh, this is gonna be that conversation, was 2 things that Joe said. Because Joe said, in very close proximity to one another, he said, hey, aren't those TV specials not canon? It's like, oh my god, you did not just say that. Then, after he realized he was out of arguments, he defaulted back to, well, I mean, it's just a children's film. Never say that. Never ever say that to me. If we're talking about a film, never say to me, oh, it's just a children's movie. Because that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. I don't care if it's for children. That doesn't give an excuse for being crap. And also, I know he doesn't believe that. I know damn well he does not believe that. Because he hates WandaVision, and it'd be so easy for me to say, oh, well, WandaVision is just a silly TV show made for kids. Look at all the lasers and space action. It's just for kids. Why do you care so much? Why do you hate it? It's just for kids. And he would have nothing left to say, because it would defeat his entire argument. Because no one actually believes that. Nobody actually believes, oh, well, if it's just for kids, and it's allowed to be crap. I don't believe that anyone actually thinks that's a legitimate argument. They just use it as a get-out-of-jail-free card whenever they run out of an excuse to actually defend the movie that they want to defend. I don't think anyone actually believes that. Because you'll always find something. You'll always find something in their catalog of movies that they hate. They'll always find something that's target audience is largely younger than the average person, so it doesn't. I just. Ugh. New subscriber, liking my Persona 5 Let's Play. Thank you. I'm happy to hear you've been enjoying the Persona 5 LP because I have certainly been enjoying playing it, and you can expect that series to return on December 1st.
Cargo 1 is taking heavy fire. Requesting assistance.
Local units.
Yeah, I've been enjoying Persona 5 a lot so far. You'll admit that when you first watched it at the theater, the nostalgic music did manage to make you feel good. And also made you ignore the blatant bullshit in front of you. Yeah, so like someone else just said, that means Josh Cooley did his job. It works. This shit works. It works so goddamn well. Music and lighting, I've always said and I'll say it again. Music and lighting is so goddamn good at manipulating people. It's so good at doing it. It's so freaking good. It'll be hard to describe with no visuals. I have a pretty good, like I said previously, I know the 3 Toy Story movies like the back of my hand. I think I'll have a pretty good idea of what you're talking about, even if you just describe it with words. I can pick up what you're putting down. Yeah, like Josh Cooley is so good at using lighting in, because the thing is, or at least he used to work at an animation studio that is filled with the most talented animators on the planet. So and he also has Randy Newman on the soundtrack. He has all the tools he possibly could to craft a situation where the music and the lighting, he can just play them up to he can make them his puppet essentially, and just play to the audience's weaknesses and use them all to manipulate everybody into thinking it's great. Change the lighting to make Gabby look amazing in her scene. Change the lighting to make it look like Bonnie's happy because of Forkface in this scene. Change the lighting to make it look like Annabelle is sad in this scene. And do that over and over and over again. Every single goddamn time. Same thing with the music. Oh, the story doesn't make sense? Well, play Buzz's theme. Don't you like Buzz's theme? Play the scene from the end of Toy Story 2. Don't you like that scene from the end of Toy Story 2? Don't you love it? Then we're gonna lose Cargo 1. Unless they can get over their lightning fast, that's Cargo. Yeah, I think that's good. Locust plus Hunter equals Cargo 1's dead. There's a vampire too. Yeah, Cargo 1's dead. This isn't gonna... Well, it's somewhat lasted. Okay, I was gonna try to save both cargo ships, but I think we can only save one now. Yeah, that's worth a shot. But yeah, it's so easy. Like I said, it's literally as easy as just dragging and dropping the soundtrack that your brain remembers loving, and just call it a day. But the thing is, if you actually think about the story, hearing that music just pisses me off. Because in the final scene, when they played that original theme from the beginning of Toy Story at Andy's birthday party, it just pissed me off. It's like, you don't deserve this music. You do not deserve to use this music. It's completely, totally balked with what this movie's supposed to be. Like, you're ripping a movie from a... Are you stuck? Oh, the vampire's in a lock, okay. You're ripping music from an infinitely better movie, and you're trying to give it a full circle conclusion. But you didn't earn this, because the story you're trying to tell is completely at odds with the movie that you're trying to rip from. It's such garbage. So many new games are just crap gameplay and story, but people like it because, ooh, realistic graphics. Yeah, people place such an unbelievable importance on graphics, it's not even funny. It's like, I don't know, because people just love lights and shiny colors. They like looking at something that looks good. People are that superficial. I've learned that the hard way. People are very, very superficial. And I think a good instance of that is when Halo Infinite had its E3 demo, or not E3, but the Xbox Game Showcase demo last year. So the way that was presented, I wasn't even looking at the graphics. I was looking at the gameplay. I was way more concerned with, does the game play well? Is the equipment good? Is all that good? Like, does the game play well? That's all I cared about, was, does the game play well? If the game played well, I was gonna be happy. I wouldn't have cared if the game looked lackluster. But so many people said the game looked bad, and they were right, it did. But I didn't even notice it because I wasn't focusing on that. I was focusing on the gameplay. But, I mean, I'm glad it got the delay it did, because now the game looks even better than it ever could. And I'm sure they got time to polish the gameplay as well. Because we've played it now, we know the gameplay's polished. But, like, there's so many people that will prioritize graphics over anything else, and it's kind of infuriating to see. When they're escaping, Sunnyside, Woody drops an alien and the sound alerts the baby. There's no way you could see inside the bucket. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's easy. Yeah, that one's easy trickery. That's nonsense. There's no way, they shouldn't have made it to that bucket. I've always found that to be very, very strange. Like, how did you, you can't, that was weird. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. That's insane. That bucket trick, I don't know why they didn't just move the bucket closer. Because there's no way they shouldn't have... Like, they could have gotten into the bucket if they just move the bucket closer. But they didn't, which is annoying. About percent of 5. After the fourth palace, get ready for the fifth one. Let me just say, it's pretty rough to where it gets better. Great. I can't wait to die over and over again. I'm sure that'll be fun. You don't care about Toy Story besides the memes, but graphics doesn't mean a work of art is great. Yeah, that's the thing. So many people... we'll look at Toy Story 4 and be like, look at all the lights and shiny colors, and look at all the pretty visuals, and just look at how good it all is. And you can be impressed by that. You can be impressed by the visuals. You can be impressed by how far technology has come. You can be impressed by looking at the first Toy Story movie and seeing how far animation technology and all that has come. But there's so many people that will use that as an instance of, oh, well then in that case, that means that this movie's great. Which, no, that's not how that works. It's Danganronpa 3rd case almost. Oh, Jesus Christ, really? Ah, that's not. Oh, God, okay, well. At least I know in advance. At least I know in advance. You think I'll like the Fifth Palace because it's something he explained in the real life in his V3 LP? Can you explain that to me without giving spoilers? Because if so, then by all means go ahead, but if don't, then... If not, then I want to go in blind. There was some dissension in the ranks. Some people say it's Danganronpa 3 case level's bad. Some people say that I might like it, and it's not actually all that bad. So now we're interested in seeing how the palace actually is going to be. It's a space-themed palace. Oh, okay. I see. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, now I'm actually interested to see how it is. Big fan of a... Okay, that actually excites me a little bit. Space-themed palace, yeah, I mean... I've always been a nerd for that kind of stuff, so I'm more than happy to try to explore a space-themed palace. I've also seen people say that it's Danganronpa 3rd case level's bad. I don't know about that. We'll see how this goes. The character introduced in it is great, like only they got more screen. If only they got more screen time. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Fifth Palace is improved in Royal. Well, luckily I am playing the Royal Edition. That also means that they learned from their mistakes, and like if it really was as bad as people are saying it is. I'm spoiling him the theme of the Fifth Palace. Okay, so number one, nothing else about the palace was spoiled for me except for the theme. Number two, you still just got my live reaction to it being a space-themed palace. Nothing has changed. Nothing significant about the game has been spoiled for me, except that it's gonna be space, which has only got me more excited to play it. So nothing bad has been changed for me today. It's leagues better than anything in Danganronpa. Well, it's not that hard to be leagues better than anything in Danganronpa. That's a pretty low bar to set, I gotta be honest. Because, I mean, you all know how Danganronpa is.
Covenant BattleNet chat.
And we're gonna go ahead and save right here because I don't want to reset this. This has been a very good run of this mission, and I do not want to lose this progress.
Heavy turrets are coming on.
I think I'll hit the heist part of the palace. We'll see. At that point, it just comes down to execution. We'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes. Maybe it's more comparable to the Big Top, it just sticks out like a sore thumb. I can't really comment on it because I don't actually know what the palace entails for me. But, we will happily wait and see how it goes. Because the thing is, even if it is just like the weakest palace in the game, I am more than happy to see, I am more than happy to give it a shot. No spoilers and stop talking about it. I mean, you can say something like that without giving a direct spoiler. I don't consider anything that anyone's mentioned so far to be all that it's immensely spoilery. I think we're okay on that regard. It's probably made worse because it comes right at the fourth palace. Is probably my favorite. That can be upsetting when it's just that much of a big of a juxtaposition between two back to back. Also, I think that's a win. We have less than seconds to go. Yeah, we won this easily. Okay. Pick my poison. Home Sweet Home Alone versus Free Guy. Home Sweet Home Alone because it's shorter. Home Sweet Home Alone is less than 90 minutes. Free Guy is almost 2 hours. So that's going to be my win there. Worst Palace in Persona 5 is still amazing, so it's like it's really that bad. I don't know. I don't know if it's that bad. I don't know if it's that bad yet. We'll have to wait and see.
Roger that, Captain. Most of us are heading out of the city through the traffic tunnels.
Yeah, so to kind of close up the conversation earlier about camera trickery in the first 3 Toy Story movies, I'm sure but 10? I did that in just under part-time and I got a 10. Okay, fine. Whatever. I'm sure that there are some instances of camera trickery in those first 3 movies, but I don't think it's anything major. I don't think there's anything that would outright... I don't think it's anything that would outright break the story, and I don't think it's anything that's even on the scale of Toy Story 4, and even in that case, I don't think that even if it was the case, it would be enough to outweigh the masterful character writing. Because the character work for Woody, Buzz, and Jessie throughout those 3 movies is masterful. Like the I Will Go Sailing No More scenes Jesse's When Somebody Loved Me, and well, just so much Toy Story 3, the incinerator scene, the dump scene, the time at Bonnie's place, the breakout scene in Sunnyside, the final scene of So Long Partner. There's so much about the original trilogy that is just outstanding, that even in spite of the things that, like those kind of minor camera trickery things, I think it would still come out a very strong score in the end. Whereas something like Toy Story 4 is laden with character motivations and blatant assassination that doesn't hold under any scrutiny, on top of a plot that is fundamentally broken.
All units.
Try to finish the 5th palace before in-game October 3rd. That day is a great palate cleanser. Okay, duly noted. Don't forget all Buzz. Oh yeah, Spanish Buzz is awesome. Spanish Buzz is awesome.
All units.
And he's unironic, like his... even though Spanish Buzz is kind of played for laughs in Toy Story 3, he's unironically a smarter character than Buzz in Toy Story 4. It's like, congratulations, a character that was written as a joke is smarter than a character that they want you to take seriously in Toy Story 4. Congratulations, Josh Cooley, you absolute clownfish. Fumi's skills are vital for that palace and will make brute-forcing your way out of a tight spot much easier. Duly noted as well. You know, we'll see how that goes. We shall see how Persona 5 Royal unfolds throughout the remaining parts of the game. He's also much funnier than the inner voice crap. Yeah, because Lee Unkrich knows how to write. Lee Unkrich knows how to write and direct intelligent comedy, as opposed to just, hey, I'm mashing the button on my chest over and over again. Please laugh. Isn't it so funny to watch me be an idiot? Please laugh. Just, no. Josh Cooley has the IQ of his version Buzz. That's giving Josh Cooley too much credit. That's, to say that he's on that level is giving way too much credit. Will Persona 5 be finished by the end of December? I am gonna do whatever the hell I have to make sure it's done by the end of the year. Even if I have to live stream over winter break, I'll still finish it out. I don't care what I have to do. I want to get Persona 5 finished.
Rolling. Clear the enemy out of this crater. Ready to roll.
The 4th palace is Egypt themed and stop here. Well, I think I already know what it's going to be. It's probably going to be some, because you've mentioned previously that it's that if I like Indiana Jones, it's going to be, I'm going to like this palace. So I'm guessing it's going to be something on that scale where you're exploring some kind of temple, Indiana Jones style.
Local units.
So I'm guessing that's going to be what that is. In that case, I'm very excited to see that as well. The space themed palace, Indiana Jones style palace. I'm happy. I'm excited to see what comes next.
On the way.
Persona 5 live stream would be great if it winter break, because I don't want to have to miss it because of school. Yeah, I'll definitely do it over winter break if I do it.
You got it.
Beating Persona 5 by the end of the year is harder than beating Sans. I don't know if I go that far. One's a matter of time, the other's a matter of patience and determination and raw strength and sanity. He's not as dumb as his version of Buzz. That's the worst part. He knows what he's doing. Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, we meme about it. We meme about, like, that. I memed about how it's giving it too much credit. But I stand by what I said at the end of my series. Josh Cooley's not stupid. He's not an idiot. You think stream Persona 5 would make it slower, considering how I might get interrupted by responding to messages? Possibly. But I'd also be able to make the streams, like, I'd be able to cover more in a single day than I would... That's some hunters. Than I would if I just recorded normally. But yeah, I stand by what I said at the end of my series. Josh Cooley's not an idiot. He does actually know what he's doing, because he wrote Inside Out, and that's a great movie. He knows damn well that he destroyed those characters and he doesn't give a shit. Because like I said previously, even if Toy Story 4 was just broken in terms of its plot and like nothing about its plot made any sense, if that was all that was wrong with it, was just that the plot doesn't make any sense, then you'd hear me saying, alright, that was a dumb movie, but it's whatever, it's fine, it can exist if it wants. But that's not all that's wrong with it. And it's the fact that it destroyed its characters. Because if its plot made perfect sense, but its characters were still broken, I wouldn't suddenly think it's amazing. Which is just... I think that's what some people think. Some people think that my only problem with it is just that the plot is broken. But no, I care way more about what it did to... Specifically Woody... Well, I mean Woody because Woody is my favorite character of all time. But Buzz and Jessie as well. I don't like what they did. Like, it's just... Because I will say... At the very least, I don't think it actually... At least it didn't work on at least Buzz didn't work on people. I've not seen anyone, well, no, I've seen one person. But by and large, I've not seen many people try to defend Buzz's characterization in Toy Story 4. I've not seen that, because no one goes for Buzz. If you want to try to defend Toy Story 4, no one goes for Buzz. Because it's so easy for me to just play, like, really any scene from any of the 3 movies, or even just the freaking short films and TV specials, and just go, yeah, see this character right here? This is what we call a smart character, who's making really smart choices. He's really, really smart. Really, really smart. But, you know, if you watch Toy Story 4, I think what happens is you watch Toy Story 4, and the gaslighting garbage works, and you think, oh, so Buzz was always stupid. So then if someone ever actually says, okay, no, Buzz was really smart, all they have to go on is Toy Story 4, and they either just assume that he was stupid in the first 3 movies, because Josh Cooley's really good at manipulating people, or they just don't remember the first 3 movies, and they just go, oh, I'm sure he was always that stupid, because that's what Josh Cooley does, is he manipulates you and he gaslights you into thinking that it was always this broken when it never ever was. Is it on the same level as Apollo Justice making Phoenix what is pretty much a criminal? I think it's worse. I think what Toy Story 4 does to Woody, Buzz, and Jesse is far, far worse than what Apollo Justice does to Phoenix and Emma. I think it's way worse. I think that it's way, way worse. Yeah, because Phoenix was fixed by Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. There is no fixing what Toy Story... Well, I mean, you can fix what Toy Story 4 did, but they're never going to, because the producer says that this is the definitive end of the Toy Story series, despite the fact that Lee Unkrich explicitly said, hey, Toy Story 3 is the end of the... Like, he said verbatim, end of the trilogy. We're gonna end the trilogy here. It's the final... He said, that's the end, there's nothing beyond that. Persona 5 handles very sensitive topics. However, it was written by competent people. They give respect. Yeah, Persona 5 has handled very sensitive and serious topics, but they've done so maturely and intelligently. But stuff like Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls and Toy Story 4, that it's like, ah ha ha, sexual abuse, laugh please. That would be Ultra Despair Girls with the storyline of like one of the freaking Warriors of Hope, and like the kid who. I don't remember the names, I don't care. The kid who was overworked because his parents wanted him to succeed. You know, these are really serious topics that you bring up for 5 seconds and then forget like it never happened. And then Toy Story 4 is like, ah ha ha, look at the funny suicidal spork, ah ha ha ha, please laugh. It's just crap. I love how every stream ends with us trash in Toy Story 4, well, because it's so easy to do. And I generally think that my series was kind of cathartic for a lot of people. Because there's so little... there's so little critique of Toy Story 4, because just the generally accepted consensus is that the movie's amazing, and people are just like, look at the Rotten Tomatoes score, look at the Metacritic score, look at all the positive reviews from Chris Stuckman and Jeremy Johns and Seamus Gorman and the Super Carlin brothers, and everyone else on the platform who reviewed Toy Story 4 and said, oh my god, every goddamn review starts the same way. It starts with, you know, I don't really think Toy Story 3 needed a sequel. It was the perfect ending of the trilogy, but then Pixar gave us a 4th one, and I was really nervous about it. But then they said, oh, wait. So like, I was really nervous about it, but then I watched it, and I'm like, oh, I see now, I see what you're trying to do, and Pixar convinced me that they actually really needed a 4th one, and this is the best ending to the Toy Story series. Please subscribe to my Patreon. They're all the same. They're all the exact goddamn same. They're all the same. Without fail. There's never... Oh, don't even get me started on Shiny Man. Who think... He not only thinks that the first Toy Story is worse than Toy Story 4, which is just... I don't know how you come to that conclusion. I do not understand how you can come to that conclusion. But even worse than that, he says they're supposed to get higher ratings in the first 3 movies. I don't know for sure, but it wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me at all. But he said in the video that it's essentially the anti-Toy Story movie in terms of its themes and its characters, and he said that's a good thing. My brain actually snapped in half when he said that, and especially because his critique of Toy Story, of the first, his biggest problem there was that Woody's an asshole. And first of all, he's not as anywhere near as bad as he was going to be in the first freaking movie, or like in the Black Friday reel. He was going to be way worse, and they considerably toned it down to make him more likable and palatable. But furthermore, what especially pisses me off is he says that Woody's too mean, and then later in the video says, when he's talking about Inside Out, he says, "Oh, people say that Joy's too mean." Well, guess what, idiots? That's the point of the movie. That's what we call a character arc. And I'm just like, are you trolling? Are you clinically stupid, or are you just actually, are you trolling me right now? How did you say in the same video that Woody's too mean, and that's the problem with Toy Story, while simultaneously saying, oh, well, Joy, you think Joy's too mean in Inside Out? Well, that's her character arc, dummy. It's like, you are not a real person. You're a meme of a human being. I swear to God. You are just... Anyway, on the particular expectations you have for the continuation of the story, I want you to continue it in December. I expect that I'm going to continue to enjoy it, but in terms of like specific story beats, no, I'm expecting that I'm going to continue to enjoy it as much as I always have. I despise Paul Justice? Yes, I do. What about, there's this one YouTuber called Storyteller Says This Stuff Phoenix doesn't Paul Justice fits in with its development Twilight Tribulations. Yeah, well, whoever, I don't know who that is, but he's wrong. It's a blatant contradiction of what he does. With the Phoenix argument, I can see someone trying to argue that in good faith, even if it's dumb. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Apollo Justice is a terrible game, and it doesn't make any sense, and it's a blatant character assassination of, it's blatantly character assassination for both Phoenix and Emma. But at the very least, I've talked with Apollo Justice defenders, and I genuinely think they believe what they're saying. I don't have that belief for Toy Story 4 videos. Sorry, Toy Story 4 defenders. I don't think they're genuine in what they believe. Like, it doesn't sound, it sounds like they're just like, oh, Disney is God, Disney is life, must praise Disney.
All units.
Well, I actually think there might be other reasons why Brooks defended Toy Story 4, but I won't go into them here. But I just don't think it's genuine. I don't read a genuine response in people who defend that movie. Wasn't that the guy who shot on Turnabout Academy? Oh, well, because the Apollo Justice crowd thinks Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice are shit because they reverted what Apollo Justice broke, when that's a good thing that when it fixed what that game broke. He believes Dual Destiny erased all of his character development. Oh, wow, wow, okay, so I didn't even read that comment, but wow. So I didn't even read that chat message before I said that, but yeah, I called that a million miles away, because they're all the same. They're all the goddamn same. They always think that Apollo Justice is the pinnacle of everything, and that Dual Destiny and Spirit of Justice broke everything, because they're just, like... There's a reason why Capcom made the changes they did in those games, because they understand that what they did breaks his character, and they... Like, here's the thing. I'm critical of Dual Destinies, because I think they did it too fast. They fixed it too fast. They essentially just flipped a switch, and he was back to the way he was. I think what they should have done is they should have had it to be a more gradual thing. I don't think it should have been as instantaneous as it was. But the fact that they changed it is not a reversion of anything. It's just getting him back to the way he was originally, and pretending Apollo Justice didn't happen, because Apollo Justice is a blatant assassination of his character. So, from a character perspective, Dual Destiny and Spirit of Justice, there's a reason why in Spirit of Justice, they essentially go out of their way to say, I thought you said the exam was like the hardest thing in the world, and then you failed it over and over again. And they just blatantly say, like, oh, well, in that case, they just blatantly say, oh yeah, let's just pretend that stupid game never happened. Would have been better than the fact, oh yeah, I mean, I'm not, so like, if the dichotomy is either he's the same as he was in Apollo Justice, or they fast-track him back to the way he was in the original trilogy, I'll take the fast-track any day of the week. But I'm still critical of the fact that they did it, because I think it's way too fast of a reversion. But that doesn't mean I'm still happy that they reverted him, because they should have reverted him, and they never should have changed him in the first place. But I still think that they were way too fast on that note.
All units.
If I'm looking for stuff for my Apollo Justice critique, there's a YouTuber named P-Glass Plays who made a series defending Apollo Justice and saying it gets too much hate. It doesn't get enough hate, no. If you've seen the Metacritic score of that game, it does not get enough hate. After the discussion I had about Twister 4, I just think Brooks kept defending Twister 4 because he refused to admit he was wrong. It might be that, but I think there's other reasons that I won't go into. I think there's other reasons. What was the main reason for hating Apollo on his own game? Was it the fact that he got another character development? it's the fact that he wasn't a character. Like, he wasn't a character in his own game. He didn't have any development, he didn't have any personality. He was just a vessel for the player, which can work in games that have silent protagonists, where the point is you're supposed to, like, insert yourself into the role of that character. But that's not what the Ace Attorney game is supposed to be. You're not placing yourself into the world. You're taking on the role of a character who's supposed to have a personality and has development. But that's not what they did in Apollo Justice, because he wasn't a character. He was just a shell of his... Yeah, like you just said, he was walking cardboard, essentially. What's my favorite voice from Ace Attorney LP? That's a good question. Oh man, I've done a lot of... I think... So my gut answer would be to say my Pearl voice, because no one believes that I can act... No one believes my voice can actually go this high! Like, I did that once, when I was in high school. We were doing, like, a play for something. I think we were doing a retelling of, I think it was Hamlet, as like our final project of the semester. We had to do a retelling of Hamlet. And for one of the character roles, I had to take on the role of, like, a really young kid. So I just raised my voice to go this high, and no, like, it shocked everyone else in the room. They're like, how can your voice go that high? And the answer is, I don't know, but it can, and it works. So I guess that might be because I'm just surprised that my voice can go that high at all. But I've also had a lot of fun putting on my Airlock Shim's voice, my dear fellow. So that might be that. I think that might be my favorite. I'm not sure though. I'm not quite sure. It's probably either Airlock Sholmes or Pearl's voice. Maya's voice is a classic. Godot's voice is fun as well. Man, I've done a lot. I've really had a lot of fun putting on voices for those games. I don't know. It's tough because there's so many good ones. Gumshoe's voice wrecks my throat, so it's not going to be him. I think I'll go for either Pearl or Airlock Sholmes. I don't know, but it can and it works is my life motto. Hey, it works. When I say I like Apollo himself after Spirit of Justice, yes. Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice did a tremendous job of making me like Apollo again, because I hated him after his first game, but Dual Destiny Spirit of Justice gave him so much development and did so much great work to fix his lack of character. It's impressive. My Ryunosuke voice was actually god-tier and very good. I don't know why people like that one so much. Because it really wasn't anything, it was just me putting on a British voice, or like a British accent with a slightly higher pitched voice to kind of match his innocence and enthusiasm and newfound determination, and things like that. Because, I've done stuff like that for Edgeworth's voice. But I had to put a new spin on it for Ryunosuke, because I always imagined him as this kind of wide-eyed new defense lawyer who's kind of seeing the world for the first time. So I gave him that same British accent, because I knew that was the accent he had from the voices. But I also gave him a bit of a higher pitch to give him that kind of give him that enthusiasm. But I was really surprised that people actually liked that much. Because I put no effort into, like, of all the voices, that one took the least effort to actually put on. I guess outside of maybe Susato's voice. I don't know. My Gumshoe voice is your headcanon voice for him. Too much for dies. Well, I mean, at this point, my Gumshoe voice, I've done it so many times, so I can just, on the spot, switch my Gumshoe voice. And it's just kind of part of it. But when I first started doing it, like, in my first game, the first time I did that, it killed my throat. And by the end of the trilogy, I'm like, I can do this more often. It's not that bad anymore. Why am I not doing voice for Persona 5? Mainly because for so many of the sections, it's voice acted. So I just haven't really bothered, because, like, for something like Ace Attorney, it's very rare that the characters actually talk. Most of the dialogue is done through you reading in your own head, which is why I give voices. But Persona 5, more often than not, it's actually voice acted. So I don't want to give voices that might be a discrepancy between their voice actors, and I also don't want to match the voice themselves. So that's why I kind of let them speak for themselves and just kind of read it in my own voice. That's what I did for Zero Escape. I just kind of read the dialogue as it was, because for the most part, the characters voiced the dialogue themselves. But whenever we were in the escape rooms, they didn't talk, so I just did it in my own voice because it was such a short section. That kind of stuff. What is this whole Trevor Magic thing that's supposed to be a meme? So the reason why that's a meme is because for my Famicom Detective Club Let's Play, I had to put in a first name and a last name, and I obviously wasn't going to put in my last name. So I had to give some kind of last name that would seem on point for the channel. So I just said, Trevor Magic. That works, right? And thus a meme was born.
This is Angel.
My Ryunosuke voice was always really good. It was almost professional sounding. People keep telling me that. People say it was really, really good, but I'm just like, it's one of those things that's like, really? I always feel like the things that I don't have as much conscious thought about are the things that people like the most. For instance, my ranking video for the Ace Attorney cases, that was like an hour project. I just sat down, I sat down and I recorded it and just talked about the games for an hour. I didn't really edit it at all. And that's one of the most popular videos on my channel. I'm just like, but why though? So I guess I'm always perpetually surprised by the things that the people find really entertaining. So that's kind of that. Which one's better, Athena or Spirit of Justice, Apollo Justice? Well, that depends on which Athena you're talking about, because Athena in Dual Destinies gets a lot more time to shine than Athena in Spirit of Justice. She's still in character in Spirit of Justice, but she just doesn't get the time to shine that she deserves, which I don't like about Spirit of Justice. But if we compare them just in Spirit of Justice, Apollo wins. In Dual Destinies, Athena wins. Actually, it was an Apollo Justice point I have. You do want to try to argue, you want to see perspective. Okay, what point would that be? What would you say? Like, I'm open to hearing it. What point would you say that is? You like Apollo Justice, but you say the third case is the worst case in the Ace Attorney franchise? It's definitely up there. It's definitely up there with some of the worst. The damn concert video, I might actually count them. I might actually start counting those for my video to see how many times it actually plays. Mostly because it's one of the few ranking videos that covers almost all the cases in depth. Or also, someone else mentioned, because the algorithm likes ranking tier lists. That could also be the case. Just kind of the YouTube algorithm doing its thing. Because that was it was literally a case of me just sitting down, recording, and talking, as opposed to the high-octane editing that I do for stuff like my Danganronpa 3 series and my Toy Story 4 series. So I guess it might just boil down to the algorithm being kind to me, because I did a tier list video. That's the thing. I considered doing one for the Danganronpa cases, because I'm like, well, the Ace Attorney video did well, so maybe if I did it for Danganronpa, it would also do well. But I realized it's like, I just don't want to... The whole video would just be me shitting on it constantly, because I have very little positive things to say about those cases. I just want to move on from Danganronpa as fast as possible, so I didn't end up doing it. If Capcom ever made an Ace Attorney 7 in the future, what expectations would I have for it? Make it the last Ace Attorney game, give Athena the time she deserves to shine, make Apollo and Trucy learn that they're siblings, give Phoenix his final developments, just basically close up all the loose ends that they've left throughout the series until this point. Beyond that, they can kind of do whatever they want. So obviously, arresting Maki was extremely stupid, but I saw it as a point of the second trilogy. The law system is so broken and forced them to arrest the suspect, and I remember that being mentioned. Saw it as Maki being the one and only option they had, even though it was really stupid. So the problem with that is that the topic of a broken law system was kind of already existed in the original trilogy. Like, I think Shutokumi's actually said previously that the premise of his original trilogy was based on the idea of a law system that's just broken fundamentally in terms of the whole do it in 3 trials or less, or do it in 3 days or less kind of thing. And the fact that the prosecution doesn't take a lot of things into account, the police investigations are usually really rushed. They've done that since the beginning. The problem is that what happens in Turnabout Serenade is so insanely it's like because the reason, like, you can extend that logic to be like, if a kindergartner walks into the room, or like let's say a toddler crawls into the room and picks up the gun and then crawls out of the room, and then you'd be like, well, let's see. It would appear that the fingerprints on this weapon belong to baby Tommy over there. And you're just like, you can't be serious. You aren't seriously going to tell me that this baby picked up the gun and shot a .35 caliber revolver. And then you'd be like, someone might say, oh, well, I mean, the law system was broken, so of course it makes sense that they think the toddler did it. I'm like, no, you wouldn't think that. I don't think if you actually pressed anyone on that, I don't think they'd actually believe that. Like you just said, the whole story is just a commentary about the shitty Japanese court system. That's, like, from the beginning, that's been what it's about, fundamentally, is the idea that the system's broken and needs to be fixed. But still, in those early games, they made a point of being like, yes, system is broken, but the people working, like, Edgeworth is still really smart. So he still knows what he's doing, it's just that the investigations are often lackluster because they don't take a lot of things into account. But there is a point where you draw the line between not taking things into account and this is so blatantly wrong that you'd have to, like, there's no way you could have ever thought this was the case. There's no way. So that's why I don't consider that a valid defense of that scene. Because you can have the idea of a broken system without making the people on the system be idiots. Especially because this game went out of its way to bring Emma Skye back into the story, whose entire thing is fingerprinting people and, like, the fingerprint analysis system, and she doesn't check for fingerprints on the murder weapon, but she does check for fingerprints in the stupid vent. Like, that's just, really? You can...
Complete.
It kind of be pointless to have one more game just to have a scene where probably just learn the siblings. Okay, so I didn't say that would be the whole point of the game. I said that that's a thing that I need to bring up in the game, because that was a setup that they established at the end of Spirit of Justice. So they need to establish that. That needs to be a point in the next game if they make it, because they brought it up, they set it up, they've built up to it, they need to pay it off. A Danganronpa ranking video would do really well, but it also attracts so many fanboys you never won't hear them. Yeah, I'm just done. Like, I'm honestly just kind of bracing for Danganronpa S when it comes out next month, and I'm just like, I don't want to deal with this again. I already dealt with it enough when I covered Ultra Despair. Well, actually, no. Ultra Despair Girls, I didn't really have any pushback because everyone agrees that Ultra Despair Girls is shit. But even with Danganronpa 3, Danganronpa 2.5, and especially V3, people were not happy with my stances on those two games. Or those games and those shows. So I'm just bracing for December when Danganronpa S comes out. I'm just really hoping that Danganronpa S is at least passable, so I don't have to say, like, this is shit, and I don't have to piss people off again, because I'm just so done with talking with Danganronpa fanboys and dealing with people who don't understand how science... Okay, can this mega turret stop destroying my base for, like, 5 seconds, please? I'm just so done with dealing with people who are, like, who don't understand how science works in the first case of V3. I'm past that, I'm over it. I really hope that Danganronpa S goes over well. Because Halo Infinite is going to come out in a few days after that, and I really don't want to have to split my attention between playing Halo Infinite's campaign and dealing with Danganronpa S Defenders. So I'm crossing my fingers for something that's passable. Really crossing my fingers for that. Phoenix has already finished his development in Trials Tribulations. Yeah, he already had his development, and then it was done, and then they brought it back for some reason. Monkey being arrested had an idea behind it. It really needed to be expanded. Just make the plot more Monkey with some... Yeah, just anything more than what they did would be better than what they had. Because what they had is just like, you tell me this random 14-year-old kid who has no experience with this, who, by the way, they believe to be blind. You tell me he nailed that shot with that much precision and didn't break his shoulder in the process? Come on.
All units.
Did I notice some people defend the literal pedophile in Ultra Despair Girls somehow? Coming out of the Danganronpa, like, have you seen the Danganronpa community sometimes? It does not surprise me at all that there are people in that fandom that genuinely think that that's okay. Because it's not. Let's not mince words here. That thing about Ultra Despair Girls, literally shit. Literally indefensibly terrible. We're talking about pedophilia here. What happens in Ultra Despair Girls with that is utterly indefensible and it's garbage. But some people in the Danganronpa community, they're like, oh, that's fine, this is fine, what are you talking about? It's like, no, it's not. Please shut up. What are you doing? Yeah, that's the other. People defend Terror too. And they probably defend that stupid tentacle scene from Ultra Despair Girls too. Because that's just Danganronpa for you. Like, what? There's a reason why Spike Chunsoft has made Danganronpa S. One of the selling points, like I read an interview with the director of that game, one of the selling points of Danganronpa S is, look at all your favorite characters and their swimsuit models. It's like, are you... We're talking about high school students here, Spike Chunsoft. We're literally high school students. Why are you advertising seeing them in their swimsuits as a selling point for your video game? Literally, what is wrong with you? The Danganronpa community pushes me to my limits, man. I'm not looking forward to Danganronpa S. Talking about Serenade is so sloppily written that you lose brain cells trying to recount playing it. Yeah, it's not beneficial to your health to try to do that. I gotta be honest. I think doctors might actually recommend like dealing with that case in doses and to kind of suppress your memories of it after you finish it. Tier list is what brought you to my channel. It was in your recommended feed after watching other Sony videos. What you said about how just really resonated, or what I said about the game resonated with you. How would you with bronze? Honestly, with how much we got reamed by the freaking mega turret, I'm okay with the bronze ranking there. Then you checked out my thoughts at the end of each LP, gamer score videos, my video essays. Thank you. I'm glad you said to stick around. Yeah, I think we got a lot of new people that came to the channel. From that. I think a lot of new people came to the channel after the, after my ranking video. So I'm glad you said to stick around. Defending an in-game pedophile crosses the line. Yeah, like, that's like, but people do it. I've seen people do it, and it's insane that people actually do it. I don't know why. Well, no, I have a guess why, but people do it. I don't know why people do it.
Well, this little field
Also,
trip is a bust.
did you guys hear any audio for that cutscene? Because I didn't hear any audio for that cutscene. That was weird. Sorry if you guys didn't hear the audio for that cutscene, but I didn't. No audio played for me. I don't know if it played for you guys. What's the difference between Halo and other FPS games? So this is an FPS game. This is an RTS game. You didn't hear audio either. Yeah, that was weird. That was odd. I mean, the audio's back now, so long as it's here for the gameplay, I'm fine. But that was strange. But yeah, this is an RTS game. But what makes Halo different is because it's more focused on strategy and positioning and teamwork than, like, Call of Duty is just run around the map, whoever sees who first wins, and that's it. And also, there's, like, no effort put into the actual stories themselves. But Halo, a core principle of its gameplay since the beginning has always been strategy and gameplay. Like, reading the enemy AI, seeing how they behave, kind of countering their strategies, learning what weapons counter what, learning how flanking routes, positioning, teamwork, working with your allies, that kind of stuff. That's always been core to its gameplay, and that's what makes it so different from every other FPS on the market. And I'm really excited to kind of show that off when we play the FPS games in the future.
Any more bright ideas, Anders?
You want Phoenix to retire in A37 to find the Mirror Miles? Yeah, I think that'd be a cool payoff. I don't think Capcom would ever do it, but I think it'd be a cool payoff if they actually committed to it and let Phoenix retire and marry Miles and Mile Edgeworth. Did I say marry Edgeworth? I think I just said let Phoenix Mile Edgeworth, which can be taken out of context.
Turret complete.
Kibo swimsuit is wholesome, though. I haven't seen it. I have not, believe it or not, I have not taken a lot of time to look at the swimsuit models for the characters, but I'll take your word for it. Don't put rape, pedophile, or child abuse in your story unless you want to handle it with respect. Yeah, if you want to, like, you can tackle those subjects. You can. You're allowed to, I think some people might have come away from my Toy Story 4 series saying, what, you think they're not allowed to tackle serious subjects in their story? It's like, no, you can. I encourage it, actually. I encourage you to tackle more serious subjects and, like, bring attention to these really serious topics. But if you're gonna do it, if you are going to do that, then, god damn it, you damn well better do it with respect. You can't half-ass it. You cannot half-ass it. Do not just throw it together and play it for laughs. You gotta take the time to make sure you handle it with respect and intelligence and maturity. Or, you can do what Ultra Despair Girls does, and do like, higgledy-piggledy, this kid was overworked by his parents to succeed in the academic industry. Higgledy-piggledy, this girl was sexually abused as a child. Let's drop that and never bring it up again. It's just pain, is what it is. It's only pain, actually.
Local units.
Danganronpa is just Danganronpa fan service the video game, and even that is, it's called fan service and it sucks. Yeah, but like there's a line that you don't cross when it comes to fan service. There's a line that doesn't get crossed in that regard.
Local units.
Apparently Capcom wants to diversify the next game, so hoping we see more diverse sexualities and genders in the rest of the game. That'd be cool. I'd be totally down for seeing a more diverse cast moving forward. That'd be cool to see. I don't know. I don't know if they'd actually commit to it, but I would hope that they do. That'd be a cool thing to see a more diverse cast moving forward. The technical scene is awful and should not have been allowed as a playable section. I also think the people behind. Oh no. So let me just be clear. In case there's like any room for doubt, I don't. Just to be clear, in case anyone thought that, I wasn't trying to say that the people who made Danganronpa are actual pedophiles. I don't. In case it was any room for misinterpretation, I wasn't saying that. I just don't understand why it was there. Like, I just don't think it should put it in the game. I wasn't trying to, like, discredit the people who made it. Because I think that some people on the team were probably just like, why is this my job? Like, at what point, how did I get to this point in my life where I'm programming this section in a video game? What am I doing with my life? And even the people who came up with it, I don't think they, like, I don't think they're actual pedophiles. I didn't think that. I just don't know why it was, like, I don't know why they made the decision they did. It's just awful, and I don't know, like, you saw my Let's Play of it. I literally had to stop playing. I literally backed out to the PlayStation home screen, and I called 4545, like, please tell me what the hell is happening in this video game. What am I doing right now? because I just...
Turret
Like,
improved.
we were memeing about how this game wasn't real prior to that point, but that was when I actually had to stop and be like, am I dreaming right now, or is this actually real? Is this actually happening in this video game? And the answer was yes, and I couldn't believe that the answer was actually yes. It's not a little child, but it's horrendous. Yeah, it's tone deaf. This happened, like, minutes, maybe, it's not long after bringing up the topic of how the kid with pink hair was sexually abused as a kid, which is awful and horrible, and a topic that could have been approached with maturity and respect. But no, you have that section, you have that heavy, serious topic, followed up immediately afterward by, lol, defend Kamaru against the waves of tentacle porn. It's like, wait, what am I playing right now? She did warn you about the tentacles. Yeah, she warned me. That didn't prepare me for it. Like, I didn't... I don't even... So, I don't even... I can't. It's just crap. A quality you have for scene is what when Phineas retires, he goes to his house and receives multiple thank you letters from every client. That would be cool. That would be, honestly, that would be a really cool payoff, as if he gets... But, like, you couldn't just have it out of nowhere. I think what you might have to do is maybe Trucy did it as, like, a present for her dad, as kind of a retiring gift. I think that'd be a sweet payoff, if Edgeworth... I don't know who would I don't know who I want to give that payoff to, because you'd have to have somebody reach out to the clients and be like, you want to say thanks to Nick because he's retiring? Because you couldn't just have it be, like, randomly. You couldn't have it be a random thing where just, like, randomly the clients all give him a letter. So you'd have to pick one character to actually have that payoff for him. I don't know. I just don't know whether I want it to be Trucy, Maya, or Edgeworth. Because they all have good reasons for it. Because obviously Trucy is his daughter, Maya is his closest ally, and was his assistant for years, and Edgeworth is, well, Edgeworth, childhood friend. So I don't know who I want to give that payoff to. If I fail a technical minigame, Kamaru orgasms. Yeah, I know. I saw that. I saw it happen. Because when I backed into the game, because it didn't actually pause the game. When I backed up to the home screen, it didn't actually pause the game. It just, like, it just ran in the background while I was contemplating my life choices. So when I tabbed back into the game, it was just, like, the minigame was already over, and she was, well, you know, doing that. So it was just like, why did you program this? I don't understand how this made it past inspection. Someone had to conceive of, pitch, storyboard, draw concept art for, develop, model, program, QA test, all that stuff. And people... Imagine being the voice actor for Kamaru, or that kid, or Toko even, and being like, well, how is this my life? How did I get to this point in my life where this is the stuff I'm reading for this video game? Like, literally, how did this happen? I don't know. Why not all three of them? I guess you're right, it could be a joint effort between all three of them. I think it might be more impactful if it's just, like, a scene with one of them. Like, a one-on-one scene. But I guess you're right, it could be all three of them. You can't get over how bad Ultra Spare goes. Yeah, it's, like, jarringly bad. Because V3 is bad from a perspective of storytelling and just, like, you broke the world. But Ultra Despair Girls is morally reprehensible.
All units.
And it's just, like, it just makes you scratch your head. I mean, well, it's bad from story, too. It's bad from the story, it's bad from gameplay. But the thing that makes me just go, like, what did I play, is just the insane amount of morally reprehensible scenes in it. I just don't understand it. What's my ranking for Makoto, Hajime, Kamaru, and Shuichi from least favorite to my favorite? So... Kamaru's up at top, if only because... I think I said a lot throughout the LP that she was, like, perpetually questioning what the hell's going on, how none of it makes any sense. And how she was the only character who actually stopped to question that stuff. So Kamaru's probably on top, followed by Hajime... and then Makoto, because Hajime, I think, had a slightly better character than Makoto, even though they're both... Both those characters are literally described as completely average in every way. It's great. So, I think I'd go Kamaru, Hajime, Makoto, and then Shuichi doesn't exist, because that's from a game that doesn't exist, so he doesn't get to join the rankings. Welcome to Japan, where molestation is comedy, but you can't be gay. Yeah, that's just... You know... It's always frustrating to see that. Especially because, because in a lot of the Disney movies, like, in The Rise of Skywalker, there was a scene where two women kissed at the end of it, And I'm pretty sure that's, like, that scene was ended, or that scene was edited out of all the foreign versions of the film. And it's just, like, it's kind of, it's always frustrating to see, because at that point it's like, you're like, because then you can get the promotion of, look, we have a scene where two women are kissing, but you know that they deliberately put that into the game, sorry, into the movie, in that one small shot, because they knew that they could edit it out of the foreign versions of the film. That's why it's there. It's frustrating to see. Okay, sorry, I didn't actually know where it was that happened, but I knew it was, I knew that just generally speaking, in foreign versions of films, that stuff has to get cut out, which is stupid to see. Because people are allowed to love who they love. It doesn't, regardless of your sexual orientation, people are allowed to love, whether it's a man or a woman, you're allowed to love who you want to love. And it's really frustrating to see people around the world who still aren't, like, welcoming to that idea. It just sucks to see.
All units.
Disney may pretend to support LGBT, trust me, they do not. Yeah, it's like, what they do is what tentacle scene? Oh, no, we're not talking about Persona 5, we're talking about Ultra Spare Girls. No one's told me about a tentacle scene in Persona 5, I don't think there is one. If there is, then please warn me now. We're talking about Ultra Spare Girls right now. But yeah, Disney, I think that's the worst part of it, is when you see corporations, like, put on a show as in, like, hey, we support the LGBTQ community. Look at the scene we put in our movie where we have a gay couple kissing. Don't you see how much we support the community? And then that same scene gets edited out of 4 versions because you know that they deliberately paste it. Like, it's all just PR. They put it into the scene, or they put that scene in the way they did because they know it can be edited out of the foreign versions because they want to get the money from the foreign versions. It's such garbage. Anyway, how would I rank V3 if its finale was just mediocre and it didn't have any connection to previous games? Still not great, because Case 1 is terrible, Case 3 is terrible, and Case 5 is terrible. Case 4 is great, and Case 2 is decent. So, by and large, it has a lot of terrible cases, so I still wouldn't call it good. Even if we disregard how it breaks the universe. I just wouldn't... I just wouldn't put it that way. Like, I don't think it's good, either way. Maybe we should warn you... Oh, wait, it does? Oh, it actually does have... Oh, crap. It actually does have... Yikes. Was not aware of that. I thought someone was talking about Persona 5. So there are 2 scenes in Persona 5 Royal with tentacles that are not remotely comparable. Okay. I'm gonna be cautious moving forward then. I'm not quite sure what to expect. Warn you, Persona 5 and tentacle scenes too. They're handled way better and not as creepy as Digimon Ultra Spare Girls. There's actual reason. Yeah, I mean, so... I don't think it's possible to be worse than Ultra Despair Girls, because that's just, like, bottom-of-the-barrel filth. But it's good that I know in advance that they're gonna be there, because now I can, like, prepare for them, and I won't be surprised by them. Because that really surprised me. When I saw that scene in Ultra Despair Girls, that, like, actually shocked me. I could not believe it was actually happening, so I'm good to have a warning this time. That completely took me by surprise in Ultra Despair Girls. There are scenes with tentacles, not tentacle scenes. Okay, that's an important distinction to be made. Yeah, that's a good distinction. Because, like, tentacle scene, just saying tentacle scene as a blanket term can, one of the scenes in the next palace be prepared. Okay, thanks for the warning. Yeah, I shall be prepared. But yeah, like, because, for instance, since I'm playing Halo right now, Halo 2 has a creature. I'm not going to spoil it because I'm going to be going to Halo 2 shortly. Not shortly, soon, later this month. There's a creature that has, like, a tentacle aesthetic in terms of, like, it picks up people with its tentacles. So, like, the act of using a tentacle isn't inherently awful. It's just that a lot of times it comes up, those kinds of scenes get labeled as tentacle scenes for, you know, for good reason, because they all, sometimes they fall into that same category. So, there is a distinction to be made between tentacle scenes and scenes with tentacles in them. So, that's all helpful information. Thanks for the heads up, everyone. Ultra Despair Girls relies on shock value. Yeah, that's all it relies on. It's just, what's the most ridiculous, shocking thing we can shove in the character's face? What's the most edgiest... I just said most edgiest. What's the edgiest, most insane, batshit crazy, serious, mature, or immature thing we can think of to throw in the character's face to keep them wanting to see what happens next. Because honestly, that's part of the reason that kept me playing. I'll admit it, it worked on me, was I wanted to see how crazy it was going to get. I wanted to see how absolutely insane this game was going to get moving forward. And it worked on me, I'll admit it, I'll put my hands up, it worked. I wanted to see what was going to happen next because I was just so blown away by how stupid and insane it was. It worked. It worked on me, I'll admit it. It's not worse than the stuff in Kamoshida's castle. Okay, well then, I mean, because now I'm imagining, now that I actually have more context, I'm imagining it's not actually going to be anything that's repulsive, it's just more like, there are tentacles, be warned, as opposed to something like Ultra Sparrows, where it's like, hey look, tentacles! Don't you like it when tentacles do things to people? Ultra Disparagles can't bother to have a competent story and characters, so instead that uses shock value to keep your attention. Yeah, because, like, the only... Well, I mean, I did still care, even though Ultra Sparrows is a terrible game, I did still care about Toko and Kamaru, and I do think that they have genuine scenes of well-written character development in that game. It's just drowned out by a sea of shit, and a plot that makes no sense, and a world building that crumbles under the weight of its absurdity, and it's contradicting itself constantly, and gameplay that's actually physically painful. So, yeah, I mean, I just... The main thing that kept me playing was the desire to see what insane thing happened next. There are good scenes in Ultra Sparrows. Yeah, they're mainly, I would say that anything between Kamaru and Toko, for the most part, with exception, is generally speaking, their development is fairly strong throughout the game. The one saving grace, I would say, of that game is that Kamaru and Toko's development is pretty on point. I would unironically defend that. If you stumble me into defending Ultra Sparrows, I would have to say that their development is what makes that game worth playing. I wouldn't, like, if you ask me honestly, I'd be like, no, it's not worth playing just for that. But if I'm stumbled into defending and, like, constructing an argument to defend the game, that would be, I would pick the development of how many hunters are going to attack Jerome, I swear to God. I would pick the development between those two characters as the thing I would say is the saving grace of the game, is what I would say. So, what'd you miss? You missed us dunking on Ultra Despair Girls and comparing that tentacle scene to Persona 5's, of which I've just recently discovered there is a scene with tentacles in Persona 5. Kind of wish we'd go one stream without talking about Danganronpa. I mean, hey, I just kind of go where chat takes me. We kind of just, because that's the thing with conversation, is we just kind of bounce off each other. We started off talking about, like, the Lightyear movie, essentially, and how that was, and how that kind of evolved throughout. We evolved from the Lightyear movie, and now we're talking about Danganronpa because it just kept evolving. Because that's what's so interesting about conversation, is that you can start off with one thing, and that's the way it progresses. You end up in some completely other random section of conversation. It's kind of cool how that works, and how it's just how things progress. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of tiring to talk about Danganronpa because it's so crap, but I will say not every Danganronpa conversation is the same because we always talk about different stuff each time, so it's not like we're just repeating the same things over and over again. We've covered a lot of new ground each time we talk about it. Because there's always, for instance, with something like Toy Story 4, every time I talk about Toy Story 4 with someone, I always find a new problem with it. Like, it just never stops getting worse. So it's always interesting to talk about. Character-wise, Danganronpa's always been able to deliver. Game 1, yes. Game 2, yes. Ultra Despair Girls, yes. Danganronpa 3, no. V3, I don't even think V3's characters are that strong. I honestly think that V3 is the weakest characters in the series, excluding the anime. Out of the games, its batch of characters I think is the weakest. And obviously Danganronpa 3 just didn't even try. Danganronpa just tends to do, yeah, it just kind of tends to bring in conversations from all sorts of directions. Danganronpa is inevitable. Yep. Danganronpa is inevitable. You hate how people compare Ryuji looking on boobs in a couple scenes to Kamoshida's actual boobs. That's not even comparable. Like, that's not even kind of... Do people actually do that? That's not even kind of comparable. Like, obviously Ryuji shouldn't be staring at her breasts, but that's not even kind of comparable to what Kamoshida did. Do people actually think that that's comparable? That's absurd. That's actually ridiculous. I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying, like, if that's a thing people actually compare, that's absurd. If Zurgan Lightyear actually looks like Josh Cooley, I will give it a 6 out of 10 minimum. They'll never do it, but it'd be funny if they did. He does that in some scenes. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't... That's not... Okay. I didn't know people actually did this, but I guess we have to do this now. Kamoshida sexually, verbally, and physically abuse people. That is not even remotely comparable to a teenage kid looking at someone else's breast. That's not what I think my brain just shut off temporarily. I'm like, wait, I need to process that again. I don't think I actually heard that correctly the first time. Ryuji sitting for An isn't really bad because An is chill with it and just going, I know I'm hot, right? She's confident in her looks, and that's an amazing role model. Yeah, she's confident in... She's confident about who she is and how she looks. That's something that's nice to look up to.
Local units.
I just didn't know that people actually get on Ryuji's case and compare him to Kamoshida. That's not a thing I've heard before. Now, granted, I'm not delved into the Persona 5 community all that much, so I'm not saying it doesn't happen. But I'm now responding to the... I've now learned that it does happen. Also, we are getting absolutely destroyed by these guys. I've now learned that it does happen, and now I have to defend Ryuji, apparently. Didn't know I had to do that today, but I guess we're doing it now. You like Kamaru, it's mostly because Chirami Lays is your favorite voice actress. Danganronpa Asparagus is just not a good game. Yeah, I mean, so that's the thing. One of the things I've always said is that the voice actors did, one of the voice actors did really, all the voice actors have done really, really good jobs. They've given it their all to make the best out of the shitty material that is Danganronpa. They've done the best job they can. Obviously, some are better than others, but by and large, I have nothing but positive things to say about the actual voice actors behind the Danganronpa games, and even Danganronpa 3, I would say. The dialogue itself may be awful, with the obviously standout example being, I will kill you in the name of deliciousness. I was just dead when I heard that. It's like, that's not a real line of dialogue. You made that. That's not a real line of dialogue that you had someone say. But the actual characters, like the voice actors themselves, are very talented people. And I don't want to harp on them for that. I don't want to blame them for the shitty writing. Because the same thing with Toy Story 4. Tom Hanks, Tim Allen, Annie Potts, Joan Cusack, Key and Peele, Keanu Reeves. They're all really talented people. And even Christina Hendricks. Like, I hate Annabelle as a character, but I think she did a great job of making her this creepy doll. Like, the voice actors know what they're doing. They're really, really talented people. It's just that the writing is shit. And it's getting worse and worse every year. Being able to date Kawakami also was comparable to Kamoshi's actual abuse. Yeah, that's not the same thing at all. It's not. It's so radically different. It's like Kamoshida is like the literal worst kind of person, and the fact that people think that anything else we've seen in the game so far is on that level is absurd. People argue the game's difficult because of those scenes. I don't. Okay, so that's not. People say that. I haven't even finished the game. I don't think that because. What I saw in that scene, because someone brought that up in the comment section of when I first met Kawakami as the Becky maid, and I don't even think, because like, what I saw in that scene was Kawakami did her, because there's nothing wrong with her being the maid and doing that as a secondary job. She can do what she wants to do with her life, and she's making money, she's using what she was born with to her advantage to make some money, and it's not harming anyone in the process. However, the second that she learned that Joker was her student, she stopped immediately. She backed off immediately, she withdrew, and she went back to the state of, oh, you're a student, this is bad, I shouldn't be doing this. So what I saw in that scene was a woman who was doing her job as she would any other day, then she saw that a student came into her job and was like, oh, okay, we need to stop this right now. So I saw that she was like understanding that it was wrong and was backing away from it. But apparently some people saw that differently, I guess. Comparisons tend to be over-exaggerated. Sometimes, yeah. If Kasumi wasn't in Persona 5 Royal, who would have been my favorite character in Persona 5 so far? Either Makoto or Takemi. Takemi would have been my favorite before Makoto was introduced, and now that Makoto's here, it's going to be close up between Makoto and Takemi. Which is astounding. I never thought that I would be saying the words Makoto might be my favorite character in literally anything, in any context ever. But, you know, Persona 5 happened, and thankfully, it has changed that. It's great hearing Kamaru's voice actor in Persona 5. It's like, your talent isn't being held back by a shit game. Yeah, because that's... A lot of times, voice actors have to bear the blame for it. A lot of times, if there's a character people don't like, people will get on the actor's case for it. But like, it's not their fault the script is shit. It's the writer's fault. It's the writer's fault for writing a terrible script. But yeah, unfortunately, some people don't see through that. A lot of people will just immediately cast blame on the voice actors for something that they had no control over. Like, their job is to read the lines and make the best out of the material that they possibly can. It's not their job to worry about the script. I mean, they might have input on the script. Sometimes they do have input. Like, sometimes if they're talking to the director, they might say this, like, maybe the character should do this or this or this. But for the most part, it's just them. For the most part, it's just a matter of them reading what they're told to read in the way that they want to read them. Especially because a lot of voice talent nowadays can be done remotely. Like, they can just record on their own and then send in the voice lines and call it a day. So I wouldn't be surprised if for the Danganronpa games especially, they just kind of recorded the lines individually and then sent them into the studio and they didn't have any director input. I mean, maybe they did, but I don't know. The Persona 5 fandom is really bad. People are super creepy with the girls and actually fight who their favorite girl is. I can believe it. If Danganronpa's taught me anything, it's that I can believe that people can be that obsessive over the stuff. Because that was one of the first comments on my Persona 5 Let's Play was, let's take bets on who my favorite girl would be. It's like, okay, that's a comment that I just read. Fortunately, I haven't really seen any heated debates about it in the comments about who my favorite character, like who the best girl is or whatever. But I'm not saying they don't exist. Also, someone mentioned every fanbase has those people. Unfortunately, yeah, it's not just. I don't think it's just the Persona fanbase. I haven't actually because a lot of fanbases come under fire for having toxic people. But honestly, my stance has always been every fandom has its toxicity. Every fandom has its people that are terrible and people that, well, for lack of a better word, people who are toxic. That's in every fan base. It's just that the village idiot has the loudest voice. So sometimes those people, because even the Halo community, there's a lot of really bad people in the Halo community, like a lot of really terrible, awful people. So it's to the point where sometimes I'm even embarrassed to just be called a Halo fan, because it's like, please don't associate with me with these people. Like, these people don't speak for us. So every community has these people. It's just that like the village idiot has the loudest voice in that note. Tends to happen in game, gives you romance options, people talk about it. Yeah, that's how that works. Again, I haven't actually seen any of this myself, but I'm willing to take the person's word for it. Since I enjoyed The Last Airbender, what are my thoughts on its sequel, Legend of Korra? I have seen the first. So on the day that the day that Forget 45 invited me over to watch the finale of Avatar: The Last Airbender, she also showed me the first two. No, we watched the first episode of the Legend of Korra, and I was not impressed by it at all. I have no incentive to keep watching. We might watch it. We might schedule a day to get together and watch the Legend of Korra when she comes back from winter break. But because, like I said, two different colleges, long distance kind of thing. We might schedule a day to watch it when she comes back from winter break. But I have not been super, because like when we first started watching Avatar: The Last Airbender, I really wanted to keep watching to see what kept happening next. And by the end of season 1, I was fully hooked in. But in episode 1 of Legend of Korra, as someone just mentioned in chat, I'm the Avatar, you gotta deal with it. That kind of set the tone for, oh, is that what we're doing? Is that the way? Okay, alright. It kind of, I guess it's kind of like, I don't really have anything to compare it to, but what'll happen sometimes is you'll have a story, like this really large, grand scale, I guess I'll just compare it to Star Wars, because why not? You know how, like, you have this original grand scale story of epic action and intergalactic adventure or whatever that has massive stakes and, like, they essentially, they fixed a broken system and they saved the world kind of thing, and then a sequel comes out and it undoes that, or not undoes it, but tries to make something new out of it and doesn't really work. So it could change later in the show, but I'm getting the vibe of the story is done. Avatar: The Last Airbender is finished. Their story is complete. It's over. It's done. and now they're just trying in desperation to make something new out of the show. It's like, how do we continue this? And then they just try to throw something together. Again, I haven't seen all of it, so I don't really know. Maybe it gets better, but not been impressed with what I've seen so far. A lot of people hate Legend of Korra. Seems I have heard that it doesn't really get as much positive feedback as the original series, which I can see. When I played Professor Layton, I didn't like the story. You were really sad. It was actually the first game franchise you ever played. Your parents didn't like games because of that. You defend it. But you read the games are flawed. Yeah, so I've never, like, you're allowed to have a personal connection to something. Like, there's games I have a personal connection to that I definitely, they're very close to my heart. But also, if I were to, like, I guess I distinguish between what makes a game good and what I emotionally resonate with something. For instance, I guess I mentioned this previously. Minecraft Story Mode is a very flawed game in a lot of ways, but it's one of the main reasons why FGF 45 and I are as close today as we are, and why our relationship is where it is. So I kind of owe a lot to that game. So even though it's, like, I could rip it to shreds if I wanted to, I never will, because, like, it kind of means a lot to me. So that's the kind of thing. Like, I can totally understand you having an emotional connection to Professor Layton, but I definitely think that the story, specifically the end payoff of all three of those games, really, really screwed the pitch. Because I was enjoying Curious Village and Diabolics. What did I even just say? Diabolical Box. I was enjoying both those games' stories up until the ending, but then the ending happens and they just pull some random twist out of who the hell knows where. And that's what kind of threw me off, was like, also I'm going to save here because we got the 3 rounds to the first 2 positions. I don't want to screw this up because we're going to go push 5 right now. And 5 is really hard to take, so I don't want to screw this up. But yeah, the Professor Layton can mean a lot to a lot of people. So I definitely don't place any blame whatsoever for someone having an older connection to it. I just think that the stories are very heavily flawed in terms of how... And Unwound Future just falls apart at the seams all the time. I don't know what happened there. That said, having played Danganronpa now, I am very willing to give Professor Layton another shot. Like, I'm very willing to play the remaining Professor Layton games because, like someone just mentioned, compared to Danganronpa, I'm like, oh wow, it's literally the Thanos meme of perhaps I treated you too harshly, because Professor Layton, yes, it has its moments of stupidity, and it has its insanity, but I'll take that any day of the week over what the hell Danganronpa craps out constantly. Professor Layton was the first game you cried over, you had a personal connection to it. I can see that. Yeah, like, I think I even said this in my Let's Play. The final game, that final scene in Unwound Future is probably the best scene in the whole trilogy with Layton, and I think her name is Claire. I don't know, I don't remember. It didn't really stick out to me that much. But that final scene in the trilogy is probably the best scene out of all 3 games. It's a really great payoff for them after all they've been through. It's really well paced, really well written. I think it's a bit of a dead stop after that point, but I do think it's a mark of excellent quality in the writing. And like I said, after dealing with Danganronpa, I am almost itching to play Professor Layton now. Because it's like, okay, yes, you are very flawed, but at least you're not that bad. Like, at least you're not on par with freaking, with Danganronpa. That's my bar now. Is like, even with Layton's flaws, I'll take it a million times over before I touch Danganronpa again. Danganronpa's my bar. It's like, I just always remember, yes, this is flawed, but God almighty, I'd rather play this than Danganronpa. That's my new bar for, wow, this is just awful. I don't think, because V3 is legitimately my least favorite game ever made, with Ultra Despair Girls not far behind it. Because Ultra Despair Girls, I mean, we dunked on it before, I don't need to go over it again. But V3 broke the whole world. That's my bar. It's like, you destroyed your entire series with this. You're gonna have to really screw up royally in order to make something that's worse than that. You once said you wasn't just in playing Persona 1 and 2 and it was called non-true percent of it. I hate that shit. I absolutely hate that shit. Of people who call you, like, it would be hypocritical of me to say that people who say you're not a true fan aren't true fans themselves. That's hypocritical of me to say. But I just don't get the mindset of someone who's like, you're not a true fan. Because even in Halo, there's people who prefer the original trilogy, there's people who prefer the 343 era of games, there's people who only play the RTS games, there's people who only watch the Halo anime. But no matter what your hell, there's people who only read the Halo books. But no matter what your exposure to the franchise is, you will never hear me say you're not a true Halo fan. Even if this RTS game is your only exposure, you'll never hear me say, oh, well, you're not a true Halo fan. It's like, no, I don't. Everyone, if you play Halo and you like it, you're a Halo fan. End of discussion. End of the story. You can have your preferences of certain games, you can like some more than others, but at the end of the day, if you like the franchise and you've played it and you enjoy it, then you are a true fan. Did I get a comment on Toy Story Furries? Yes, I got a comment saying that I was not a true fan of Toy Story because I didn't like Toy Story 4. That shit gets under my skin. That shit royally pisses me the hell off. Like, criticize my arguments all you want. People have criticized my arguments in this stream, and I've been receptive to it because it's like, yeah, I'm open to criticism. People are respectful and honest, and I respect that. I respect criticism that's like cool, collected, and fair and intelligent and respectful. I encourage that. But if you just want to sit there and scream and say, you're not a true Toy Story fan because you don't understand the genius that is Toy Story 4, that shit makes me want to get a sledgehammer and just bash my brains in. Like, because Toy Story has meant so much to me throughout my life, that to hear someone say that it's just, like I said, it just gets under my skin. I know it shouldn't, because I shouldn't care what people say, but it really gets under my skin. I can't help it. Speaking of Press Lightning, you say that I'm amazing at puzzles it offers. It was kind of painful to see you blitz through so many puzzles I got stuck at. Well, because it's just some people, like, everyone, like, I'm sure there's puzzles that I've gotten stuck at that other people blitz through. Like, that's just par for the course. Not everyone's great at puzzle solving, not everyone's great at, and some people are better at certain puzzles than others. That's nothing to feel ashamed of. So that's, also, I've kind of had experience with those kind of brain teasers throughout my life, so, you know, it's not really, I guess I just kind of been used to those kinds of things. Camera trickery with Toy Story 1, when Buzz flies the first time, he lands on a tiny car and goes through the tracks. When you should have made him fall, but the camera cuts magically past the loop. Oh yeah, you're right, the loop, oh yeah, you're right about that. That is kind of strange.
Local units.
Yeah, I had to look at it again, but I can see it in my head as to what you're talking about. Yeah, I can see that. I guess the best I can probably think is that maybe the loop would be slightly further out. I don't know for sure though. Yeah, that is a little strange. Someone asked, what are the top 5 worst fandoms? That's the thing. That's like every. I don't think you can make one because someone said there's too many bad fandoms. It's not even that there's too many bad fandoms. It's that. That's just every fan base has its share of people like that, so you're never gonna get away from it. You're never gonna properly escape that because that's just every fan base on the planet has its own share of that. Since I haven't played Sonic Adventure 2, 06 was your introduction to Shadow's character? Yes, it was. I've not played Adventure 2, and I have not played enough of Heroes to where I got to Shadow's story. So Sonic 06 was my favorite. Sorry, Sonic 06 was my introduction to Shadow's character. Sometimes you spend 30 minutes on puzzles, sometimes yeah, everyone spends some puzzles, just because it just depends on what clicks with your head. Like, sometimes puzzles click with your brain faster. Because, like, honestly, I'm sure there's someone on the planet that, you know that stupid password puzzle in Ultra Despair Girls? I'm sure there's someone on the planet that played that and was like, oh, this makes perfect sense to me. I understand this. I get this now. That was not me, and I think that puzzle's bullshit in its design. I really think that was a bullshit puzzle. But I'm sure that there's someone on the planet who got to that puzzle and thought to them and was able to figure it out immediately. But I am not one of those people. I was decidedly not one of those people. I think that puzzle is really poorly designed, actually. Yeah, the point being, some puzzles will resonate better with some people, and others don't. So I guess it just depends on person to person. Also, this run of this mission is going way better than I thought it was going to. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but we might actually get, because this is the mission that screwed me over last time. Is the one that this is the downfall of my last live stream. Was I got to this mission and I just gave up and I went to the next mission and that mission broke me. So the fact that we've managed to make it this far, I'm surprised we made it this far, but I am not going to complain about it. That's for damn sure.
Local units.
Rolling out. Rolling out.
Local units.
You and I, when you first got Curious Village, oh yeah, so that's the other thing, is that, I played the Press Layton games as an adult, so, but I imagine a lot of people's first experience with the Layton games was as a kid, so that can also play a factor, because obviously, when you're an adult, you have a bit of an easier time dealing with puzzles like that, so that's something else to keep in mind. I imagine a lot of people's first, experience with these games was as a kid. Ultra Despair Girls V3 Toy Story 4. That was a Fever Dream It Can't Be Real trilogy. Yeah, basically.
Local units.
Basically that. Because it's just... When he gets lost in the gas station and the truck comes in and almost runs him over, when he gets up, he's somehow under the truck instead of in front. I think I've seen that before as well. Because the thing stops like right in front of him. And then in the next shot, he's between the tires like that. My favorite music theme in Persona 5 so far, Beneath the Mask Instrumental Edition, easily. When you played the Layton games, you needed your parents to install while they were mostly puzzled with 3D because your visual impairment and brain couldn't possibly see puzzles. Yeah, I can understand that. I can definitely, like that. There's a whole bunch of reasons why people would why people would have trouble dealing with those kinds of puzzles. I can definitely understand that. So I don't cast. That's why I don't cast any aspersions against anyone for having trouble solving puzzles. Because, like, well, I mean, I guess, unless we're dealing with, like, Portal 1, where the puzzle is pick up the cube, put it on the button, and the door opens. But, like, no, I don't think there's a single person on the planet who has a problem with that. So, like, generally speaking, I don't blame anyone for getting stuck in a puzzle, because everyone's brain works differently, everyone processes information differently, so everyone kind of thinks about puzzles in a different way. I just, like I said, I've had a lot of experience with brain teasers like that. Also, we're gonna save again. I know I already saved, but with how far we've come, we're about to head into another major battle, and I really want to actually try to get through this game today, so I don't want to risk anything. You can consider it save scumming if you want, but the game lets me save, so I'm gonna do it anyway. If you consider it save scumming, that's fine, but I'd rather not risk losing this mission today. I don't want to have a repeat of last time. Hello, Hugo and Shade29. Welcome to the stream. We're currently talking about Professor Layton and also a little bit of talk about Toy Story. What's my favorite meme from Toy Story 1? Easily Woody laughing at Buzz. I don't care how many times I watch that scene. Every single goddamn time that I hear Woody go, bah, and just laugh at Buzz, it kills me every single goddamn time, I swear to God. Like, it actually breaks me. It's so goddamn funny. It's so funny. Some people the puzzle 1. Oh, so right. So, like, obviously, if you literally can't see, you can't beat it. But that's like I'll bring in the assumption that you have that you can that you're not blind. I mean to say that you'd be able to get through that. But by and large, just everyone's brain processes information differently. So I don't cast aspersions against people who also randomly need to get up with everyone else. People who play games or solve puzzles differently. Very late, sure, but don't worry, you'll always be able to rewind to the beginning of the stream to catch up on all you missed. We covered a lot today. We've talked about Toy Story 4, Lightyear, Ultra Despair Girls, Persona, V3, more Danganronpa. Apollo Justice. We talked about a lot of stuff today. So definitely plenty of conversation you can rewind and catch up on if you would like to. And not to jinx it, but I think I'm actually going to win this. I think I'm going to win this mission because I got Rhinos 3 and 2 in place. Rhino 1, and you replaced Rhino 1, but Rhino 4's there, and so we're gonna lock down Rhino 5 in a second, so I think we're gonna win this. I don't know how, but we're gonna win this. Oh, and someone actually brought up some criticisms previously from Toy Story 1 and 3, some instances of camera trickery, and yeah, so that's the thing. If I've ever claimed that the first two movies are perfect, I never meant to, but I do still think that, like, even considering all the criticisms of the first two movies, of which there are definitely some been brought up today, I still think that the I still think that even with all that in mind, they're still really, really excellent movies with excellent, masterful character work. So I still think that with all that in mind, the original trilogy is really a masterpiece of cinema craftsmanship, even with their flaws. And compared to Toy Story 4, it's not even close. Like, it's not even kind of comparable compared to Toy Story 4. Lightyear is the most hideous design that you ever seen. I think I still hate the original... Well, no, I don't, because Sonic got a redesign at least. They're not going to redesign Lightyear, because people think Lightyear's amazing. But yeah, I think... I had to suppress the urge to vomit for both the original Sonic live-action design and also for Lightyear's design. I don't know which one I would pick to be worse, though. Who are my top 3 favorite Sonic characters? It's a cop-out, but I'm going to say Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. I really just love the original 3. Like, Team Sonic, as it were. I really love those 3 characters. I know it's a cop-out to say, because... Like, people ask me who my favorite MCU character was, and my answer was always Iron Man. But some people are like, that's such a normie answer. It's like, I don't care if it's a normie answer or not. I really love Tony Stark's development throughout the movies. So you can call it, like, normie answer if you want, but I really do think that the original trilogy, or sorry, the original 3, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, I really like those characters a lot. One has to stay Toy Story 4, Danganronpa 3, or Danganronpa V3. Danganronpa 3. Because at least Danganronpa 3 gives the characters a happy ending. V3 destroys the universe, and Toy Story 4 breaks the characters. Danganronpa 3 has to stay out of those 3. Have the game suggestions in the community post I haven't mentioned? Yes, we talked about those earlier, and my answer was I have seen them, I have cataloged them, and I'm keeping them all in mind for the future. I've started to do research into those games to see which ones will work best for the channel moving forward. The problem that I've kind of realized is that I may not be able to cover every single game because it would just be literally impossible for me to be able to cover them all in a timely manner. But I've looked at them all, I'm going to categorize which ones people want to see the most, which ones I'd be most interested in playing. I've seen them all, I've not let any of them go unseen, and that's the mission over. I'm surprised we beat that. But yeah, I've seen them all, and if you want to hear my thoughts on them, you can kind of rewind to earlier in the stream to kind of hear more specific thoughts on my thoughts there. No such thing as a perfect movie. Yeah, there's no such thing as a perfect movie. And I still think that even in spite of the flaws of the original trilogy, of which there are certainly some, they've been pointed out today even, but I still think, even considering all that, the character work of those movies easily is exceptional. I think even to just look at the plot is still really, really tightly put together, even taking into consideration the flaws here and there. Do I think there are any movies that are Do I think there are any objectively better movies than Toy Story 3? Probably. I mean, just in terms of, because there's gonna be a movie on the planet that has like almost no problems, whereas Toy Story 3 does have a couple, like we mentioned with the bucket pail thing in the big baby scene. Okay, way over part time, but we still beat the mission, so I'm fine with that. But yeah, things like that. So I think there will definitely be things that are objectively better than it. But Toy Story 3's ending, its climax, its character work, and the construction, because the most important thing about Toy Story 3's plot is the construction of the daycare, and the way in which, like, everything about that daycare is constructed, with, like, how Lotso has his guards set up and the plan they have to infiltrate and take it down. Okay, there's no audio playing for the cutscenes. Why? That's really weird. There's actually just no audio for the cutscenes. But yeah, I think that the most important things about Toy Story 3 being the plot to break into Sunnyside, the character development between Woody, Buzz, and Jessie, and all that is really, really, really excellently crafted. I think overall the trilogy is still excellent. Sonic design was a lot worse, like a demon from the darkest depths of hell. Yeah, I think probably. Lightyear probably pisses me off more, but you might be right. I think Sonic might be the worst design model. What's my favorite orchestral track from the Toy Story trilogy? Oh my god, that is so hard. That is... I think I gotta go with So Long, Partner. That's the final message. That's the final song that plays at the end of the trilogy. It's timed so perfectly with like the character work and not scene. I love it so much. I really, really love that music track. But there's so many good choices. There's To Infinity and Beyond, where Woody and Buzz soar through the sky. There's Ride Like the Wind and Jessie's in Trouble at the airport scene. There's Buzz's theme. There's so many. Okay, this is weird. There's no audio for the cutscene, but there's audio for the gameplay. That's really weird. I don't know what's happening there. Also, yeah, I saw that mistype. You said Toy Story 4 was good from start to finish. You corrected it, thankfully. But don't worry, I saw that mistype. I saw that. But yeah, I think I'd have to go with So Long Partner just by default, but there's so many good choices. It'd be hard to pick.
Any chance of retreat or extraction, you'll have to destroy it.
You don't know anything about Toy Story besides out of context means, but the stream was made to be curious what. Oh, you should. Oh, absolutely. If you've never seen the Toy Story movies, you should absolutely. Oh, I hate this. Can I change the camera angle? How do I? What button is it? This that changes the. No, it's not that. Which one? Not that. That's it. Here we go. Okay, that sets it back to. Okay. You should absolutely. If you've never watched them, you absolutely should. I genuinely believe that even in spite of their flaws, the original trilogy of Toy Story movies tell such a complete, masterful story that you won't regret it. I promise. You should go check it out. They're so good. I promise you, they're even because we've mentioned some criticisms today, but they're so good it makes it worth it. I promise you. Have I had any moments in my life where I wanted to give an RPG game that I never retrieved by a shot, but I never did? Not that I can think of. I mean, I have for Fire Emblem's Three Houses, and it's just kind of still sitting on my Switch, waiting to be played. I'm probably gonna cover that as a blind LP at some point in the future, because Freefall 45 loves that game, so I kind of want to play it in the future, just see how it is. But I've never had a game I don't think where I wanted to play it and then just decided against it.
Turret complete.
I don't think I've ever had that. You've always wanted to watch them, but some people have went, there's a baby movies every time you wanted to. Oh, just don't. Yeah, ignore those people. Don't even, people will find any excuse they can to try to drag them down, but that's not, they're wrong. Like, I'm sorry, you cannot watch the I Will Go Sailing No More scene from Toy Story, the When Somebody Loved Me scene from Toy Story 2, and the the incinerator scene, and the So Long Partner scene from Toy Story 3. You cannot watch those four scenes, and tell me that it's just some silly baby movie. You can't do that. Like, that's not Toy Story. I'm really getting sick and tired of people being like, oh, they're just children's movies, why do you love them so much? I don't give a shit if they're meant for kids or not, because guess what? I was a kid when I watched them, and even as an adult, my parents were adults when the movies came out, and guess what? They watched them, and they love them. You don't have to be a kid to love these movies. They're just... I feel like there's people that are just, like, insecure. It's like, why do you like things made for... Because there's this push nowadays to get everything to be live action. Live action Aladdin, live action Little Mermaid, live action Beauty and the Beast, live action everything. It's like, are you just that insecure about watching animated movies because you think they're for children? Is that really your mindset? Because it's pathetic if that's the case. It's just dumb. Oh, no, don't worry. You have not come across this defending Toy Story 4. You haven't come that way at all. Yeah, it is healthy to analyze the things I love objectively. And honestly, I think those are things that I've always just kind of subconsciously held in the back of my head. But there have never been anything, because, like, I've known about the pail thing, I've known about the, and I've known about Woody rolling under the truck thing. The one thing I never actually spotted that you brought up to me was the Buzz flying around the, what are those things called? I think they're called Hot Wheel tracks. Him going around the Hot Wheel track. I've never noticed that before, but you're right, that his wing should have been clipped. I never saw that before. You brought that up to me. That one's new. But for the most part, I have seen the other ones before. And yeah, so, like, I don't hate you for bringing them up. You're right, it's healthy to objectively analyze things you love. Because, the fact of the matter is, I think that if we objectively analyze the movies, I think that we come up with way more positives than we would negatives. Because there's the character work and just the general plot. Like I said, the core plot structure of all those films, of, like, the mechanics of Sunnyside Daycare, the mechanics of the airport and the plan to rescue Woody, the mechanics of Sid's house and all that, I think those all hold up under scrutiny, and the character work is excellent, the world building is intact. That all holds together under scrutiny. And yeah, like I said, I actively welcome criticism of the movies because I want to test how the arguments hold up against it. So trust me, you've not come across this trying to defend Toy Story 4. You've not come across that way at all. Don't worry. But yeah, if you want to watch the first 3 movies, absolutely do it. Absolutely do it. It's worth it. And if anyone tells you they're just baby movies, don't listen to them. There's so much more than that.
Destroyed a power node. The Scarab's head is turning a little more.
You think there's a huge time jump between entering and exiting the dump? Possibly. Possibly. The only thing I have to say there is that we don't actually know definitively when the breakout begins at Sunnyside, because it could be anywhere from nighttime to, like, before sunrise in the beginning, because there's no clock there. The reason why I pointed out the time jump in the antique store is that there's a clock in there that we can definitively say what the time jump was, and we know for sure that that like we see it literally changes from one shot to the next, the lighting scheme in that pram scene, whereas with Toy Story 3 there is no definitive point at which we know when the breakout from Sunnyside begins. And with the amount of time that they're in the dump, I think it's perfectly possible for them to have arrived shortly before sunrise, and then like when they come out, the sun's rising. I think that's a more reasonable thing. I think that it could have helped to draw more attention to what time it started, but I don't think that's as big of a time. I think that can be more reasonably justified than the literally between shot changing in Toy Story 4. Have I watched the Eastern Anime? What do I think of it? I think that any time it tries to emulate the original trilogy, it fails spectacularly. But anytime it tries to tell an original story, it does so brilliantly. So, the Eastern Anime has its strengths, but by and large, if I wanted to re-experience the story of the original trilogy, I would just go play those games, and I just wouldn't ever, watch the anime. Problem is the sun isn't rising, it looks like midday. I'd have to check the sun again. But I still think that the sun could be rising as they get into the dump. And it's also worth noting that even if I give this to, like, even if I say that yes, there is a massive time jump there, the problem is that that wouldn't change anything, because whether or not the sun rises, whether they arrive as the sun's rising or as the sun's already up, nothing would change there. Whereas the reason why it's such a big deal in Toy Story 4 is because the only reason why Woody's able to escape that pram is because they show up at the antique store at the exact second. Sorry, Harmony shows up at the antique store at the exact second that Woody needs her to show up there to be able to jump out of the thing. So, like, the stakes of that scene are undone if the time runs accordingly. Whereas Toy Story 3, I still think that there's room to believe that it's not a big time jump, because we don't know exactly when the breakout begins at Sunnyside. But even if we assume that it is a time jump, nothing changes about the way the scene is constructed, whether it arrives, whether they arrive shortly before sunrise or not. So, which is an important distinction to make there. You think that the Ace Attorney anime has amazing voice work? I do definitely get stuff out of it with Season 2. Yeah, so Season 2, I think they tackle a lot more individual, like, unique original stories, and that's what I think the Ace Attorney anime excels at, is telling original stories. But anytime that it tried to just redo a story from the games, it's like, okay, but like, the games just have way more depth to them. Why would I want to watch the show again when I could just play the games? Toy Story 4 directed by Kodaka. Duh. That's interesting. Would Kodaka do a better job of directing Toy Story 4 than Josh Cooley? I think he might. I honestly think he might. I think it actually, you know what, I think it actually might. Because Kodaka is just incompetent, but Josh Cooley's malicious. Josh Cooley has the hatred for the series, but Kodaka would just screw up the plot. But he wouldn't make them he wouldn't make characters contradict themselves, I don't think. I ironically think Kodaka would do a better job of Toy Story 4 than what Josh Cooley did. I will stand by that statement. I think he would have done a better job. The only thing it would do is to give the toys less time to arrive at Andy's house. Yes, the thing is there that, so they have less time to arrive, but whether they have more time or not, they still end up getting there in the end. Like, it's kind of thing where it's like, so, if a character has two guns on the table, one has half ammo, one has full ammo. If they pick up the half ammo and they run out of ammo, then it's like, well, then you should have picked up the one with full ammo. But if they don't end up needing the extra bullets, then it doesn't really change anything. So that's kind of where the distinction lies there. Is like, if the toys couldn't make it back to Andy's house because they didn't have the time because the sun jumped up randomly, then that's a problem, because it's like, well, the sun shouldn't have jumped up. But it doesn't really change anything, because whether or not they arrive right when the sun is rising up, or whether they just waited for the sun to come up, either way, they still end up getting back in the same place, so it doesn't really change anything significant there. Also, I think someone asked earlier, wanted us to say V3 Loki Toy Story 4. I'm trying to think of what's the easiest to fix. Because if we go based purely on which is my least... V3 is the one, because like I have the least emotional investment in Danganronpa compared to the MCU and Toy Story, so I would go with that one. But based on purely which is the easiest to fix, I'd probably go with V3 anyway, because V3 I could just say different universe and it's over, whereas Loki has more work to do there, and Toy Story 4 is like a whole other thing to, tackle. You really hate how the anime cut out Rise of the Ashes, though? So the thing there is, like, I think someone actually mentioned... oh wait, no, sorry, I missed it. You don't have a problem cutting Rise from the Ashes, but you do have problems with all the Rise from the Ashes references. Either do Rise from the Ashes or don't. Yeah, so here's the thing. I think that if they did Rise from the Ashes, I don't think they could have made it work. I think it would have had to been in its own season, because they already had to cut out a significant amount of the nuance and depth from a lot of the cases. Because, like, the reason why the anime did so well at telling original stories is because then you aren't limited by the storytelling medium of a video game. Because games, movies, books, and shows all have different expectations and ways in which you tell a story, which is why trying to translate one to the other doesn't really work that well. Like, book to movie adaptations almost never work because you can take the time in a book to slow down and have a chat with the reader and be, like, explaining stuff like that. Movies can't do that, so you miss out on a lot of the nuance, and that Scorpion just got wrecked. You miss out on a lot of the nuance when you translate a book to a movie and stuff like that. And the same thing with video games. Video games, you can tell such deep stories with video games, because you have a lot more time to work with compared to the other, something like a movie or a book or a TV show. So when a show tries to tell the story of the games, and it tries to tell each story in a matter of just a couple episodes, doesn't really work out all that well when each episode's only 20 minutes, whereas when it tells its original stories, then it's not restricted by that time constraint anymore, so now it's allowed to, you know, play to the standards of television instead of trying desperately to translate a video game story to a TV story. So on that note, I don't think that if they tried to do Rise from the Ashes, I think they would have screwed it up. I think that they would have had to cut out so much. Unless they made it its own season, they would have had to cut out so much from Rise from the Ashes that it just ultimately would not have been worth doing, I don't think. I think we would have lost too much if they did that. You only want to say certain anime easier for you to follow than playing the games because of the lack of voice acting. Try to play games you couldn't because you got tired. Yeah, so that's the thing. I think that if you've never played the Ace Attorney games, it does a decent enough job of getting the core beats of the story across that you can still, like, if that's your only exposure to the series, you can be like, you can watch it and understand basically what they're about and get the base sense of it. However, I do think that if you have the means to be able to play the games, you definitely will get a much richer experience out of playing the games. Now, that being said, Rise from the Ashes is one of my favorite cases in the entire series. It's like, it's in the outstanding tier. I really do love Rise from the Ashes. It's incredible. But I am happy that they didn't do it, because I think that if they did, they would have just cut out too much. If I think Apollo Justice is bad, imagine Apollo Justice had an anime with the quality of Season 1. I think that would break me. Although, you know what? I might honestly give it a shot. If they made an anime about Apollo Justice, I think I'd be willing to give it a shot, because there's nowhere to go but up. There's nowhere to go but up with Apollo Justice. I think I'd be perfectly willing to give it a shot and see how it goes. Because, like, you can only improve from what the game has done. But, you know, I don't think it would be financially beneficial for them to ever make an anime on that, because they know that it's the most polarizing game they've ever made. If there was an anime of Apollo Justice you would watch just to laugh maniacally at that, well, I'd give it a shot. And like you just said in chat, I am down for either remake the game and improve the story, or if you want to try to tell them the story of an anime, you can fix it. Like, I think if you gave me enough time, I could probably fix Apollo Justice. Like, I think we could get together and rework the story and fix it if I got the time to do it. You wouldn't have to make that many changes. Like, it wouldn't have to be a full gut. Like, if I had to fix Toy Story 4, I just gut the whole thing and start from scratch. I don't think I could fix that with just a couple tweaks. I'd have to scratch the whole thing and start again, because it's broken from the opening minutes, and the core premise of the film was busted. But Apollo Justice had great ideas, it just didn't execute them well. So I think we can make a couple small tweaks and actually fix Apollo Justice quite significantly. So that's why I'd be down for something like a remake or an anime adaptation. I think there's room for improvement. I think there's a lot of potential to be had there. As a proud defender of Apollo Justice, you agree it has way too many flaws. It has a lot of flaws. It has, even just from a gameplay perspective, it has a lot of flaws. But the thing is, like you just mentioned, it's too risky for them to do. They know, like, Capcom knows that it would not be beneficial for them financially to do, because they know they screwed up. They are fully cognizant of the fact that it is the most polarizing game they've ever made, which is why they took significant steps to backpedal hardcore in Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, because they know that it didn't go over with a lot of people. So I don't think it'd be cool to see, but I don't think they'll ever do it. I think the most we'll get is an HD port to the Switch, and even that is a long shot, because I don't know that they'll... Because, like, I think that was part of the leak, right? Like, part of the leak that happened last year was that they saw it leaked the Greatest Attorney Chronicles, it leaked Ace Attorney 7, and it leaked a remastered trilogy of 4, 5, and 6, I think. But that being Apollo Justice, Dual Destiny, Spirit of Justice. So there's still a chance we might get them one day. I just don't think we ever will. If we do, I'll be amazed. Because I think the asterisk on the 4, 5, 6 collection depends on sales of other games. So I'm not gonna hold my breath on that one. 4, 5, 6 not as late. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure that on that chart it said it had Greatest Attorney Chronicles and Ace Attorney on the actual calendar, like, scheduled for release. I think Chronicles was scheduled for Q1 or Q2 of 2021, and Ace Attorney 7 was either scheduled for the late 2021 or early 2022. And then at the bottom of the chart, it was like underneath it all, but I'm pretty sure it said 4, 5, 6 dependent on sales of other games. I'm almost positive it said something like that. I mean, you can feel free to fact check me on that, but I'm almost positive it said something along those lines. Also, silver medal, 16 minutes. I am content with that, because that's, hey, we did it. This was the mission that did me in last time. We made it past the mission that made me quit last time. Man, no audio again? There's something wrong with the cutscenes. There's something wrong with the cutscenes. There's supposed to be audio playing, and there's just none. I don't know what's happening. But, fortunately, I imagine most people are here for just the gameplay and the commentary anyway, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's weird. I never had this glitch before. Anyway, you love a remake of 4 and 6? Yeah, I really, really want to see, even for as much as I don't like Apollo Justice, I want to see that trilogy get ported to the Switch. Because I don't want to have to play on a tiny iPad or iPhone. And I don't want to have to, because the thing with the iPad version is that it's not full screen. It's like cropped to the top of the screen, and then there's a significant chunk of the bottom of the screen that's dedicated only to the chat box, and it's not transparent. So I'd love to be able to play those games on a big screen, and just see it like 16:9 1080p instead of on a cramped screen. So I'd love to see it one day. I don't know that I ever will, though. They just need remastering. Not everyone owns a 3DS. Well, I mean, yeah. So that's the thing. It's like I think they should port them to the Switch so that more people get to experience them. Because, like, yes, you can play it on mobile, but playing it on mobile is not the optimal experience. At least, Apollo Justice's mobile port and Investigation's mobile port, those aren't that bad. I think those are actually really well optimized ports, but the Dual Destiny Spirit of Justice ports are not terrible, but they're definitely lacking, just because, if only just because of the weird cropping that it does. Like, so, I don't know if you noticed, but in my LP for those games, whenever it cuts to an anime cutscene, I would always crop the screen so that the cutscene takes up the full screen. Because if I didn't do that, you just have this weird bar on the bottom that it doesn't serve a purpose at all. So I just don't know why it's really jarring to see. So I always would crop that out during my LPs. I'd love to see them get ported to the Switch. We don't have to deal with that moving forward. You hate that Investigations 1 HD is only on mobile. You wish they put them on 3DS like they did with the Apollo HD. That'd be cool to see, but I didn't... Correct me if I'm wrong, but can't you play the Investigations cartridge on 3DS? I don't know. I've never actually tried to play a DS cartridge in 3DS. But aren't certain DDS cartridges able to work on the 3DS, and isn't that one of them? I don't know. They messed up the aspect ratio. Yeah, that's, yeah, this is, I don't understand what's happening. It's, because it's only for the cut, it's not the gameplay. The gameplay's fine, it's just that whenever the cutscenes show up, the dialogue, the audio just goes mute. That's a very weird glitch.
We'll follow up at that
Or like the look of HD. Oh, yes, like, the non-pixelated sprites and all that looks amazing.
Logistics are preventing
But sadly, I don't think we're ever gonna get that.
Out of that elephant.
Yeah, they have this weird bar in the. I don't know why. I don't know why it was done either. Because like Apollo Justice, you were able to. I assume it has to have something to do with 30 FPS. I assume it has to have something to do with the fact that it's 3D now, so they have to crop it so that it can actually handle the resolution. That's all I can think, because I can't think of any other practical reason why they would voluntarily choose to cut off that much of the bottom part of the screen dedicated just to the, like, the time of day, the battery on your stupid device for some reason, and the entire dialogue box. Like, you could just expand it to the full screen and just put the dialogue box there and have it be transparent. Investigations 1 and 2 sold god-awfully, so I doubt they'll do anything with it ever again. You say that, however, you know what else sold god-awfully from what I've heard? I've heard that the original, when Greatest Attorney 1 and 2 first came out in Japan, I heard they sold like shit. But sure enough, we still got both those games ported to the Switch and PlayStation and PC this year, so never say never, my friend, even though I just said it twice. But still, you know what I mean. Though, I'm pretty sure those games sold terribly. So I think... I wouldn't rule it out entirely. I think it's still on the table one day. Ironic considering how beloved Investigations 2 is. Yeah, like, Investigations 2 is regarded as one of the best games in the... Well, actually, I think it's regarded as the best in the franchise by a lot of people, so it's kind of unfortunate to see. Compare 3DS gameplay with iPhone gameplay, it's stretched. Yeah, it is. It's really stretched. Like, I noticed that when I was... Because, like, when I crop it and then unstretch it in editing, whenever I have to go full screen, it looks normal. But when it goes back to having the dialogue box back there, it goes back to being stretched again. This is why it's so crap. Because they didn't. Dual Destiny Spirit of Justice deserve a Switch port, and even Apollo Justice, even just the people who love the game can have the HD port. They deserve it to have it on the Switch. But sadly, I doubt we'll ever get it. You hope that they port the prequel Layton trilogy to mobile or Switch. You can only legally play the first game in the trilogy. Yeah, sadly I don't think they ever will, because I'm pretty sure Level 5 shut down recently, so I doubt we'll ever see anything out of Professor Layton again moving forward. But you know, we can always keep our hopes high. You're kind of afraid for an official Investigations 2 translation because you're used to the French translation names there. Well, the thing is, if they ever make an Investigations 2 official localization, it would kind of wreck my curtain call video, because that's like set in stone, where it definitively says Sebastian DeBest, Simon Keyes, Justine Courtney, and Raymond Shields. Like, it prominently displays those names next to their characters with the spotlights and all. So if they ever localize it, it would kind of heavily date my video and wreck it beyond belief. So, you know, it's kind of like a double-edged... It's like, I win either way. Either it gets officially localized and I get to play it on HD graphics, or it doesn't and I get to keep my curtain call video intact. Because I'd rather not have to take it down to remake that. Because YouTube editing sucks. In case you guys didn't know, YouTube's built-in editor is actual garbage. It's, like, genuinely terrible. If it's all you have to work with, then you have my condolences. But I would never recommend anyone voluntarily use YouTube's built-in video editor for, literally anything. So I'd rather not have to deal with that to try to change the names of those characters, if they ever localize it officially. Not a thing I'd want to do. But it might be a necessary... If they ever localize it, it might be a necessary evil. You can sort of see Capcom respecting the French translation and keeping the names blank. Yeah, I wouldn't count on it, because they didn't do that for Chronicles, did they? I saw some people mentioning how they much preferred the original Chronicles names to the new ones. I don't know what they were, but I have heard some people say that they much prefer the original fan-translated names compared to the Chronicles officially localized names. Of course, I'm always going to be partial to the localized names because I know what they are now, like that's how I know the characters. But,
Sergeant,
you
take
know.
a team out there and find out what's happening.
Since they didn't keep them for that, I doubt they'd keep them for Investigations 2 if they ever did it. I somehow strongly doubt that. You tried using it, and it took like half an hour to save the changes? Yeah, because YouTube's editor is actual garbage. It's, like, terrible. I mean, it's not... The thing is, it's not meant to be used in the way that people like me use it in terms of, like... Like, I could never have made my Toy Story 4 series with that thing. But I don't even think I could have made, like, a standard LP with it. I mean, I could have, but it would have taken forever, and it would have been painful to do, so... I don't recommend anyone use it. Chronicles fan translation didn't change names, it used to be the original Japanese names. The original ones are Capcom changing it so we can understand the puns. Ah, I see. So, in that case, then maybe they will. I can't say for sure.
We must be close.
Fan translation of TGA used the original. Okay, yeah, someone mentioned that already. I didn't actually know that.
Forge here. I believe teams Echo and India are.
I just know that I saw some people mentioning how they prefer the original names to the
I'm not
officially
reading any
localized
group
names.
signatures.
Not Covenant, sir. Something else. Something worse.
But yeah,
Much ugly.
if they ever do localize that game, it's gonna be really hard for me to call Raymond Shields anything other than Ray, because that's just how I just know him as that, and it's such a Chad name to give someone.
Clear out that crap around the elephant.
The problem with that would be crediting the fan translators. Yeah, I mean, that just comes down to reaching out to the fan team and giving them credit where credit is due, and that would be a whole thing. I don't know if they do it. Well, that'd just be a thing we have to wait and see. Some names remain unharmed, in the Race Trinity, thank goodness. Yeah, I've never. My only exposure to those names was from the Chronicles, so I only know them as who they are, so I don't really have anything to compare it to. Some people are actually saying stuff like, if you use localized names, I hate you, and stuff like that, being elitist over character names. Yeah, that's the thing. It comes back to what we were talking about earlier with, like, elitist fandoms, and being like, you're not a true fan if you say this, or you like this, it's whatever. It's like, I'm just calling them by the names in the games themselves. Like, it's just, yeah, whatever. It's always frustrating to see this stuff. It's like, look, I'm calling the characters by the names that they're referred to in game. If you're more partial to the originals, that's fine. Because to be honest, if I were ever to get Investigations 2 properly localized, I would have a hard time accepting any name that's not Raymond Shields or Simon Keyes or Justin Courtney or anything like that. I admit fully that it would be hard for me to accept other names because I'm just so used to referring to them as that. Also, that is a flood with a flamethrower. Okay, now he's dead. But it was a flood with a flamethrower. I'm just so used to calling them by that, it'd be hard for me to accept anything else. But you'd also never catch me telling someone that because if someone's first introduction to Investigations 2 is through the localization, the hypothetical official localization, you never hear me say, you're not a true fan if you don't call them by the original names. Like, no, you played the game, this is your introduction, and this is what brought you to the series. Great, I'm happy for you. You can prefer whatever name you prefer. Just don't be elitist about it and say, well, you're not a true fan of the series if you'd say this or whatever.
You got it.
Can we all agree the translation did an outstanding job? I don't know if you were talking about Investigations 2 or Grace Attorney, but whether you're referring to the official Capcom localization team or the fan translators of Investigations 2, yes, you're right. They both did absolutely phenomenal jobs, absolutely outstanding jobs in translating both those games, and they have... Okay, that flood form wasn't even anywhere near that guy. Okay. The absolutely outstanding job. Yeah, both translations were fantastic. I don't know which one you're referring to, whether you're referring to the fan translations or to the official Capcom localization, but they both knocked it out of the ballpark. Both, okay, yeah, because I gave Investigations 2 a standing ovation, and just my biggest compliment was to the team that poured their heart and soul into actually translating it so that I could play it for myself. Just eternally grateful to them for doing that, because that was phenomenal that they actually did that. It was incredible. They really did an amazing job. And they took the time to dub the objection voices, which, like you just said, they were amazing. I didn't even... it's not even something I really thought about. Like, obviously they don't sound professional, right? Like, they clearly sound like some guy in a bedroom or some girl in a bedroom just, like, using whatever mic they have, right? It clearly doesn't sound professional. But still, the fact they took the time to do it and took the time to try to give each character a unique voice is incredible. So, yeah, total nothing but respect to the team that labored over that game for however long it took for them to do it. He voiced Gregory. Oh yeah, apparently there's a YouTuber called ProZD who voiced Gregory Edgeworth, I think. Didn't know that, but I mean, I think someone actually did tell me that in one of the comments, but it just wasn't something that I really kept, something I really internalized. It didn't feel like, yeah, that's the thing. It didn't feel like a bunch of fans doing, because oftentimes with fan translations, or not fan translations, oftentimes with fan fiction or fan works, you can tell it's not, like, you can tell it's not the people who actually wrote the game. You can tell it's a fan creation. But if you told me, like, if I didn't know that it was a fan translation, and I just thought, like, if I just played the game with no context, I would have thought that it was Capcom who did that, because it felt so real. The writing and the dialogue was so expertly crafted, and it was all so in character with who they were as people, that I never would have ever thought that it was a fan translation. I never would have thought that. They did an outstanding job. The localization of Great City created a question: how in the world did the Von Karma family left Japan and ended up in Germany? The question could equally be asked for Phoenix, right? Because Phoenix is a descendant of Rinosuke Naruhodo, and we know that he set up his workplace in Japan. So I think Janitsu, who's the lead of localization, said that it's not impossible for them to have moved from one place to another. So I don't think that's that's interesting to think about, but I don't think it's something that would break anything. I think that's just a thing of where they went from one spot to the other. Have I heard of Jello Apocalypse? I've heard of him, but I don't know who he is.
And scary. These organisms.
Oh, did he call inside out mediocre? Yeah, well.
Our database has nothing on their
That goes to
origins,
show.
or,
He says
well, anything about them, really.
his reasons why he didn't like it were mind-boggling. Do you remember what some of his reasons were? Because I'd be interested to hear what they were.
Parasitic organisms that thrive by consuming other
In Japan, Von Commerce from America's question. Yeah, so that's the thing. It's like Von. Either way, it's a question of the family moved locations. So one way or another, it's just a matter of a family moved location, which is not unheard of. I mean, it's not impossible for that to happen.
Local units. Local units. Local units.
Rinosuke actually ended up in America. That's. You can call it a coincidence that they all ended up in the exact same place at the exact same time, but it's not an impossibility for, especially if you actually go for the belief that the Ouchi family believes that it's kind of like he just wants to try to take down Phoenix Wright and as vengeance for what his ancestors did. That I can believe. And then the Von Karma getting mixed up with Edgeworth, and yeah, there's reasons for why they would have gotten mixed up in the way that they did. You might call it. You might say it's a coincidence that they ended up where they were, though. I can see that. He said Courtney had a reason to oppose Edgeworth. Yes, she did. That was literally her job. She had every reason in the world to think that he was corrupt. Yeah. So the fact that he was even at those crime scenes, she had every reason in the world to want to oppose him as a member of the council. He called Kay Faraday generic. So that would have, okay, so even if I give that to him, which I wouldn't give that to him because I don't think it applies, but even if I give that to him, that doesn't change anything about the actual story itself, because Kay Faraday doesn't, honestly, if I were to pick one criticism of Investigations 2, it's that I wish that the members of the original Investigations game, that being Gumshoe, Francisca, and Kay, I wish they had a bigger role to play, because the story is so focused on, is so focused on the story of the original SS7 incident and, you know, the mastermind and all that they don't really get the chance to shine the way that they should in the Investigations 2, which is what my biggest problem with it is, that they don't get that chance to shine, and I wish that they did get a chance to shine. But by the same token, because their role is so minimal, I don't know that calling K Faraday generic is enough to actually dock that many points off of Investigations 2. You thought the characters were dumb. I need more. If I were in a conversation with him, I'd say, okay, that's a generic statement. That's a blanket statement. I need more than that to actually respond to that. He's hated logic chess minigames because I was too linear. It's anything but. It's anything but that. It's logic. Really? Logic. Okay. You didn't. There's so many ways that you could actually go about figuring it out for yourself and thinking of what to do. That doesn't even. Wow. Okay. That's one of those reasons why I just like to think about. Like, I just love to talk to these people and try to get a better sense of what they mean. Because, like, I think if you were actually pressed on these statements, you would walk them back pretty quickly. Well, I think that, and then I have a conversation like what happened with Toy Story 4 and Brooks, and then I think, oh no, this is just how people are, so, I don't know, maybe it wouldn't have worked. You also made diaper jokes about Kier Casalba. Okay, that's an interesting thing to, alright. Alright then. I don't think he had much respect for the game in general. It doesn't sound like it. I don't know. I mean, I've not heard much. I don't think I've ever actually seen any of his videos. But, wait, isn't he the guy who made the, so this is basically Ace Attorney video? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, hold on.
All elephants are home. Hold for new orders.
I'm getting a better idea of, yeah, something, a picture is crystallizing in my head on this. Never mind.
Spirit, any closer on that transponder location?
Yeah, he is. Okay, yeah, so, okay, never mind, I know who we're talking about now. This all makes sense. This all makes perfect sense now, never mind. Things are starting to crystallize in my head. How we do in this mission? Silver? Okay. That was, wow, that was way under part-time. 18-minute part-time, did that in 15 minutes. I'll take that. He also has a video called basically Persona 5. I haven't seen that one because I fear spoilers.
Spirit of Fire, this is Red Team. We're 100 meters
I fear spoilers for that, so I'm not going to watch anything Persona 5 related until I finish the game.
Seeing some pretty crazy stuff out here. Over.
Hold your position, Red Team. Reinforcements will come to you.
How does he say Ray is a creep? All he does is offer hugs. I think that might be what he might default back to. He's asking people to hug him. It's creepy. It's like it's a hug. It literally, it's what do you talk? I mean, I don't. This is just some people for you. I mean, you finished Halo last Friday, the first game? I imagine. Well, I imagine it's the first game. I doubt that you'd be able to get through everything in MCC that quickly. But if you did, I'd be impressed. But I'm imagining you're just saying the first game.
Supply pad complete.
Didn't know it was grief one hug friends. Yeah, sorry to all my friends who I've ever hugged. I'm sorry. I consider this my formal apology to all the people who I've hugged in my life who are my friends. You have my condolences. I shall accept my repentance for this. What a stupid thing to say. First, yeah, I figured it was the first game. So, what did you think of it? What did you think of the first Halo game? He did seem kind of creepy with Kay. I need to play the game again to get a bit of sense of it, but I was pretty sure he didn't really step much over the line of, how about a hug for Uncle Ray? Which, I mean, I think that, like, he asked and she said no, so I don't think there's anything inherently wrong. But, like, it's just a hug. I don't think he had malicious, creepy intentions. Maybe it came off that way, but I never really got that read from him. He said Emma was the character in the Spirit of Justice. Duh! Okay. Wow. Oh, okay. That's a thing to say. That is a thing. That's a new one, actually. I've heard people say she wasn't a character until Apollo Justice. Not heard that about... I've not heard anyone say she wasn't a character until Spirit of Justice. I've not heard... That's a new one. That's a brand new one. That's interesting. Okay. Huh. Even if Emma was bad at Apollo Justice, she definitely was... She was still in the character. She was the character back in Rise from the Ashes. I'm getting very sick and tired of people who say that she's just Maya but science. She's not the same as Maya at all. She's not the same as Maya. She's not... To say that she's just Maya but science is such a disingenuous read of what her character is. I don't like that at all. It's, bad. Very bad. Bad. The entire YouTube channel of Jello Apocalypse is based on making fun of games. The same for Persona 5. Yeah, that's kind of why I haven't... That's why I said, like, the picture is kind of crystallizing in my head as to what exactly,
All units.
what exactly we're dealing with here with this person. Most people have said that about Emma really did replay the games in depth. Yeah, I don't think they actually... I don't think they paid attention to Rise from the Ashes at all. There's a lot of people... There's some people who are really not a fan of Rise from the Ashes, and I've never really understood why. But I've heard the argument that Emma's just Maya with science, and that's just blatantly incorrect. She was different than Maya, she was jolly, but that doesn't make it... Yeah, I think people just immediately assume that anyone who's bubbly and optimistic is inherently the same as Maya, which isn't the case at all. Like, for one thing, Emma clearly has a much stronger head on her shoulders than Maya does.
All units.
Not to say that Maya's, like, insufferably idiotic, but I don't think it's controversial to say that comparatively Emma's has a much more present prefrontal cortex than Maya does. Mine and Emma are definitely similar, but not the same. They're similar in the sense that they are both optimistic, but in terms of their characterization, they're so radically different, it's not even close. People say they don't like Rise from the Ashes because it's so long. Okay, well, in that case, that just resorts back to, is it really just bad because it's long? Because, oh boy, we could be here all day if we want to talk about things being bad because they're long. Because people said that about my Toy Story 4 series. They said, why did you spend not 5 hours talking about a children's movie? Like, someone actually commented, I don't know if you saw the comment, but someone commented, wow, seeing so many people in these comment section being mad about this movie makes me so happy. Man, oh man, you all deserve it for letting yourselves get this worked up by a movie. Like, first off, fuck you. First and foremost, we'll start there. Like, imagine, and then someone else said that it's just pathetic to spend this long talking about a movie. It's like, okay, let's stretch that out a bit. Imagine, let's just take a play in, like, I don't know, a football game. Let's take a play in a football game that lasts for 10 seconds, alright? How long did you spend talking about that? Was it longer than 10 seconds? Uh-oh, in that case, too bad. Question. How long did you spend talking about the I am Iron Man line in Endgame? Was it 10 seconds? I don't think it was 10 seconds. I'm guessing it was a lot longer than that. How long did you spend talking about the line, we'll be together for infinity and beyond in Toy Story 2? Guessing it was longer than 5 seconds, but people don't act consistently in terms of long equals bad, so who cares? But they both have the bun thing on her hair. I didn't even notice that. I don't give a shit. I really don't give a shit. Their characters are what matter, and they're so radically different from each other. Pretty good, but not something you replay. Then again, it's the first FPS you like that isn't Metroid Prime. It's more of a first adventure game. So, I'd be willing to ask what would you say your biggest criticisms of, because I think I can guess what your criticisms might be, because there's usually two things that people resort to for criticizing the first Halo game. I am interested to see if those criticisms would match up with what you have to say. It's how they talk about all these systems. Juicy's Maya but magic, Kaya's Maya but thief, Sutter's Maya but smart. Okay, so we can go up the steps. Trucy had the least amount of unique characterization in Apollo Justice, but they fixed that in Dual Destiny Spirit of Justice, so that's not a problem anymore. Kay is not even close because she's like radically different in terms of her characterization and her role in the story. And Tusada was like 10 tiers above everyone else in terms of her dynamic and her role and her presence, and her role in the story is just so radically different. Trucy is Maya, but doll out of ass. Well, you're not wrong. Maya's really insecure. Maya's not dumb. The thing is, a lot of people seem to think she's an idiot. I've never said that, but she does have her moments of like, come on, Maya, you know better than this. But I agree, she's not. People jump on her being like irredeemably stupid. She's not irredeemably stupid. She definitely does know how to think properly. Like, she has a head on her shoulder, she just doesn't use it all that well, I don't think. Whereas with someone like Emma, like, her brain is always switched on, and Susata was like, it's like, she doesn't know what it means to turn her brain off. Poor Trucy got completely silent after Apollo Justice. She got silent in Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice to some extent, but at least in Spirit of Justice, she got her scene with Apollo in the detention center, because, like, she was the crux of the Magical Turnabout. The Magical Turnabout doesn't exist without Trucy, right? Like, that's her case. So, at least you got something in that game. But you're right, they definitely because they backpedaled so hard on Apollo Justice that they accidentally erased the things that were actually good as well. So I hope that Trucy gets, if they make Case 27, I hope that she gets more time to shine in that game. Anyway. Maya say Phoenix has asked so many times she needs more credit. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Maya's always been there for Phoenix. Phoenix has always been there for Maya. They make a good team, what can I say? Make a very good team. It's beautiful. Yeah, Magical Turnabout. That's kind of what... Magical Turnabout is absolutely underrated as hell, because it's kind of what made me actually care a lot about Apollo and Trucy and their relationship with each other. It's like, oh wow, I actually, like, care about these people now? When did that happen? I didn't know that I could care about these people, but I did. That scene when Trucy breaks down and starts crying and kind of bonds with Apollo, that's, like, incredible. Genuinely excellent writing, and it just made me realize, wow, you can do so much with these characters. How did you screw... And I think it just makes me hate Apollo Justice even more, because it's like, you had a whole game where it was just these two, and you screwed it up so hard that it made me want to never see the characters ever again. And now that I've seen what you can do with them, I'm like, why did you screw this up? You could have had something great, and said you had shit. Because everything's shit nowadays. Apparently. Poor Athena 2. Yeah, like I said this in Wednesday's stream. My biggest problem with Spirit of Justice is that Athena and Trucy got sidelined so hard, it's not even funny. The degree to which they were sidelined in Spirit of Justice is crazy. I hate it. Because I love Athena as a character, and Trucy, I really came to like Trucy a lot by the end of the trilogy, and I just hate that they got sidelined. You wouldn't say you have major criticisms, you didn't mind the vehicles, which you assume you referred to, you just liked it. So the two things I was referring to were vehicles and level design. Something that a lot of people say about the first Halo campaign is that the level design repeats in the second half of the game. So the last 3 missions, load times MCU too long. Oh god, yeah. The MCC loading times are ugh. But in terms of just the core game itself, the two things that people always say are the vehicles are really finicky, as in, like, you can literally one-tap someone with a Warthog and it just kills them immediately, which is funny, but, like, definitely a product of its time in that regard. The second thing is that the level design kind of repeats in the second half, with two betrayals being Assault on the Control in reverse, keys being words are hard, I apologize. Truth and Reconciliation in reverse, and the Maw being a Pill of Autumn in reverse. The reason I don't list that as a criticism is because they actually, like, it's not, yes, it's the same environment, but it plays completely differently from how they played previously because of the atmosphere, and now there's I'm just gonna spoil something. Now there's a different enemy involved, and now there's, you know, the story has changed, and the layout of the enemies has changed, and it just, they play differently than they did previously. Which is why I don't think that's why I don't hold level design as a big criticism. But yeah, I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad to hear that you liked the first game. Gotta go. Alright, thanks for stopping by the stream, Sava. Savita's had we had a good time having you here, and hope to see you for the next stream. Have a good day, you. If none of the apologistic cases existed, what would be my least favorite case? Big Top. Actually, would it be? I think it's so big. I was considering either that or that stupid gas case from the Grace Journey 2. I think I'd probably still go with Big Top, though. Probably still go with Big Top. Does anyone actually play with the enhanced graphics? I'm assuming you're referring to, because, like, there's classic graphics in this remaster, which you can, like, switch between them on the fly. Some people do. Some people prefer to play with remaster graphics because some people, they see less detailed polygons and they go, ew, old. But yeah, there's some people who play like that. I don't. I always play with classic graphics because I prefer to play the game that way. I prefer to have I prefer the simplistic geometry. Because I really think they screw up the atmosphere. They're in the case lower than Big Top. That's what I was thinking about. That's why I stopped to think. It was like, I was thinking about whether I hated Big Top more than Grace Journey 2. I think I would still, in the end, I might still prefer to play the gas case more, because at least I have Ryunosuke and Susato and Airlock Shomes and Dance of Deduction. But Big Top, I just hate all the characters. So I don't know. You think that it's the worst case in the series? I don't know. I wouldn't put it below Apollo Justice cases, but you're right. Like, I was kind of shocked to see how many people defended that case. But yeah, to go back to classic graphics, I just prefer the simplistic geometry and the kind of... Because they really screw with the atmosphere for some of the levels on remastered mode. Specifically, 343 Guilty Spark is trying to do a rainforest. Two Betrayals, you can't even tell that it's nighttime anymore. Things like that. Truth and Reconciliation kind of loses the nighttime atmosphere. So yeah, people do prefer to play with remastered graphics. Some people do. I don't, but... You know, everyone has their preferences. The thing is, whether you play with classic or remastered, I think you're still going to get a great experience because, you know, the gameplay is still the same. I mean, so I'll be streaming the first Halo game in a couple days. So you'll get to see, I'll show a live comparison between the classic and remastered for any of you in chat who have never played Halo and you want to see what I'm talking about for yourself. I'll show a live comparison between classic and remastered to kind of get a better sense of what I'm talking about. You really disliked Turnabout Serenade? I think everyone did. I think that's the one case in Apollo Justice that you're actually allowed to criticize. Because you're not allowed to criticize the first game, or the first case, because people think that first case is incredible. You're not allowed to criticize Turnabout Corner, and you're definitely not allowed to criticize the last case. But Turnabout Serenade, that's the one case that you have the green light to be like, alright, you're allowed to criticize this one, because everyone unanimously hates that one. But if you actually applied that one, if you applied the logic there to the rest of the case in that game, it would be equally stupid. You think that the case 4 from the first Grace Trinity game is more logically stupid than Big Top? It's close. It's really close. Because they both rely on the same kind of string of contrived luck nonsense. So I don't really know which one would win out. I think... I still hate... Because they're both just contrived luck nonsense. I don't know which one would be worse in the end. I had to replay them both back to back, honestly. You're the ones that, yeah, you're, I mean, you can like it, I don't have a problem with you liking it. I think there are, because, like, anyone can like anything for any reason they want, but, man, that case makes no goddamn sense, and the concert video, the stupid concert video, just makes you want to die. What Zero Escape game did I like the most? Virtual Last Reward, easily. Zero Time Dilemma is an embarrassment, and 999 was great, or was good, with some questions about the ending, but Virtual Last Reward was phenomenal. Kind of like both Saseki cases and Grace Attorney. Most because, for one, you were ahead of the game in understanding the case. Like I said, I can see anyone liking anything for any reason, but the one in Grace Attorney was just boiled down to the same kind of contrived luck that Big Top relied on, and the one in the second game just the stupid gas problems again and again and again. The atmosphere was the biggest problem. So many places are dark in the OG, use a flashlight and the switch to remaster. Yeah, that's the biggest problem, is that like, one of the biggest things on the library mission, a big element is that you have to use your flashlight to kind of see where you're going, and you have to, because it's a game of resource management, right? Because you have to time your flashlight management appropriately so that you don't run out of flashlight battery. But on remastered, it's just like, well, why do I even have the flashlight anymore? Because everything's so well lit. It's what you like to call the 3D Sonic Remaster Syndrome? I guess a little bit, actually, kinda. So yeah, that's kinda... That's why I don't like playing Remastered, but a lot of people do prefer it. I guess it's because, for instance, the beach level, I think the beach level looks incredible on Remastered. I think that the beach levels, the Sonic Cartographer, that level looks gorgeous on Remastered. But that's, like, the only one. And I guess maybe the snow level, Assault and Control, also looks pretty good on Remastered. But anytime they have to go for, like, a creepy, dark, haunting atmosphere, Classic easily wins by default. Watching the reactions to the concert video had me dying. Yeah, honestly, I didn't laugh while I was recording, because it was just pain. But a lot of people said that they really enjoyed watching me lose my shit over the concert video. So that's honestly my biggest priority, is so long as other people have fun watching me, that's what I care about. Is like, even if I'm having a painful time playing, people seem to really enjoy my Apollo Justice video, and that's what I care about most, is like... Because, again, with the Toy Story 4 debate, my brain wanted to explode by the end of it, but people said that they enjoyed watching us talk about it, so at the end of the day, that's what I care about most, and I'm happy you all were able to enjoy that. How many times you can make us watch a stupid video? Basically, yeah. You personally like the characters in Cloud of Kokoro, that's what it made it good for me. I can see that if you enjoy the characters, I can see that being enough to save it for you. I just got so goddamn sick of hearing people talk about their stupid gas problems. And again, the fact that the jury is... That's my biggest criticism of the Chronicles, is the fact that the jury is so stacked almost every time. I really don't like how stacked the jury is. It gets on my nerves real quick. One of my best videos. I can see how you might think that that's one of my best. Is it just because I'm just so unfiltered in that series? I don't hold back at all, which is the first time I ever really did that, because I never really had gotten that publicly mad about something in a video before, so it was kind of a first of its kind for me. And man, it just it blew me away with how stupid it was. So I was just, because I recorded all those videos months in advance. I recorded all those back in January of 2020 and released them all in like March of 2020. So I didn't know what the reaction to the videos were gonna be. But by the time they came out, it's just like people, I think the initial reaction was kind of more negative because people were used to my original trilogy Let's Play, and that I was really positive and uplifting and optimistic and praising the game. Then cut to Apollo Justice, where all of a sudden it's like, oh wow, he really hates this, doesn't he? So I don't think it was what people were expecting. But now people are more familiar with my style of critiquing things, and they're more used to me not holding back with what I believe and what I criticize. So I think that's why nowadays, if I were to redo my Apollo Justice series now, I think it would go over well than it did previously. Does anyone know when Greystone games take place historically? Yeah, I think, like you guys mentioned, I think it's like around the turn of the century. I think it takes place around the early 1900, I'm pretty sure. What would I say is the most forgettable Ace Attorney case? Most forgettable. Okay, we just about part-time here, so... I finished just about part-time and I just got a 10 ranking. Okay, fine, whatever. And still no audio for the cutscenes. Kind of annoying, okay. Most forgettable case. Maybe Turnabout, maybe the Kidnap Turnabouts? Because I'm not going to forget anything from Ace Attorney, from Apollo Justice anytime soon. My gut response was actually to maybe say Turnabout Storyteller, but that, because, like, what I remember most from that case is Black Will and Athena working together, when the actual mechanics of the mystery kind of have faded away, except for the noodle twist and like the card game. But aside from that, I don't have much memory of that. So maybe Kidnap Turnabouts, Introduce K and Lang. Oh, you're right. I'm not gonna forget that anytime soon. Yeah, honestly, I think someone mentioned the first case investigations. Maybe that actually, maybe that, because at least Turnabout Airlines had Francisca, but Turnabout Visitor was very generic and bland. You like Blandier? Oh, I enjoyed Turnabout Airlines as well. It wasn't anything spectacular, but I did enjoy the plane setting. So I don't know. The thing with Kidnap Turnabout is it's just... I guess I have to play it again to give a more definitive answer. But everything about the setup of those characters and their acting is just... ugh. I think I've gone into more detail in comments in the past as to why it hasn't worked all that well. But it's been so long since I've played it that the specifics have kind of been lost to time. This is the weirdest thing. I've never had a Switch before where all the audio's, cut from the cutscenes, but it's still here for the gameplay.
They're with Charlie, sir.
I don't know what's happening there.
That could be a problem.
Yeah. It had Emma. Oh right, it did have Emma. Unfortunately, her cameo lasted 5 seconds, so it didn't really matter. That's one thing I'm happy about Investigations 2, is they actually made it so that her cameo carried a bit more impact instead of being there for 5 seconds and then disappearing from the story. Because, like, she was there and then she was just gone immediately.
Serena, see if
which was
you can
annoying.
buy us more time. Sergeant, break
But,
the
you know.
deadline for our Pelican.
I think I might... God, Turnabout Storyteller... The specifics of that mystery have really been lost to time for me. Like, obviously I still remember the interactions between Simon and Blackwell, but the actual case itself... honestly, I think the best answer is probably when you said Turnabout Visitor. Because even stuff like Turnabout Airlines has Francisca, the Kidnap Turnabout has Emma and Kay, the Turnabout Storyteller has Athena and Blackwell. I think I'd probably go with Turnabout Visitor. It's probably going to be that one. Because most of the other stuff, like, really sticks out in your memory as something that's out of this, either great or out of this world, or in the reverse direction is in it's terrible. Like, I'm never gonna forget what ran through my head when I played the Big Top and I got to that scene, because I was genuinely just stunned. I could not figure it out. I could not, for the love of God, figure out what the hell. I thought I was just the biggest idiot on the planet. I really thought I was the biggest idiot on the planet, because I'm like, I don't understand this. I don't understand this case. What am I missing here? And then all of a sudden, like, there's the big reveal that, oh, guess what? The cloak just so happened to snag onto the bus. Yay! Kill me! I'll never forget that. I will never forget my reaction when that happened. So, like, that's not a forgettable case. That's just a terrible case where someone like turned my visitor. It didn't turn me off. I still enjoyed playing it, but I don't. None of the actual specifics of, like, Jock Sportsman or whatever, that's all been lost to me. So I'd probably say that. Halo 2 didn't give you the best impressions. Big-ass loading, cutscene, big-ass loading, camera calibration, big-ass loading, cutscene gameplay. So, one thing I'll say there, that's not the fault of Halo 2 itself, that's the MCC. Because on the original Xbox, what would happen is at the very start of the game, it would load once. It would load a single time, and then all the other loading was hidden in the cutscenes. So, like, you would watch a cutscene, and while the cutscene was happening, it would load the game in the background, and then you just jump right into gameplay. That is the biggest problem with MCC, is that there's a loading screen for everything. Fucking everything has a loading screen in MCC. It's absurd. I don't know why it didn't... Yeah, I can see if that's a big turnoff for you. But I think once you get into the gameplay itself, it'll probably, I think it'll probably warm up for you a little bit better. It rubs salt in the wound when Phoenix is explaining the cap snapping on and Circus theme is just playing. Yeah, it's like... Yeah, the circus, he was just playing in the background. It's like, what are you guys... What? Quite possibly the stupidest moment in the series. It's a contender. It really is a contender. I'd have to think some more. Like, what is the stupidest moment in the whole series? I think that probably wins. It probably wins. It's... I don't know, man. Like, that moment's really, really dumb. Because it just... That's the... Because, like, I had some problems with the Lost Turnabout. But... At least I was like, alright, nothing's like broken, it's just like, okay, that was really, really bad. But then I played Big Top and I'm just like, my jaw was just dropped on the floor. It's like, are you kidding me? Really? That's the payoff? The stupid cloak snagged onto the... What am I playing? What am I playing? I think it's more unlikely for a knight to fall out of a window and stab someone right in the back perfectly upright. Yeah, that's really bad. That's really bad. I mean, it's not exactly... It's still really unlikely for the cloak to snag onto the bus, but I think you're right. There's a bigger chain of coincidences that allows that knife to plunge into her back. That's... I don't know about that. Like, that's really weak. You went to the menu when you find you were in Chapter 3. Yeah, so that's another weird thing. For some reason, the MCC lists those cutscenes as chapters, which shouldn't, because the Mission 1 is Cairo Station. That's Mission 1. Mission 1 is on the Cairo Station. That's the first mission of the game. But they count the opening cutscene and the camera calibration as 2 missions, which just doesn't... That's not... You don't... Ugh. It does the same thing for Halo 3 and 4 and ODST. Well, okay, not ODST. It does the same for 3 and 4, where it lists the opening cinematic, like the prologue, as its own thing, which is weird. I don't know why it does that. They can list every load time as a mission. Yeah, the game's actually like 100 missions long because of the loading times. Each load time is its individual mission. You might be in the minority here too, but you couldn't sympathize with Acro. Here's the thing. I was so gobsmacked. Thanks, Alexa. You didn't... No, off. Turn off, please. Off. Great, thanks. Great, okay. I was so gobsmacked and taken aback by the freaking... What's it? By the stupid cloak bus thing. I just couldn't care anymore. Oh yeah, also let's not forget about the lion's mouth pepper bullshit. Like that was all. Dude, there's so much about Big Top that's awful that at that point I was just done. I was just so done with the case I just couldn't care about it anymore. I was like, yeah, great, Acro did it. Who cares? We'll move on to the next case. The only thing that could bring a smile to my face was seeing Edgeworth again. I'm just like, oh wow, it's not shit again. Maybe the next case will be good, and it was amazing. So, you know, I wasn't totally out of it, but I was done caring about the very big circus. I think I openly said you could all get laid off for all I care. So, like, maybe it was a bit cruel for me to say that, but I really just didn't care about the very big circus cast anymore because I was so sick and tired of dealing with them over and over again. You did like Mo though? Oh, I hated him. I can see why you might like him because he's like very quirky, zany, funny joke teller, but I was so fed up with him. Everyone in that circus is just the most annoying thing on the planet. What is my least favorite moment in anything ever? Other than Toy Story 4, okay, so I'm going to discount anything I've previously mentioned in this on my channel. So discounting V3, discounting Danganronpa 3, discounting Loki, discounting all that, because obviously, like, those are the obvious answers that you would expect me to go for, because I've mentioned them many times before. But I'm gonna say something that I've never mentioned before, because I think, you know, want to bring up a new topic. It's Halo 5 Mission 14's end cutscene. I'm not going to spoil it for those of you who have not yet played Halo 5, but if you know what happens in Halo 5, that's the scene where you realize that, oh wow, they actually did this. They actually broke that. So, yeah, not a fan of that. I hated that moment. Be serious, there are only load times between missions, at least the one I played. Yeah, that's the, yes, like, it loads between missions, but the thing is, like, it counts the opening cutscenes as missions as well. So, it just adds, like, I miss the days when I could just load the whole, like, Halo 2 loaded everything at once, and then you were just in the game. And then any other subsequent loading time was hidden by a cutscene, so it was a seamless experience. But MCC puts a loading screen between everything. And it's a really obnoxious loading screen as well. But at least the gameplay holds. Like, the thing about the MCC is it still holds up the gameplay very well. It's just that it kind of butchers the loading screens in the process. I think that's people's biggest problem with MCC right now, is the load screens. Them explaining the case in the anime was really fun.
More resources required.
You know what happens in Halo 5? Okay, well, in that case, so the scene in Halo 5 where Cortana basically, it's the scene where Chief is talking to Cortana in Mission 14. Because up until the point, like, I was holding out hope that it wasn't going to be that she was actually the villain, it was just going to be like some big misunderstanding. But no, that was a scene where she betrays her character throughout the entire series, and she just commits to martial law and genocide of the entire universe. So, thanks Halo 5. Thanks Brian Reed. Brian Reed is to Halo what Josh Cooley is to Toy Story. Thankfully, it looks like Halo that's gonna fix Halo 5, so at least there's salvation to be had there. The anime actually did a decent job with Big Top. It did better, yeah. I mean, it didn't. So it's a low bar to surpass, but I think they did make some improvements to Big Top. Anytime you hear loading time, you're ranking up, think about Sonic 06. Oh, so to be clear, MCC's load times are nowhere on par with Sonic's. Like, Sonic 06 is an entirely other realm of stupidity in terms of its freaking, load times. So, yeah, like, so Sonic 06's load times are way, way, way worse, because it loads a single line of dialogue, and then it loads again to load the main mission, and then it loads again after the main mission to load another single line of dialogue, and then it loads again to get you back into the overworld. It's the stupidest thing on the planet. Like, for as annoying as MCC's load times can be, it's nowhere near as bad as 06. Yeah, 06 is way more frequent load times. It's like every goddamn, the amount of times you have to load, especially because some of the side missions, you have to load, because, like, there's stages of some side missions, so you have to load, like, 7 times. Perhaps more for some of those things. There should be an option in MCC to uninstall the remaster graphics. Yeah, that'd be cool. If you could, like, choose, because that's, like, as I'm sure you've deduced for yourself, that's a big reason why it takes so long to load, is because it has to load the new cutscenes and the new shiny visuals every time, which is what's taking up so much of the load time. So, yeah, that'd be cool, because you can uninstall the individual campaigns in multiplayer, but you can't uninstall the graphics. Like, if you could just uninstall that graphics engine, that'd be a cool thing to do. You finished a bag of chips in the time it took for one loading screen to finish. Yep, that's Sonic 06 load screens for you. When I did even the stages at multiple load times, yeah, they do. They have there's segmentation between the certain stages in the actual main, like, act stages, and you still load between them all. I actually, when I did my Let's Play of Sonic 06, I did a timer where I timed in real life how long it took to get through, I can't check right now because I'm in the middle of the game, but it's episode 7 of my Sonic 06 Let's Play, and it's when I'm doing the town mission in Sonic Store where you have to figure out how many boxes are stacked in a tower. And because there's different stages of like the orientation of the boxes changes with each stage, so it has to load each orientation of the boxes every single time. So I timed in real life how long it took to beat that mission and compared it against the in-game timer, and the difference was drastic. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was a significant change.
Supply pad complete.
As someone who has had to deal with 3-minute loading times because of your awful computer, loading times doesn't affect you anymore. Oh yeah, that's the thing. So like at this point, I'm so used to MCC's loading times that they just don't bother me. But you'll also never hear me say that the load times are good. They just don't bother me because I'm used to them. But they're still very, very lengthy, obnoxious loading screens, especially with how frequent they are. It loads. Because, like, sometimes I've seen, like, when I saw the Living Sun do his Let's Play of the Halo games, which is really good, he did his, one of the things he pointed out was, like, it loads a cutscene and then it loads the next cutscene. Weird. So, yeah, like, that's not something that's really at the forefront of my thought process because I'm used to it. But, yeah, definitely somewhere I go, yeah, that's a problem. That's annoying. You think Garon is the worst criminal in the franchise, or crime the plot of Blood Justice indirectly happened because of her? Yeah, I mean, it's true. If it were not for her decision-making, Apollo Justice never would have happened. That is a truthful statement. Although I think that Phoenix's disbarment would have happened independent of that, because I think the disbarment happened largely independent of that. Dan Gustavia basically was the offspring for the entire series. Well, depending on how far back you want to trace this, you could trace it back to Ryunosuke's desire to be a defense lawyer. It depends on how far back you want to roll the balls in the domino effect. A channel called FTCR made a playthrough of 06 and cut out the load screens and made it part with only the load screens. It was an hour and 15 minutes long. Yeah, so, like, for my Let's Play, I cut out all the load screens, unless I was, like, talking over one to talk about something. And it made the experience significantly less. But I didn't segment all the load screens into its own video. I never thought of how long that would be, but yeah, that sounds right. An hour and 15 minutes. That sounds about right. Sounds about right for that game.
All units.
Yeah, load screens have to be pretty. Even because like I've dealt with 06s, I've dealt with MCCs, I've dealt with pretty lengthy load screens. It has to be pretty bad for me to actually think, wow, that's a long load time. For instance, Danganronpa V3 with a certain case that takes place in a virtual Animal Crossing world. It has to reload the virtual world every single goddamn time, and you just have to sit there and wait for the game to load, because it doesn't just, like, you can just load a screenshot. And one image is all you need, but no, it has to reload the entire other world, and as a result, it takes freaking forever to actually load the entire other world. It's asinine. Especially since Greatest Attorney Chronicles, which came out after I finished my, like, the day after I finished my LP, is able to load back to the crime scene and then back to the courtroom in the blink of an eye. Crazy. It's almost like optimization. You feel like they did that as a joke?
Reactor improved.
Are you referring to the load screens and like I was just talking about? You referring to the load screens I was talking about in V3? Because I don't. That doesn't sound like a joke. That does not sound like something that that they would have included as a joke. That just sounds like poor optimization. That sounds like the developers being incompetent at code optimization. I was so done with V3. I was so done with V3 after the first case. Like, after case 1, I was just over it. I was so done with it I was done after case 1. I was double done after case 3. I was triple done after case 5. And by the time I got to the final chapter, it was just like, just end me now. Yes, okay, so you think that they had the load times be deliberately longer to switch back and forth between the computer world and the courtroom as a joke? That doesn't sound right to me at all. That sounds like developers being incompetent with code optimization. Living Sun also played his Persona 5's Let's Play. Yeah, I've not watched that yet. I'm waiting to watch that until after I actually finish my my Let's Play, because I like him a lot. He's a very, very, very good Let's Player, and I want to see his Persona 5 Let's Play after I beat the game for myself. But yeah, his Let's Play was something that I actually used to help determine precisely how long I thought the My series was going to be. Just based purely on the number of hours it took him divided across how long I would make my videos, and I think that was part of my research of figuring out how long I think this game was actually going to be and whether I could actually realistically do this. And the clock's definitely running short because I've taken a break from regular videos, so whether or not I can do this is getting a little bit more uncertain. But I still think I can do it. I still think I can pull this off. The virtual world is literally one texture map and like 5 3D models. What the fuck? Yeah, basically. Like, it's actually insane. You have to be really shit at code optimization for it to take that long to load in that small little world. Also, you don't even have to do that because you could just, you know, put in a screenshot. That's it. You want to do a flashback, put in a screenshot. Done. Game over. You win. Easy mode. At least Spike Chunsoft made Zero Escape. Yes, but they also broke Zero Escape. So, you know, they made something amazing and then they shattered it to pieces with Zero Time Dilemma. So, there's not much credit I can give them there for that. Have I played the Mega Man games? I'm thinking about them. They've been recommended to me and they're on the list of games to eventually cover. What was the cause of my break? I recommend you go back to my Halo Infinite launch day stream from Monday and go... The first, like, half an hour of the stream is me talking about why I'm taking a break. But if you want a short version... Basically, I've just been pushing myself too hard, too fast to cover too much ground in too little time, and I just needed to take a break, because King of Cards was the straw that broke the camel's back. So I finally decided, you know what, I just need to take a break to myself, spend some time for myself to enjoy, and then take extra time to record and prepare in advance at, I think I might lose this gremlin. Please don't, okay, fine, I'll take another gremlin back. But yeah, so that's a summary of like the short version of why I took a break. If you want more details, you can go back to the beginning of the stream. The fucking pause screen takes like 10 to 20 seconds. The pause screen. Yeah, it takes 20 seconds to pause the goddamn game. Pausing the game takes 20 seconds because Spike Chunsoft is shit. They also made AI the Somnium Files. I've not played that, so I can't comment on it. But I have heard it's amazing. And I will take your guys' word for it until I play for myself. Let's go take a break. Please don't overwork myself. Care about your mental health. Thank you for that. I'm happy to hear that you guys are invested in them. I'm very thankful for you all to have you guys as support. Like to have an audience that really cares about not just the content, but also the person who makes the content. That really does mean a lot to see that people care about my mental health in that regard. So thank you all for sticking around and bearing with me through this little kind of brief break, but I'll be back in December 1st, don't worry, and of course I'm still here streaming, talking to you all in the meantime, so I didn't want to just leave you all high and dry. I wanted to, I wanted to kind of still offer you something in the meantime. It's just that this streams definitely don't take as much effort as videos to produce, because I can just kind of like play the game in the background while I talk to you all, so I wanted to give you something, like I wanted to provide some content in the meantime while I'm waiting, and also I think I'm gonna lose that elephant. I'm just gonna go over here. That elephant's probably dead in a second, so I'm just gonna leave it to, yeah, it's gone. Okay. It's a PS Vita game running on significantly better. Yeah, that's the embarrassing part. Is I played it on the PlayStation 5, which, by the way, the PlayStation 5 loads Ratchet & Rift Apart instantly. It's not even close. Like, it loads between planets. There are no load times in Ratchet & Rift Apart. None. Zero. There's no load times because the PS5 is a very, very hardware-capable machine. It's very, very well optimized, and that game is very, very well optimized for the hardware in question. But for some reason, because Spike Chunsoft is so goddamn incompetent, things like pausing the game and switching to, like you said, the one texture map with 5 3D models takes freaking forever on PlayStation 5. Even the other Danganronpa games had really long loading screens. It's ridiculous. I don't get it.
All clear. Evac flight. Start your run.
They're all the same. Oh yeah, so to be clear, like I'm not under the impression that it's just all some like instantaneous loading. Like obviously it does load, because like it has to load, but because like you said they're well hidden and short, you don't notice it at all. So it may as well not have them because they are so damn near instantaneous. But my point, my point still stands. The PS5 is very capable of loading very quickly, but so that at that point it's not a matter of like the hardware not being able to keep up with it. It's a matter of the freaking. Okay. It's a matter of the people who wrote the code not knowing how to optimize it for the machine in question, which is embarrassing because again it's the PS5. The creator of Zero Escape made AI the Somnium Files. I believe that's true. I think that the person who made Zero Escape also made AI the Somnium Files, which does give me hope because, well, kind of, because Zero Time Dilemma broke everything, but at least it started out good. So I'm more optimistic about that than I would have myself, so I need to get back to base quickly or else they're going to destroy it. Yeah, I'm more optimistic for it than I would have been if, for say, for instance, the Danganronpa creator was in charge of it. I would have no hope for it whatsoever. Because it's made by someone who made 2 great games and 1 shit show, I'm a bit more optimistic about it moving forward than I otherwise would have been. And it's definitely something that I've heard from a lot of people that's something I should check out. So I will give it a shot. You're afraid I'm going to overwork myself trying to complete Persona 5. You're also afraid I'm going to stop liking because I've tried to rush it. Don't worry about that. If I kept going the way I was, because basically, I was spending so much time during the day editing stuff like Free Guy and Toy Story 4. But when I was making Toy Story 4, I edited from like, let's say, roughly 8 or 9 in the morning until, at the latest, 6 or 7 o'clock at night, pushing on until 8 for some days. So, I edited a lot. I spent a lot of time working on that series, so the only time I had to record videos was after dinner, which is why it led into late night recording sessions for things like Persona 5 and King of Cards, or just Shovel Knight in general. Those were all late night record. Like, I didn't go to bed until really late at night when I was doing those series, because one time I had to record was late into the night, and it was worth it in the end, because I managed to get all the episodes out in time, and people were really looking forward to them, people seemed to really enjoy my Toy Story videos, but it definitely wasn't the best for my mental health, so, yeah, I think if I kept going the way that I did, I might have gotten sick of Persona 5 eventually, because it was kind of true, like, I kind of had to force myself to record, because I was so drained from editing all day that I just didn't really want to. Okay, can the mission end? All my troops are here, can the mission please end? Do I have to kill, okay, maybe I have to kill these guys. All my troops are here and the mission's not still over. But I just didn't really want to record because I was so drained, so I had to force myself to actually sit down and do it. So I'm glad, if I did that, if I kept doing that, I probably would have got sick of it, but because I'm taking a bit of a break, I think I'll make it to Persona 5, no problem. You see I want to complete Persona 5 with 7th, the first here's the thing you won't. People tell me that, but the more people tell me that, the more incentivized I am to actually complete the game by the end of the year. The bracelets in Danganronpa 3 were an Easter egg in the first Zero Escape game. Yeah, well, Easter egg quickly translates to ripping it from something else. Okay, there's the mission over. Yeah, Easter egg in massive quotation marks. Alright, that's basically all I was worried about in terms of missions for today. I think if I made it past a lot, I should be able to make it to the rest of the game, no problem, because the next 2 missions are cakewalks. So I think we got this on lockdown. Silver medal. Barely above part-time. Oh, we just missed out on the gold, too. We were like less than 2,000, or just over 1,000 away from gold ranking. That sucks. Alright, fine. Next mission. Oh, hey, look, the audio's back. The audio for the cutscenes are back again. I don't know what I don't know what I did differently, but now the cutscenes, the audio cutscenes, or at least for me, I think they should be there for you as well. I can totally finish this by the end of December. You know, around 2 weeks. Yeah,
this is all part of the plan, right, guys?
I know I can do it. How far am I through the game? I'm shortly after the 3rd palace.
Serena, report. What's going on here?
Best guess? We're being pulled through some sort of...
Yeah, Danganronpa has a lot of Ace Attorney Easter eggs, then. You can hear my air quotes around the words Easter eggs.
Forge, get out there and get those things off my ship.
Yeah, now you can hear the... I don't know what happened there with those cutscenes, but for some reason there just was... If you want to hear what those cutscenes sounded like, you can just check out my Let's Play, or just look at the cutscenes elsewhere. But, yeah, I don't know why the cutscene audio wasn't playing there. What is a game I didn't expect to love as much as I did? Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. I really didn't have any expectations for that, but it blew me away. It really did blow me away.
Those aliens are dropping...
Ibuki going, not even the Ace Attorney figured that out. Oh, that pissed me off hardcore. Nah-yi-yi. Then the game you're playing right now. Oh, so this game... Oh, so, I am on mission 11 out of 15. So, I'd say we probably got around maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours left of the stream, so we're coming up to the end. We're in the 3rd act now, definitely. Because the next 2 missions are cakewalk. I just have to clean all the flood off the deck here, and that's the mission over. The next mission is just repairing the core. It's easy. Mission 13 probably take me around half an hour. Mission 14 again probably half an hour, and then mission 15 probably half an hour. So assuming I do these 2 missions really quickly, I'm guessing I can do this in anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours. But yeah, not even the ace system can figure that out. That pissed me off hardcore. Because they also mentioned, like, I prefer to play games about riddle-solving professors or cute monsters or whatever. It's like, oh, don't stop referencing better games, please. I hate it when totally unrelated to certain movies I'm going to talk about shortly. I hate it when movies just do blatant references to other better movies to be like, hey audience, look at this other thing. Don't you like this other thing so much? Well, then you should like our thing too. Yay. Kadako was not present for a good chunk of the development of 2. Interesting. Interesting, especially since that's the best game of all of them. How wonderfully interesting. How wonderfully interesting.
All units.
Makoto Naegi has Zero's mask in the back of his hoodie. I didn't notice that at all, but that's more of an Easter egg. But the actual using the bracelets, that's not an Easter egg. That's just a blatant rip from Zero Escape. Like, they didn't even, especially since the actual orchestration of the freaking, or sorry, not orchestration, the organization of the different teams, where you have Makoto, Hina, and Monica in one group. You have Kyoko and other random people in another group, and then you have a team of entirely new people. It's like, you have C Team from Zero Time Dilemma, where you have Junpei, Akane, and some other random guy no one cares about. You have D Team, which is carried by one awesome character and other random people no one cares about. And you have Q Team, which is all the people that all suck. Where have I seen this before? The robot said truth in the Arcadia City. You sound like a lawyer or a detective. Interesting. Considering Persona 5 involves detectives and truth. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they ripped it from that as well. Danganronpa 1 and 2 weren't bad, it's just everything. Well, I mean, so Danganronpa 1 in isolation isn't that bad. It's fine. It's like a 7 out of 10 game. Danganronpa 2, even with its butchered, awful, terrible ending, is definitely the best game of the bunch, and it's not even close. But they're both retroactively ruined because of Danganronpa V3. So I can't enjoy those games the same way I used to anymore, because V3 broke them. I think what was the best and had the best atmosphere? Maybe for the style of the game, like maybe for the idea of wanting to feel creeped out and isolated in the school, I can see that. But I much prefer exploring the beach, because the problem with the first game is that because you're trapped in the school the whole time, there is no room for variety, because every single floor feels exactly the goddamn same. So there's no room for variety of levels. It's just, oh look, it's another floor of an administration building. It's great. Whereas with Danganronpa 2, because you're in a beach and you're on like this island where each island in Jabberwock can have its own style, its own theming, you can have a lot more unique and diverse types of environments to explore, which is why I much prefer Danganronpa 2's setting to Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc's setting. Even if its atmosphere of being creepy is technically better in the end. The old guy could have never put anyone in danger, but it did. Yeah, that's the thing. People, they want you to believe that the old guy was actually totally cool and on the side of hope the whole time, while simultaneously having him actively try to kill the other people. It's like, I'm here to help you guys. I'm here to save the day. Yeah? Then why'd you get a helicopter to try to murder Yasuhiro? Why'd you fire your stupid Buzz Lightyear laser cannon instead of from stun to kill to try to kill the Steel Samurai? Why'd you do that? Oh, I'm sorry, did you not think about your story and you hope that no one else would either? Crazy. Never seen that happen before.
It's trying to clean our hull. Take cover out there.
One had a good mystery and atmosphere, two had great characters. Oh yeah, the best characters are easily Danganronpa 2, and it's not even close.
Captain, if our air
V3 had the best graphics, but I guess it's unfair to the rest. It had the best graphics, but that's because it came the latest, so naturally... Like, Toy Story 4 has the best graphics in the series, but it's also the worst one because the story and characters are busted. So I don't really hold graphics to be of that much significance. When it comes to atmosphere and areas, that's 100% personal preference, respect preferences. Yeah, I mean, I can see someone, like, if you prefer to have an atmosphere where you feel creeped out and alone, then I can understand preferring the first game. And if you prefer having a varied array of environments to explore, then I can understand preferring the second game to the first one. So I think there's preferences to be had for both. Danganronpa can be good, but it just isn't, and that's so frustrating. Yeah, the concept of a killing game where you have to pit your friends against each other, that, like, the concept of Danganronpa is phenomenal. The problem is that it wasn't because they butchered the execution. They have great ideas, and then the first game could have been phenomenal and it just wasn't. Second game tried to capitalize on the first game's failings, and then it just flew off the rails. Because Ultra Despair Girls is just, I don't even know what the hell Ultra Despair Girls is. Danganronpa 3 destroys the entire story, and V3 nukes the world of Danganronpa. They just don't, it's such a tragic tale of what could be amazing just turn into absolute dog shit. The best Danganronpa characters in Persona 5? Yeah, basically. Anything in Danganronpa that could be good is done better elsewhere. You recommend I play Persona 4 sometime in the future? I'm not opposed to playing Persona games in the future. I just don't want to burn myself out because the games are so long. So it's on the list.
All units.
You really want to make a fan game just to show how good Danganronpa can be? Oh, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think that any fan could make a story a million times better than what they crapped out. Because they just don't seem to care. Well, no, I think they did care for the first two games. I think they cared. I think they did want to make something that was good. But as soon as Ultra Despair Girls happened, I think it became clear that the lead director was just done and just was actively trying to kill the series as quickly as possible. And it worked. He eventually, well, it worked in the sense that he eventually made it so that the entire series was nullified to infinity and beyond, but it didn't kill the series because they're still making Danganronpa S somehow, which I'm sure will be a very good game that I will love playing so much, and definitely don't want to stop recording to play Halo Infinite instead. I'm sure that I won't have a situation where I record 5 Halo Infinite videos in one day and 1 Danganronpa S video. I'm sure that's not going to be a thing that happens. The audacity of referencing the two things you were accused of ripping off, connecting them to the word truth, and then using that word to more times than Hope and Despair in the whole franchise. Yeah, it's just painful. The amount of, hey, look at this other thing that we definitely didn't come up with. Just painful. You gotta thank me for my LPs, making you realize how broken the games are, for always blind how bad. Yeah, so I don't blame people for falling for it, because, I mean, there's reasons for you to not spot those types of things. But yeah, if you really take the time to think about the logic in Danganronpa, it is just absolutely busted. It is busted beyond belief. Just like, I really don't know how it could be so good, and they just aren't. Because nothing, if you actually start to think, almost nothing in those games functions with any sense of logic or coherency. So yeah, I'm happy to hear that you were able to use my LPs to kind of open your eyes to how screwed it all was. Danganronpa S / Danganronpa the fan service edition, yeah, basically. Basically, the fact that they're putting them all in swimsuits alone, it's like, that's a selling point for the game, is look at all your favorite characters, but this time they're in swimsuit models. Don't you want to see your favorite characters, but this time in swimsuit models? Yay! It's like, okay, great. I can't wait to find out what this game has in store for me. I'm sure it'll be nothing but a fun time with happiness and wonderful things awaiting me. You're looking forward to Danganronpa S because you really enjoyed the first 2 games and its cast? Maybe. If it's literally just hang out with friends and talk to them, it could be the best game in the series. I'm not even kidding. It could literally be the best game in the series if it is just characters hanging out. It doesn't have much great competition because Danganronpa's shit, but it could be amazing. It could be the best game in the series. But I don't have any faith in it being that, because I've seen what this company can crap out and it's not good. Danganronpa fans are eating it up. Oh, Danganronpa fans will eat up anything. Danganronpa fans will literally eat up anything in the world. It's so long as it has the aesthetic and as long as it has Monokuma, then they will eat up anything. You were thrown at the moment the Monokuma. Oh, yeah. Also, let's not forget the fact that the Spike himself is going above and beyond the Call of Duty for stupidity and forcing microtransactions into the freaking. They'll eat up anything. They'll eat up anything but Ace Attorney. You are. Truer words have never been spoken. They'll eat up anything but Ace Attorney because Danganronpa fans think Danganronpa is a masterpiece and Ace Attorney is shit. When the reverse, it couldn't be anything further from the. It's so far from the truth. It's the reverse. It's like, ugh.
The hull is clean.
Yeah, I can't believe that the microtransactions, like, I never thought I'd have to, like, I always knew the stories were crap. I knew that the stories would be crap and the world building would be busted. I never thought I'd have to deal with microtransactions in a Danganronpa game. I don't get it. I'll never understand. Also, look at 11 minutes compared to the part time of the mission is 20 minutes. We did it in 11 minutes. And it silver medaled it. Pretty damn fast run, if I do say so myself. I can't. You'll never pay $10 to not see this character you like die. Yeah, so to unlock the alternate reality where Chiaki doesn't die, you have to fork over $100 for each minute of screen time. Pay up.
Hard starboard.
Hard starboard, aye.
Danganronpa microtransactions, like, really? What? Who can't? And the sad part is people are gonna spend money on it. People are gonna spend money on it. They're going to spend money on it, and it's gonna work. They're gonna get money from it because people, like we said, they'll eat up literally anything. I can't believe
Alerting the sergeant.
that was like such a massive shell shock moment when we saw that they were getting microtransactions. That is so goddamn stupid.
So, am I the only one freaked out by the fact we're inside the planet?
Spike Chunsoft could make a game that's just the character's projectile pissing everywhere, and that would call it the best game ever made.
Captain,
Yeah, basically.
damage control, or the spirit
Like,
fire is
it's
going
a
down.
meme to say that, but you're right. Danganronpa fans will just consume it all. If I didn't switch on Danganronpa estimated to be fight for, yeah, but you know they won't. Then you know that they won't do that. You know they won't. Actually, does anyone know what their? Here, while I'm playing this mission, can you guys check up for me what IGN's given the? I know that they rated V3 like a masterpiece, but what do you guys know how they rated the other Danganronpa games? Specifically, Ultra Despair Girls. What was IGN's score of Ultra Despair Girls? I'm curious if you guys can look that up. Because I'm doing this right now, but I'm curious to see what Ultra Despair Girls' IGN score was. Danganronpa fans don't care about story, they care about ships, and certain people don't like characters. Oh yeah, they love to ship characters together, they love that.
Captain,
Almost a 5K, don't
transporting
remind me.
forces onto
Do not
the-
remind me, please. Sunshine's growing closer and closer every day, and it's terrifying me, actually. It's actually kind of scary.
All units.
$10 to see a character even more sexualized. Yep. To be fair, most people think V3 is a masterpiece. Yeah, but that doesn't make IGN even any less stupid for believing that. Can someone explain to you why people like Danganronpa? It's because they think it's edgy to see people die constantly. And also because they like shipping characters together. Basically. And an extra $50 to see the characters you like make out. Basically. The fact that Danganronpa S will have microtransactions is another reason for me to not play. Yeah, that's it. It's the other thing too. Like, it's a single player game and it has this shit. Like, the current state of the industry is that for multiplayer games to have this crap, it's like, I don't like it, but it you know, you kind of expect it at this point, unfortunately. But for single player games, it's a single player game and it still has this shit. What are you thinking, Mike? It's like, are we playing Clash of Clans? Are we playing a mobile game now? What are we doing? They like it for the same reason we like it, so they just haven't touched Ace Attorney. Oh wait, so yeah, so there are, if we ignore like the people who are just like, my ship is best ship, your ship sucks, why don't you ship these people? And we just talk about the people who generally think that these games are good, then yeah, they think that this is like the pinnacle of gameplay, but it's like, no, it's really not. Please, I beg of you to give Ace Attorney a shot, and you'll see just how shit Danganronpa is. Well, I mean, you don't even need to, because even in isolation, even if we pretend Ace Attorney doesn't exist, even in isolation, Danganronpa is still awful. It just doesn't hold up under any scrutiny. It's just that because Ace Attorney exists as a comparison, and they clearly, very clearly, have drawn inspiration from it because there's so many blatant references to it, with the most obvious example being when freaking whatever Athena's real name is in Danganronpa 3, literally points across the room like Phoenix Wright, like actual Athena Sykes in Ace Attorney. It's pathetic. IGN hasn't reviewed Ultra Despair Girls? Probably because they don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. Probably because they at least have the common sense to be like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't do this. This is EA levels. Yeah, it's like, I honestly thought, it's like, okay, has EA taken over Spike Chunsoft recently? Like, when did this, how did you...
Our power core
I was actually dumbfounded when I saw that happen. That was GameSpot. Okay, well, even still, GameSpot thinks Ultra Despair Girls is a 7 out of 10. Oh boy. Am I so GameSpot thinks that Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated is a 2 out of 10. And thinks that Ultra Despair Girls is a 7 out of 10. Just end me now. That is the state of game journalism. There was a story of some people there trying to do the killing game in real life, so that's dumb and stupid and awful. But even as speaking as someone who hates Danganronpa, I would not place the blame on Danganronpa for that. Like that's not Spike Chunsoft's fault, because you'll find that in any fan base. You'll find that in any fan base. So like for instance, wasn't there a thing where it's like Slenderman, the two girls that try to kill someone over Slenderman? That's not Slenderman's fault, right? That's not their fault. That's the two kids that decided to try to kill someone. That's their fault. Slenderman, or whatever the creepypasta site that was, did it was. They can't be held responsible for people making stupid choices. Like, because that same logic is what people extend to trying to place blame on video games for violent actions. It's like, oh, it turns out this person played violent video game X, therefore violent video game X caused the violent actions. Like, you don't have any cerebral activity going up there, do you? Like, wow. Oof. Holy hell. So yeah, that's... I wouldn't place the blame on the game itself for that. Like, that's just people being stupid. And the fact of the matter is, no matter what game or movie you make, there's always going to be someone like that that tries to do something stupid like that. You can't place the blame on the story itself for that. And that's coming from someone who hates Danganronpa. So, that should speak volumes that I am defending Danganronpa for something. So, yeah, take that for what it's worth. But you're right, it does, it shows, but even then I wouldn't say, because like you say it shows what the fandom is, I wouldn't even go that far, because that's just like a section of the fandom, and like I said previously, that's any fandom can fall into that category. Any fan base can have people like that, can have people who do stuff like that. So yeah, it's like, it shows how some people in the fandom are, but I still wouldn't make a blanket assumption about like the whole fandom like that. Because someone mentioned earlier, even okay, yeah, we gold medal that. Part-time 8 minutes did in 5 minutes 40 seconds. We're doing way better today than we were last time. See, I just need a little bit of practice. Now we're cooking with gas. But someone mentioned that even Ace Attorney fans fight over ships. So it's like, it's not like it's specific to Danganronpa. It's just that, you know, someone's validity has a lot of voice, but every fandom has some level of this to some extent. The Tropical Freeze review was dog shit. They said level design was uninspired and specifically cherry-picked the least interesting parts of the level design.
Your judgment has
yeah, so I can't really comment on this because I haven't played Tropical Freeze. But what I will say is that
Just get it over with.
the idea of cherry-picking, like, picking the... Because, like, that'd be like me picking the library from Halo Combat Evolved and being like, this is all the game is. All the game is just going through these bland gray corridors over and over again. It's like, okay, you're like, how about the other 9 levels where you don't go through bland gray corridors? How about the other 9 levels? So, I can't comment on Tropical Freeze, but I can comment on the idea of just cherry-picking the worst part of a game. So, I guess it'll be like me picking Big Top from Justice for All, me like, this is all Ace Attorney is. It's just characters getting insanely lucky over and over again. Because I can do the reverse. I can do the reverse. I can show... I can only show the, I'm trying to think. I can't even pick, like, is there even a scene in Toy Story 4 that I could pick to do that with? I don't even think there is. Because there's nothing good in Toy Story 4. But you know, I could pick the best thing out of a bad story and be like, this is what the story consists of. But I have the integrity to not do that. But yeah, that's kind of what it boils down to a lot of the time. GameSpot gave it a 7 out of 10. Incredible storytelling, clever puzzles, and striking disturbing visuals. Striking disturbing visuals is a good thing. GameSpot, you... I'm not surprised. I'm not... That sounds like a meme review. Because clever puzzles. What's clever? What is clever about that stupid password puzzle? We had to look at the zodiac signs heading off the damn wall. What's clever about that? Incredible storytelling? Really? What the incredible storytelling where there's like 3 different games going all at once, all of which contradict each other and the motives don't line up with each other, or the fact you have to get above the city to avoid some kind of radio tower bullshit, or the giant Monokuma thing rampaging through the city. Like, or the best one, striking, disturbing visuals. Uh-huh. Yep. Great. Oh joy. The incredible storytelling of Tentacle's grubbing high schooler. Yes, the masterful character writing and storytelling of freaking Ultra Despair goes with the tentacle scene. How could I forget such ingenious character writing? It's so good. The lesson of today, never trust game reviewers like IGN or GameStop. Yeah, just mainstream. Okay, can you go through the teleporter, please? Please? Thank you. Just mainstream gaming journalists like IGN, GameSpot, Kotaku, just don't trust them, because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. They really just don't. I've never... There was a time many years ago, when I was super young, that I thought IGN was a credible source of game reviewers. Then I grew up and I'm like, oh, I was dumb for thinking that. They're not good at all, actually. They're very much crap. I don't know why I ever thought that. But, probably because they're just, like, the most reputable, the most well-known one. But IGN just sucks. Because they either range from being completely incompetent to doing what they did with SMT5, where they know full well. Like, I don't genuinely believe that the person who wrote that SMT5 review actually believes what they were talking about. I think what happened is that they knew full well what they were saying, and they crafted the headline in a way that they knew would be deliberately deceptive and manipulative, just so they can try to generate false outrage from the audience, because they knew it would work. They knew damn well that it would work. Remember when they gave 3D World and Bowser low score in the 3D World? They did the same shit. They did the same shit with New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe and New Super Mario Bros. U. Like, I'm sorry, New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe is just the same game as New Super Mario Bros. U, except now it has additional content. It's the same damn game with more than what it had previously. It's mathematically impossible for you to take the same. What are you still doing up here, Marines? Can you please leave? What the hell are you still doing up here? Please leave. Thank you. It's mathematically impossible to take the same damn game and just add to it, and then somehow say, oh, it's the same with more, but it's worse now. Especially since their review for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe says that it's better than Mario Kart 8. So, consistency ain't something IGN knows how to do. If you want to see a good review, better visit a small channel. Yeah, because, like, smaller YouTube channels and just YouTube channels in general who aren't mainstream corporations that are bought out, and they basically not stuff like IGN and GameSpot and Kotaku, not massive corporations with money to be made, you'll find are typically more honest. Video Game Donkey made a pretty good video talking about video game critics. I have not seen that. You only watch game reviews from fans of the series? Yeah, so I can understand that, because, like, for instance, a Call of Duty fan playing Halo Infinite, I don't really... Doctor, disrespect. What? I said nothing. Him saying something like, if this game wants to last more than 3 weeks after launch, it needs to have a battle royale, or else it will be dead on arrival. It's like, shut the fuck up. I don't... Like, I don't know if you guys saw... I'm almost positive you guys must have seen that clip of Dr. Disrespect saying that Halo Infinite will be dead on arrival if it doesn't have a freaking battle royale, which makes you want to die. Because he's a notorious Call of Duty streamer, and Ackman did a great video talking about how Call of Duty streamers just don't understand Halo, because all Call of Duty streamers know, all Call of Duty players know is run around mindlessly, and first person, and the first person to see someone is the one who wins. It's who sees who first wins. So they don't understand the nuance and strategy that's involved in a Halo game. So it's like, I don't really care what Call of Duty fans have to say about Halo whatsoever. But if Halo fans come out and they're like, this game doesn't really meet the merits of Halo, then I'm like, alright, so now I have reason to believe you now. So yeah, it's just mainstream critics are just crap. People who don't know what they're talking about are crap. Because, like, for instance, you never see me reviewing something like, I don't know, what's an example? Like, you never see me review something like Dota 2 or League of Legends, because I don't play those types of games. I'm not an MMORPG kind of guy. I don't play those massive multiplayer online games, so I'm not the right person to critique them. Like, if I played them, I would probably hate them, Or maybe I like them, who knows. But I wouldn't be the person to make a critique series on them, because I'm not knowledgeable enough on the topic for me to be able to deliver any kind of substantive criticism of the game in question. Whereas with something like Halo, I could talk about Halo forever. Halo, Ace Attorney, Toy Story, Dragons of 3D, Cuphead. There's so many games I could just talk about forever because I just know them so well. But that's why I just don't like. I kind of talk about this at the beginning of the stream where it's like spreading yourself too thin. If you are a reviewer who covers literally everything that ever comes out, you kind of can't cover it all with the same degree of like depth and nuance that you can if you just cover one or two particular topics. Because if you have to cover everything, then you're only going to cover it in like short 4-minute stints, and it's just not going to be the same as someone who focuses in hardcore on a couple of, or at least even if not one topic, just a style of game or a style of movie that they really are familiar with and knowledgeable about. That's kind of my stance on that. Who cares what Dr. Disrespect says? People, you say that, but he has a massive audience. Dr. Disrespect has a massive audience, and they suck his dick hardcore, and he has a lot of influence over those people. So if he says that Halo Infinite will be dead on arrival without a battle royale, they'll listen to him, they'll eat it up, and they'll spread that sentiment around, and it'll just keep become more and more pervasive, which is really frustrating for me to see. Because the game does not need a battle royale. The multiplayer is out now, and it's phenomenal. It needs more content, like it needs more maps, more multiplayer, more modes, more maps, and it needs to fix the progression system. But the core gameplay is phenomenal. It does not need a goddamn battle royale mode. Battle royale would not work at all in Halo. It just would not. So I'm very sick and tired of hearing Call of Duty streamers just beg for it. Because the reason why. The reason why they need to is because their audience is their business, their audience thrives off of the freaking their audiences thrive off of battle royale games. So they need another battle royale game to play and then drop play it to garner more attention, and then the instant the new battle royale game comes out, guess what? They're gonna drop that game too, because they just have to keep moving, keep fluctuating constantly to keep up with the most recent trends, and it's so frustrating to see. Every time Dr. Disrespect talks about Battle Royale, and Halo Infinite, you just picture a cash register sound effect in your head. Yeah, basically. That's basically what it is. It's that because they need it. They need it to have a Battle Royale because their audience doesn't want to watch a game that doesn't have a Battle Royale. If it doesn't have a Battle Royale, then they can't profit as much from it. It's what it is. Fundamentally, it's what it is. The bottom of the line is that's what they want it for. Because you cannot tell me with a straight face that they actually think it'd be good for Halo. You can't. You cannot tell me with a straight face that these people believe from the bottom of their hearts that Halo would be better off with a Battle Royale. Because the core gameplay of it would not work well with the system. And that sounds like Hunters need to go down immediately. But because they know that it's going to be good for their paychecks and their bottom line, if it has Battle Royale, they want it. The problem is that their claim that it'll be dead on arrival is instantly contradicted. Because the problem there is that the second that a new game comes out that also has a battle royale, they're gonna drop Halo Infinite like it's nothing to move on to the next popular battle royale game. What I'm seeing over here is battle royale. Cha-ching! The map looks good for battle royale. Cha-ching! The game will be dead without battle royale. Cha-ching! Essentially, it's just Mr. Krabs incarnate. One time, they gave Xenoblade Chronicles on Switch a lower score than the low-res 3DS port of the same game, pronounced characters' names wrong. Oh yeah, you mentioned that to me earlier this summer when I did my Dragons of 3D stream after I finished the end of my sanity. You mentioned that to me. And I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt by saying maybe they just didn't know how to pronounce it. But the fact that because then you told me that they actually announced the characters' names in the game. It's like, oh, so you just didn't pay attention then. Great. Also, you didn't fact-check this. You're a massive corporation, and you just didn't fact-check this at all. Why are COD fans just so ignorant? You don't want me to answer that question, honestly. The best faith interpretation is they're just mindless sheep. That's best faith interpretation, is they're just mindless sheep, just gobble it up, because they gobble it up, they listen to what people like Dr. Disrespect say, because they're their Lord and Savior, and they don't think for themselves, because playing Call of Duty doesn't require you to think for yourself. You just run around and shoot whatever's in front of you in first person to see who sees who first wins. So there's no thinking involved, so they don't know how to think for themselves. So they just listen to people like Dr. Disrespect, and they tell them what to feel and think at every instance. It's annoying to see. But it also just confuses me because there isn't... Call of Duty is the exact same thing every year.
Complete.
Because, like, each Halo game is radically different from each release. And obviously it has a new campaign. So, like, tells a new story each time. But Call of Duty... You'd be lying if you said that the reason why people are excited for new Call of Duty is because of the campaigns. Like, they eventually... They try to cut the campaign out of them at some point, I'm pretty sure. So... You're gonna get largely the same experience between Call of Duty games if you just pick a random one. Like, if you just throw a dart at the wall and get a random Call of Duty game, it's gonna be the same thing every time. So there's no point. It's like, at that point, then why don't I just play the same game I already own? But they don't. They just keep feeding money to Call of Duty, even though it's the same game every year. For some reason. They're in it because they play COD, and that alone makes you into good FPS games like Halo and Doom. Yeah, honestly, I should try Doom. I've heard a lot of good things about Doom. I just haven't gotten it, because they're both Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal are on Game Pass, so I think I'm going to try those out one day. Because I've heard a lot of good about them. I just haven't gotten around to playing it yet. But yeah, it's basically that. They worship the new games, which the fanboys hate. I don't know. I mean, seems like COD fanboys are just gobbling up anything that Call of Duty craps out nowadays. I don't think. I don't know if there's much of a. I'm sure there is a discrepancy, but I don't think it's anything significant because clearly there's a large number of people that still gobble the shit up every single year. It's like it's been 6 years between Halo games. It'll have been 6 years between Halo 5 and Halo Infinite. Call of Duty releases yearly. Like, I'm sorry, you are spreading your resources way too thin at that point when you are releasing these games yearly. Every single year you release a new Call of Duty game. It's like, maybe take some time to stop and re-innovate the formula and think of new ways to improve it. But you know they won't do that. You know damn well that they will never do that because it works too goddamn well. It works too well. It sells every single time. It works so well. People eat the shit up. They eat the same formula up every single year, and so long as it keeps working, they're never going to change. If it keeps working, they're never going to change it. They will never, ever change. They'll never stop to take a year off to innovate the formula or stop to think that maybe they need to change it radically because it always works every single time. And it works so goddamn well that Activision has nuked every other branch of that franchise. So Toys for Bob, everything, people are working on Spyro, Crash Bandicoot, everything. It's all Call of Duty now. It's a cancer that is pervasive in the gaming industry. They corrupt every single aspect of their industry, and it's all Call of Duty now. Not to mention the fact that the company who actually makes these games is morally reprehensible because of the bullshit they pull with actually abusing their employees. There is no defense left for Call of Duty, and I'm sick of hearing otherwise. So anyway, how's everyone's day going? Didn't expect to rant about Call of Duty today, but, you know, things just happen the way they do. So all you hate Just Dance, FIFA, Let's Zing? Haven't heard of that one. And so on. They could make an Ultimate Edition and add DLC to it every year. Yeah, imagine a world where there is one FIFA game, and each year, well, okay, maybe not one. Maybe you release a new FIFA game for each generation of consoles, right? So like let's sing. Okay, yeah, I still actually haven't heard of that, but I figured that's what you were talking about. Still haven't heard of it though. Like maybe you have one FIFA game for the 360, one for the Xbox One, one for the Series X. And then you update it, and you expand upon it, and you add new things to it, and you evolve it over time, which, by the way, that's what Halo Infinite's doing. It's one game, multiplayer is free, and I'm sure they'll have campaign DLC, but the point being, it's one game that they're going to expand and evolve over the next 10 years, as opposed to constantly crapping out the same copy and pasted thing they charge $60 for every single year, and it never changes. Imagine a world where that's the case, where they pick one game and evolve it instead of just crapping out new crap every year. I mean, honestly, I've had fun playing FIFA. Like, I'd be lying if I said otherwise. My dad and I used to have a lot of fun playing the FIFA games and the NHL games when I was a kid. Because it was just fun to kind of sit down and have fun with him. And, you know, just mess with the settings and have fun running around. Because I love playing, well, I played soccer as a kid, and I was decent at it, so I had fun playing the game as well. But like, but we never upgraded because it's like, well, why would I buy the new FIFA games when I can just play the one we already own? Like, we had FIFA 15, and that was great. I didn't need to upgrade because nothing was going to change except for the player rosters getting updated. Nothing was going to change about it. It's going to be the same game with new people and slightly better graphics. So I just didn't buy anything after that point. I still have it. I might, and honestly, every now and again, I do boot it up. I do boot up the FIFA game every now and again just to play around. Because it's, I mean, the gameplay is fine. Playing the game itself is pretty fun. But you'll never catch me buying another game from them ever again, because why do I need to? Why would I need to buy another game when I have everything that the new games will offer, minus the new rosters, which I don't care about, because I don't know who the rosters actually consist of in real life. Konami has a more shitty pachinko machine than Mario Sunshine, which is really saying something. Oh, by the way, if I actually reach 5K subs before the end of the year and I do a Sunshine stream, okay, there's 2 races over there, that's not good. If I actually do that before the end of the year, I'm not doing the pachinko level. I'm not, oh, 3 race, Jesus Christ. I did that once, I learned my mistake, and I'm not making another 4 race, really? Okay, 4 race. I'm not doing another pachinko machine. If I actually reach 5K subs for the end of the year and I do a Sunshine stream, 100% all shot, I made a promise that I would play through all the levels. I did not make a promise that I would do 100%. That might actually kill me. Leaf level. I'm more concerned about the stupid legendary Sandbird level, where you have to, there's one specific spot that you have to stand on and rotate around, like jump as it rotates around. That's what I'm more worried about, to get those stupid red coins. I really hate that game's controls. It was so unfun to do that. But I know that people want to see me play those levels again, and they want to see me finish where I started, so I'm willing to suffer through it one last time if I reach 5K before the end of the year. But I'm kind of holding a hope that I never will. I'm really, really hoping that we wait until January 1st to reach 5K subs so I don't have to do that, because I really, really would rather not. But I made a promise, and I'm going to stay true to it if I do. Oh, yeah, and don't even, if you think for even a second I'm going to go after the blue coins, you are very funny. Just no. I'm not doing that. I'm not going after the blue coins. I don't hate myself that much to go after the blue coins in Sunshine. Like, God almighty, that is just pain. The only thing you can do playing soccer is getting a ball in the face. It just stopped playing soccer after high school was just slowly torturing me. Yeah, I can see that. Soccer's not for everyone. It's definitely not fun to get knocked in the face like that.
Reserves, research.
I really, because I've taken a soccer ball to the face before. It's not fun. But I'd rather take a soccer ball to the face than I would a baseball to the face. Because a baseball, small projectile, one single area focus. It focuses on a single area of your body that it impacts, as opposed to spreading the damage out over a wider area, so it lessens the impact overall. Whereas, like, a baseball to the head, it can knock you out or kill you if the pitcher is fast enough. And a soccer ball, pain, but not unbearable, in my experience. You got a basketball head for it? Yeah, that's not fun either. I've taken that before as well. And the interest is, you know what? There's actually a story to be told there, because we thought I'd be telling a middle school story in a Halo Wars stream. Not me, that's for damn sure. So what happened is my I don't know what you guys are talking about with the leaf level, so I don't know what you're talking about there. That's why I'm more concerned about the legendary Sandbird and the pachinko machine, which I will not do. Taking a baseball. Oh God, I am so sorry. You had to take a baseball to the eye, Jesus.
Mega Barrage research.
No, I don't have the finale of Sunshine waiting to be uploaded. I have it recorded, but I don't. It's like I don't think I have the footage anymore. I really don't think I have the footage anymore at this point. I think it's just gone. Because I recorded it and it's been sitting around for so long. I just needed to get rid of it to make room for. I need to make room for storage. But I'll play through the whole game again if I get to 5K subs. Like, after 2 weeks, yeah, I can imagine. That doesn't sound fun at all. That does not sound fun at all. Black Eye for 2 weeks. I'll never play Sunshine again if I don't get a sub goal. Yeah, no, I'll never touch it again. Well, maybe not never again. But I don't think I'll do it for a long time if I don't. Because that was a very offhanded comment. But yeah, I'll stand by it. If I reach 5K subs, then I'll do it because I made a promise and I want to keep it. But I'm kind of banking on not reaching it so I don't have to play it. You'd rather get a baseball to the eye than play the leaf level again? Yikes, that sounds not fun. When something wants the boy fall on your head, Jesus, yeah. So the moral of this lesson is, like, don't go outside, right? Like, that's the moral of today's stream, is just don't go outside, because pain is waiting for you in that case. I'm gonna take that away. Still think that Mario Sunshine's voice acting is fantastic. It's so bad that it's hilarious. Yeah, I can say that. I think that's fair to say it's so bad it's hilarious. I just can't get over that Jen Taylor, who's the voice of Cortana in Halo, is also the voice of Princess Peach. That's just, wow.
Enemy engagement.
In just Chapter 5 of E3, the word truth is said 125 times. That's a conservative estimate. Yikes. But yeah, so basically the thing about the basketball to the head is basically, there was...
All units. All units.
Oh, right, so it was that...
Turret improved.
Long story short, there was a girl that one of my friends liked. That friend moved away. I was talking to Neil about how that friend used to like this girl, and because Neil can't keep his mouth shut, he ended up telling someone else about this crush that my friend had, that then got back to the girl in question, who was not very pleased with the fact that that I didn't mention this to her, so she launched a basketball on my head to show her support, to basically show her frustration at me, so that was not fun. Neil was not happy with her. He gave her a piece of his mind, but yeah. That. I will want leave to leave the game alone after playing it. But Tish. Leave level was the first time I ever rage quit a game. First time I ever rage quit a game was, I think, Indiana Jones: The Emperor's Tomb. Which, maybe that'll be the next sub-goal. Maybe after Sunshine, if we hit it, or even if we don't, maybe the next sub-goal will be if I hit a certain number after that, maybe I'll try Emperor's Tomb again. But I'd have to get Forgot 45 to play the Croc level. I'd have to get her to play the Croc level for me. I couldn't do it myself, there's no way. I'll never play that level again myself. I can't do it. I can probably play up until that point, fine, but that final scene, that final battle in the air, I can't do that. I cannot do it. Number you got was 145, but you took 20 to account for truth bullets. You could tell Indiana Jones was training for me. Well, I mean, that's the thing. I love Indiana Jones games, and literally, I'm sure the rest of the game is great, because I was kind of enjoying it for the most part. The problem isn't the game, it's just that one final scene. Because I've been told that if you get past that level, it's not crocodiles anymore, it's like other sea creatures to take the place of it. I can deal with sea creatures. I'm not afraid of the ocean. I'm not afraid of other sea creatures. It's just, I cannot it's like an intrinsic fear in my head that I can't stand crocodiles and alligators. So, if I do that again, I would have to get Forgot 45 to play that level for me. Well, assuming she could actually beat it. Because I know how to beat it. It's just fighting the game's controls in addition to dealing with the freaking, the croc itself. You want to see me and her collab again? We'd love to, and so, to add some context there, I actually have a lot of episodes of Pokemon X recorded on my computer. I just need to edit them, but I'm waiting until we finish recording it to upload them all. So I do still plan on finishing Pokemon X one day. We just need to record the rest of the episodes. I think we're gonna try to record some more over winter break, and hope that that works out. So, you know, we'll see how that goes. But I definitely would like to, record some videos with her again, because we're still in touch. We still talk very frequently. Even though we're long distance, it still works out well for us. But in terms of actually getting a chance to record, we're both so busy that we never get the chance to. Anytime we get the chance to talk, we'd rather just spend time and talk than we would just, like, you know, record something. So the hope is that we're going to be able to finish recording in December when she comes home, when we both come home from college. So we meet up again. That's going to be the hope. Unsure if we'll be able to do that, but we're going to try our damnedest to pull it off. Also, did I not put a supply bed there? I thought I did. Also, I'm not confirming this, but we might. When I play Donkey Kong Trilogy, I won't play like the villain. Oh, so if the villain's Crocodile... Oh, wait. Is the villain King K. Rool? Question, is that who the villain is, King K. Rool? Because I've seen King K. Rool before. If that doesn't... I don't really care if it's a spoiler. I think it's not... I doubt you're you're afraid of spoiling the Donkey Kong Trilogy story for me. But if it's King K. Rool, I'm not... It is? Okay, yeah, I'm not bothered by that at all. Because I've played Super Sluggers, and, like, it's obviously cartoonish, and it's like, yeah, I can look at it and be like, yeah, that's not real. That's not a real crocodile. That's a cartoon. That's not bothered by that at all. What I'm bothered by is, like, the crocodile in Emperor's Tomb looks real. Not up close, But even, well, actually, no, even up close, like, you can see the polygon count, but it's clearly a realistic design model. It is a realistic design they are clearly trying to go for, and from a distance, it looks real. It looks very, very real. And it's fucking massive. It's humongous. So, yeah, apples and oranges between Donkey Kong Country Trilogy's villain. If you're uncomfortable sharing what caused that fear for you, I think it was... I don't know. You kind of, so, there's a psychological thing, I don't know if you guys know, but basically, oftentimes you won't remember what caused the fear, but you remember the thing itself. So, for instance, the famous example I always use is if a kid got a sunburn while at the chicken exhibit or by looking at chickens somewhere, doesn't remember the sunburn, but remembers the chicken and associates the sunburn with the chicken. So I think there might be a similar thing here where I don't actually remember what caused me to have this fear, but I know I don't. I know it's like crippling. Like it's just even looking at them like life. I think it actually might be more terrifying seeing them lifeless and motionless, because it's just thinking like they could snap to life at a moment's notice. Or they're just, like, lying, waiting in fear. It's just don't like that at all. Nope, don't like that at all. Okay, yeah, not a fan of that at all. But yeah, I'm not afraid of an obviously cartoonish King K. Rool thing, because I've played Mario Super Sluggers before, and I know he's in that game. It's so obviously cartoonish. Like, because there's a crocodile in Peter Pan, and I've seen that. I'm not afraid of that. But I was in a play for Peter Pan, and the costume for the guy, I think it was a girl actually. For the girl who was in the crocodile costume, it looks real. It doesn't look like a cartoonish crocodile. It looks like a real crocodile. That freaked the shit out of me. So, yeah, I can't explain it. I wish I could, but I really, really can't.
Turret improved.
Just generally speaking, I'm just not. It's always affected me. It's never gonna change. What caused you your crocodiles? Back in middle school. Yeah, this one doesn't trace back to middle school, I'm afraid. This one is like intrinsic to my early life. But yeah, that one is not a middle school story, I'm afraid.
Turret improved.
Can't find the transcript for Final Part Chapter 6 trial, but you do have Hope 93, Despair 135. It's a meme how many freaking times they use those words in the freaking series. It's like, there's a reason why those words have been purged from my vernacular forever. Well, I guess maybe not. Like, hope is a word that is used frequently enough to the point where I can use it and kind of disassociate with it. But despair is... You can relate to my fear of crocodiles. You have megaphobia, which means you are afraid of big things. You once climbed a mountain, it was scary for you to look up than the ground far, far below. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I think that might be part of the reason why Jesse's story connected so heavily with me. It's because I know what it feels like to be so emotionally distraught by something. Something that seems so insignificant, even though crocodiles aren't insignificant because they can kill you. Something that seems like such an irrational fear, but something that can really heavily affect you. And watching her overcome that is like, God damn it, you absolute badass hero. And that's why I fucking hate what Toy Story 4 does to her. Because it just takes her development and overcoming her fear and just says, nah, she didn't do that. She's still afraid of being in the closet. Lol. So, yeah, I hate Toy Story 4. Like, Buzz, Woody, and Jesse's development and their stories all connect with me for some personal reason in my life. And watching them all get torn to shreds in Toy Story 4 is like watching everything I've ever experienced in my life just come crashing down all around me. So, yeah. That's kind of how that goes. You're definitely afraid of spiders and alarms. Oh, God, being afraid of alarms must be terrible. Jesus, you have my sympathies there. Yikes, that sounds like absolute torture. You pray for the guys that actually do a hope and despair drinking game while playing Danganronpa, but they're dead. They're not alive to tell the tale. They're actually dead. Yeah, they're anyone who tried to do a drinking game for the words hope and despair, they're dead. They're not alive anymore. There's no way you don't survive that. No one survived. No one who does a drinking game for Danganronpa with the Worst Words would have ever survived it with the amount of times it's in those scripts. But yeah, I just hate what Toy Story 4 did to Jesse. I mean, I don't even... I think if I had to pick which character's assassination pissed me off the most, I'd probably still pick Woody in the end. Because just Woody's been around since the first movie and he means probably the most to me. But Buzz, Jesse, and Woody all affected me in some way throughout my life. So, I think it's still hard to pick in the end. Dead of alcohol poisoning before the 30-minute mark. Yeah, even saying up to the 30-minute mark might be generous enough. Alarms is PTSD of school. Well, I mean, so, like, when I was in middle school, I know it's a meme for me to say, but when I was in middle school, our school had a fire alarm, like, whenever we did fire drills, and it was, like, actually awful. Like, fire alarms are never fun, but usually they're just, like, annoying. This one was actually awful. It was, like, imagine someone blowing a whistle in your ear as loud as they possibly could through a megaphone, right? Yeah, so picture someone blowing a whistle in your ear, but they're doing it through a megaphone. That is what it sounded like in our middle school. It was absolutely absurd. Fire drills are hell for you. You had a fear for a long time the fire drill would be a loudest one. Yeah, I can't even imagine. Honestly, I might have. If I guess I couldn't have had the foresight to know there was a fire drill. Actually, no, I could have. Our teachers were really bad at hiding fire drills because, like, they would always make sure that we weren't in us doing something in class that could be that wouldn't be easily interrupted. So it was always very obvious when there was going to be a fire drill. It also helped that my mom's a substitute teacher, so she kind of had a schedule of exactly when the fire drills were always going to be, but whatever. So I always kind of knew. But, like, if you didn't know when they were... I might have figured out a way to figure out exactly when they were going to be so I could avoid the alarms and get, like, asked to go to the bathroom early just to get away from the alarm as fast as possible. So yeah, like, I can't even imagine dealing with fire drills if you're afraid of alarms. That sounds awful. You said spectrophobia, fear of reflections. That sounds awful as well. Jesus Christ.
I'll get it.
You fear the weather.
Base under attack.
More of a big construction and mountain and such.
Complete.
If you're in a city, you can't just watch big buildings. You don't still know where it came from. Yeah, it's the thing. It's really hard to actually figure out where a lot of fears come from. Because, like I said previously,
Local units.
oftentimes you don't remember the fear, like what caused fear. You just remember the source of it.
Got it.
Like you may not remember getting a sunburn, but you'll remember that you were around chickens when you got it, so you'll be afraid of the chicken, but not the sunburn itself. You're lucky to not have any crippling fears. You are very lucky. I'm envious of you for that. Because I really wanted to play Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb. I really wanted to, because I love Indiana Jones. I really, really love Indiana Jones. And I really wanted to play that game. But now, unless Forgetful 5, unless, bless her heart, unless she actually agrees to do that for me, I don't think I'll ever play more of it.
Local units. Local units.
They're actually still alive. They're in the Chapter 6 trial. The most horrible purgatory.
Local units. Local units.
I'll get it.
This counts 2690 one-shot plays. Wait, is that an actual thing? Wait, has someone actually done this drinking game?
Under attack.
Oh, are we not memeing it? Is this a thing that someone's actually done?
Supply pad. Complete.
I don't. The oldest emotion of mankind is fear. Yeah, because fear is what dictated survival. Being afraid of things is what kept people alive, like, you know, back in caveman days and all that. Like, it's a meme, but when Grug says in the Croods, like, fear keeps us alive, he's right. Back then, fear is what kept them alive. You're not memeing? Seriously, someone's actually done this. Someone's actually done. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. My deepest sympathies go out to these people. There's nothing wrong with being afraid. Yeah, it's like, people, you can't control your fears. There's nothing wrong at all with being afraid.
Base under attack.
Because, like, it's kind of part of the human experience, I guess. For as irrational as some fears may seem, you can't really control it. You don't have a phobia? But you have a fear. You have a pretty big fear of scorpions, probably because there's a lot of here at home. Yeah, that's understandable. There's a lot of really dangerous things in the world, so I can understand that stuff.
Turret improved. Base under attack.
Absolutely.
Supply pad
There's a lot of because
Supply pad upgrade.
like there's things that might seem insignificant. For instance, like if I told someone, hey, I'm afraid of crocodiles, and they're like, that's stupid. When are you ever gonna see a crocodile in your life? It's like, okay, one, not the point. Like, but two, that's the thing. It might seem insignificant to someone, but it can still be very damaging to the person who actually has that fear, which is why it's why I don't really like you'll never catch me making fun of someone for having a fear. Even if someone says, like, I'm afraid of sand, it's like, okay, that sounds silly, obviously, but there could be really good reasons for why that person's afraid of it, like some emotional experience someone had. So, you know, it just doesn't, you never catch me making fun of someone for that, because it's just like, that's deep in someone's psychology for why they have those fears. In 1 hour and 40 minutes, they took 118 sips. Why? Why would someone do... This just sounds like torturing yourself at that point. People with a fear of long words must hate Miles Edgeworth. You wouldn't say your fear of the weather is a phobia, but it does affect you almost every day. I can imagine. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. Since, you know, it's a roll of the dice to see exactly what the weather's gonna actually be. Because there's a lot of dangerous stuff out. There's a lot of dangerous natural disasters that can strike at any moment. So, I can understand that being very, very permanent in your life. Afraid of Santa's asking Anakin. Ah, yes, I've made the critical error. Is he going to be in this? Because they're making an Obi-Wan Kenobi Disney Plus series, which I'm sure will be nothing but great times and happiness. I'm sure it won't be bad at all. Are they going to have Hayden Christensen in it to reprise the role of Anakin? I don't know. You hate saying it's coarse and rough and it gets everywhere. Ah, yes, the immaculate dialogue writing of the Star Wars prequels. You think it's the first almost everything? Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, so that mission can take up to an hour long. I did that in 37 minutes, and I got a gold and I got a silver medal. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. But yeah, there's probably a word for almost every fear on the planet.
Is this really going to work, Professor?
I believe this is our best hope. The overloaded FTL reactor will cause a chain reaction in the sun.
Enough to destroy all the ships here before the Covenant can get a chance to make anything from them.
Well, put simply, Captain, our reactor will cause the sun to go supernova, leaving nothing here but dust.
That's the weak part of this plan, if you ask me. We've no way home without that reactor.
One problem at a time, Serena. If the Covenant get their hands on these ships, it will mean the end of the war. We'll take our chances.
The fear of long words is called Hippopotamonstrous.
I know it's been a tough call, Captain.
Hold on.
But it's the right one.
Hippopotamonstrous equipped aliophobia. Are you seriously? Who? No, like, okay, no, I'm not memeing. Who wrote that? Who?
Coffee hot. I'll be back before you know it.
Who created a
I'll be
word
monitoring you from here, Sergeant.
for long word phobia that is the longest?
It'll be pretty obvious if he succeeds.
Who wrote this? Like that's a meme. That is a meme.
This is Victor 397. Stabilizers out. We can't.
Okay, after this cutscene, I'm gonna go run to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be popped up. We got 2 missions left to go, so we're almost at the end of the game. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll come back, and we'll do the last 2 missions, and then we will wrap up the stream for today. So, once this cutscene ends, I'll go run real quick.
I don't want to take any more chances flying that core in. We're changing this to a ground operation.
Alright, I'll be back in a second.
All units. units.
The core is a heavy son of
Alright,
a bitch.
sorry about the little wait, everyone.
To drag it up
Had to run to the bathroom real quick, but I am back. What'd I miss?
torque to pull
Oh, someone leave? Oh, I didn't get to say goodbye. Oh, sorry. Sorry if you're rewatching the stream. Sorry to, Bahadi or Cardinal. I'm sorry I didn't get to say goodbye to you. But, if you're watching this again, I'm glad you were able to tune back into the stream. Oh, are we doing... So, what's the... The last time you got scared on Halloween was when a house in the street next to yours set its roof on fire. One of the scariest things you ever experienced as 8-year-old. Actually, that kinda reminds me of something that happened to me when I was a kid. It wasn't anything like that. It wasn't anything like the roof of a house being on fire. That sounds horrifying. But we were trick-or-treating, and the, you know how people, we never did this. Whenever we did jack-o'-lanterns, we would always put, like, a fake candle in there, so that it would still have the glowy effect, but not at risk of setting anything on fire. Well, the house we were trick-or-treating at had a real candle in the jack-o'-lantern. Probably guess where this is going. And it fell. I don't know if it fell or just caught fire or whatever. But the candle inside it actually set the pumpkin on fire, and we just suddenly felt this massive warm like streak of fire to our left. So we were like inches away from it, and we felt the heat. And then everyone just ran away from the house as fast as we possibly could. So, that was a Halloween to remember. But yeah, that was a day. Would I give No Man's Sky the chance? Hello Games did an astonishing job in overhauling with the updates. You think I'd be quite surprised with the game now? Maybe. Because I do own the game. Back from when I was a fool. And I actually bought it. Because I was so excited for No Man's Sky. It's unbelievable. You have no idea how happy I was for that game. The idea, because you know me, I'm a nerd for space. I'm a nerd for outer space, and I was really looking forward to exploring an outer space environment and flying between all these unique, cool worlds and seeing how they'd all be. And then I got the game, and it was actually painful how not at all like what they advertised it actually was. So I do still own the game, and I guess I wouldn't be opposed. If I did, I'd probably stream the game. I don't think I'd make it a full Let's Play. I might stream it one day, but I would not be opposed to giving it another shot, because I don't like writing games off as a whole. Because even Danganronpa, I'm willing to give Danganronpa S a chance, even for as awful as the last few games have been. I'm going into Danganronpa S with an open mind to see how it's going to be. I am more than willing to give it a shot, and hope that it surprises me. So, yeah, I am more than willing to give it a shot. And more than willing to give No Man's Sky another chance, because like I said, I have heard that it was actually it got my vote for whatever I think it was nominated for a category of like best ongoing support or something from a developer in the Game Awards this year. That's what I voted for, because the other ones were all crap options. Which, by the way, here's a question for chat: out of all the nominations for Game of the Year this year, which one do you think deserves to win most? I'm curious to hear what you guys have to say about that. Here are the drinking game rules. 1, every time the words hope or despair appear. 1 sip every time there's a text box with only. 1 sip, 3, guess who the victim killer is. If wrong, 1 down. Yikes. So, that sounds like a quick way to get yourself kills, what that sounds like. Jesus. Metroid Dread, Metroid Dread. I've heard Metroid, wow, unanimously Metroid Dread. Yeah, so that's the game. I have not played, you didn't say you don't know. So, from memory, it's Deathloop, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Psychonauts 2, It Takes Two, was there another one, or is that all of them? I know it was Deathloop, Metroid Dread, Psychonauts 2, It Takes Two, and Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. Is that all 5, or is there a 6th one I'm not remembering? I know that Grace of the Chronicles got snubbed, but I don't know if there was another one that I'm not sure. Either way, everyone's been saying Metroid Dread. So I have not seen any gameplay outside of that one video where someone recorded it being like, comparing Nintendo $60 for, I thought it was 6 one, I just don't know what it is. Yeah, well, clearly didn't stand out all that much, because none of us remember what the 6th one is. But yeah. I've never played Metroid Dread, but I did see the clip of the guy who was like Nintendo $60 versus Sony $60. But outside of that, I've not seen any long-standing gameplay. I've not seen any significant clips of it outside of what was shown at E3. So I don't really know. You voted It Takes Two, you played none of the other games, so it wouldn't be fair to vote for the other games. Yeah, so the only ones out of that bunch I've played are It Takes Two and Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart.
I'll get it.
The God of War level designers said the design was bad and got shit on by everyone. The design of Metroid Dread, I'm assuming. Oh, is that why that video was made? Is because the guy who made the level, who designed God of War, was crapping on Metroid? Or are you talking about a different game? I'm assuming you're talking about Metroid Dread. I'm not sure though. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, that's it. Oh, you're right. Potato just said in chat, Resident Evil 8. I forgot. That was the 6th one. Resident Evil 8 was the one that got nominated. Yeah, that doesn't deserve the win either. I'm assuming you're talking about Metroid Dread though, about the God of War level designer thing. But of those bunch, I've only played It Takes Two and Metroid. Yeah, I figured you were talking about that. So I guess that's probably why that video was made then, is because the video was a comparison, I believe, between Metroid Dread and God of War, which is a garbage comparison because you compared gameplay. First off, you're trying to prove that Sony's $60 is better than Nintendo's $60, and to do that, you showed gameplay versus sitting around looking at something in the background. So great job, you failed miserably. But also, you're comparing a 2D game with a stylistic art style to a super hyper-realistic 3D action-adventure open-world game. Like, what are you doing? What is this nonsense? I don't... Ugh. That's why I hate console wars. With a fiery passion. But I have not played Metroid Dread, so I can't comment on it. I've only played It Takes Two and Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and of those two, It Takes Two deserves to win. Because It Takes Two is the most fun, creative video game I've played in a very, very long time. But I think that the one game that should win, that has not yet been nominated and won't be nominated because we all knew it wouldn't be. We all knew that even though it absolutely deserves it, it would not have been nominated. The Greatest City Chronicles deserves to win. It was never going to get nominated. We all knew that it was never going to be nominated. But it deserves to win Game of the Year. Of all the games I played this year, that's the one that deserves it the most. The only game that can possibly knock it down is Halo Infinite thus far. But the thing is, Halo Infinite will also not be qualified because Halo Infinite comes out literally the day before the Game Awards. So, kind of can't compare. So, of the games that are actually eligible for Game of the Year, I would say that Greatest City Chronicles deserves to win by a long shot. Not even close. Yeah, basically unanimous consent from everyone that Metroid Dread would be the one. I can't really comment on it, though, because I've never actually played it for myself, but I've heard that it's good, so... And there's been surprisingly, a lot of requests for me to tackle the Metroid series on the channel, excuse me, in the future. So, who knows, perhaps one day I will play Metroid Dread. God of War director got high and played Dread and got stuck in a section and blamed the game for bad design. Got high and played Dread and got... Okay, so, that's... I feel like in that situation... If that's happened, you'd think that he'd come around afterwards and be like, okay, I was not in a great mental state, so this is me apologizing for that, but no, I guess he doubled down on it and just stood by it. Okay, interesting. There's too much good writing in Greatest City Chronicles. Yeah, it absolutely deserved to win. The Greatest City Chronicles surpassed the developers' expectations with its high sales. It sold more than 500k copies. And yeah, it's gonna sell even more. It's gonna sell even more. He wasn't... Oh, well then in that case, any excuses out the window.
Forge is down.
He goes right out the window. 95% of the Metroid requests came from me. It came from you, but there are still other people who wanted to see me play the game, so you're not alone in that. You're not alone in that regard. There are other people that want to see me play the Metroid games, so they're definitely on the list of games to play in the future. Didn't even get nominated for Best Narrative or Soundtrack. Yeah, yes, I'm sure. I've seen other people recommend the Metroid games to me. At the very least, it should have gotten the soundtrack nomination, especially considering its competition. Like, Jesus Christ. That soundtrack is phenomenal. But, it's... You're gonna buy... Alright, see you later, Falcon Heavy 05. Thanks for tuning in to stream. Hopefully you enjoyed it while you were here. And hope to see you, for the next stream.
Forge is back up.
Greatest City got robbed. It got more than robbed. It got burgled. It got... Everything everything got earned. It got taken away. It deserved at least one of the nominations, and it didn't get even one of them. Such a shame. Because, like... I genuinely believe that it is worthy of the Game of the... Even with all the things I pointed out that it's worthy of criticism. The areas in which the game excels and the amount of cases that it knocks out of the ballpark and the way it all ties together, it is a masterpiece of video game storytelling. And it absolutely deserves to win. But we all knew... The thing is, we can whine about it all we want, but we all knew it was never going to get that. We all knew it was never going to get the nomination, unfortunately. He then pulled a console war fanboy and compared Dread to Shantae, which actually is bullshit level design. So that's, I've actually been considering playing Shantae. Because I've seen the art style. The art style looks appealing to me. Which I know it's not a great reason to want to get into a game, but hey, I wanted to play Cuphead because of the art design, and ended up loving the gameplay, so I've been considering trying out Shantae. Don't know much about it, though. But yeah, console wars are complete bullshit. It's nonsense. You can play on the game, you can play on the console you want to play on. And that's it. Like, again, we can compare the hardware capabilities of each console, we can make an objective analysis and like, what are the pros and cons of each one. But I will never understand the length that console war fanboys will go to bat for their favorite piece of plastic and then to actively decry other people. Because, like, I said, I was talking about Apex Legends with a friend and I was criticizing it, and then someone was like, oh, well, but when they ran out of criticism, when they ran out of defense for the game, they said, oh, yeah, well, you played the Xbox version, so, it's like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? The Xbox version is the exact same as all the other versions. But console fanboys are just absurd. They're absolutely absurd. Because again, obviously I have preferences. Obviously I prefer to play on the Switch and Xbox than I do on the PlayStation. Mainly because the PlayStation 5 sucks for recording games on. It's actually a terrible nightmare to play games, to record games on for YouTube, because it just hates capture cards. But you're never going to hear me being like, oh, you play on PS5? Pfft, loser, lame-o. But, you know, that some people just are insecure and they need to feel good about themselves. They have to feel justified in spending money on their favorite piece of plastic. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything about. You can have preferences for each game. You can have preferences for each game. Or, sorry, you can have preferences for what the console, because each console is something to go for. Xbox has Game Pass, PlayStation has exclusives like Rift Apart, Switch has the portability. And it has exclusives like the Mario games. Each console has something going for it. But the length that people go to bat for their favorite pieces of plastic, just, I'll never empathize with it. Even when I was in middle school, and like, you know, you're a stupid little kid, even then I was not hardcore set on console fanboyism. It's just absurd. How did Cyberpunk retrieve 2 nominations? I have no goddamn idea. Like, there's a reason I posted on Twitter the picture of, I wanted to post a video of Woody laughing at Buzz. In response to Cyberpunk being nominated twice, because it's like, literally, how did that happen? How in the world did this game get nominated for anything other than biggest waste of everyone's time? Biggest dumpster fire, perhaps? Why? How does it? I don't. Cyberpunk is just. Shantae's fun. Shantae's great, but 5 is absolute shit. Well, maybe I'll do a Shantae arc one day. Who knows? I have a lot of arcs to do on the channel. A lot of arcs covering a lot of game series to do on the channel, but maybe I'll add Shantae to the list for one day. How did Deathloop receive so many nominations? I don't know. I don't know anything about it, but I know that it didn't get talked about for more than, like you said, it came out and people stopped talking about it a day later. Yeah, I don't know anything about it, but that's because no one talked about the game. I don't know. I forgot it existed, and then it got nominated. I'm like, really? This game existed? Kind of forgot about that. Console wars are people who feel the need to argue all day. Yeah, it's so they can feel better about their purchases. Like, how about can we live in the world where everyone just plays on the console they want to play on? Like, we can talk about the pros and cons of each console, but the length that console fanboys go to drives me up a wall. Would I ever consider playing the Yakuza games? I think I might. I don't know if I will, actually. Those don't seem like my kind of game. You know, never say never and all that, even though I just said it twice, but probably not my kind of game. Grey's Journey wasn't even nominated for Best Narrative? Nope. It wasn't. It should have been, but it wasn't. Definitely prefer the Switch and PS4, but don't like Xbox, so not going to judge anyone for playing Xbox. Yeah, you never... I am much more partial to Xbox and Switch, but you'll never... Because I like games from all 3 consoles. Obviously, I love Halo, so there's that. But I also love Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and I also love the Mario games from the Switch, just a lot of Nintendo console exclusives. So, I like games from all 3. And I can understand anyone liking or not liking games from all 3 and preferring one console to the other for any number of reasons. But console fanboyism is what it is. Smash Ultimate deserves nomination for Best Ongoing Game. Yeah, I can see that, but it didn't get it. I don't know what the nominations. I just voted recently, but I remember looking at the nominations. I'm pretty sure Call of Duty was one of them, and I'm like, really? Call of Duty got nominated for Best Ongoing Game. Just to think it did. I'm not sure, actually. I'll check at some point, but I think you guys can check, actually. You can check to see what the nominations were for Best Ongoing Game. But they were absurd. Because none of them... I think I remember having to actually struggle to pick what I think deserved the most. I don't know. It was Rob. It did. Oh, it did. Yeah, I was pretty sure it did. I think. I'm trying to remember the other ones. Oh, I know now. Fortnite. Fortnite was one of. Oh, that's yeah. Fortnite was nominated for Best Ongoing. Apex Legends was. Call of Duty Warzone was. Genshin Impact was. It was Apex Legends, Fortnite, Genshin Impact, Call of Duty Warzone, and I think Final Fantasy. Yeah, Call of Duty Warzone was nominated for Best Ongoing. As was Genshin Impact, Fortnite, Final Fantasy, and Apex Legends. Those are the ones. And Smash Ultimate, as someone who doesn't even play Smash, I know Smash Ultimate deserved it way more than any of those, especially Call of Duty. Jesus Christ.
All units.
Remember the days the games were different on every system? Remember mostly for the Harry Potter video games, PS versions, PC versions, GBC versions, they're all completely different. Oh yeah, even just, for instance, the Toy Story 3 video game, I know it's Toy Story again, but still, it's a good example. The Toy Story 3 video game had very different versions for the home console version, the DS version, and the PSP version. They were very different. The DS and PSP might have the most similarities, but they still had some noteworthy differences between the two. And then the home console version was a completely different thing. Each version was its own thing. It's not like nowadays where they're all versions of basically the same, minus the controls. They used to be like radically different from one another. Deathloop was nominated for Game of the Year, Best Game Direction, Narrative, Art Direction, Score, Music, Audio Design, Permanent Action. It's not, yeah, I don't know how. Granted, I've never played it, but I've also not seen anyone ever talk about it after it was released. So I don't know, like, I don't understand how it got nominated for any of those.
Local units.
Sonic Colors is a different version. Oh, you're right, yeah, Sonic Colors and Sonic Generations has two different versions as well. Sonic Generations on 3DS was different from the home console version as well. 8 nominations. 8 nominations for a game that I haven't ever heard spoken of more than once after the day it came out. And like this person said in chat, you've never even heard of Deathloop before. I don't even know what Deathloop is. I honestly don't even know what Deathloop is. Lost World. Wait, Lost World was a 3D version? I didn't. Actually, I thought Lost World was a Wii U exclusive. That's on me. I thought Lost World was a Wii U exclusive. I knew that Sonic Boom had a 3DS version that was different. But I didn't know that Lost World had one. Learn something new every day. You haven't either? Yeah, no one has. You've either never heard of this game, or you heard of it the day it came out, and then never again after that point. I don't even know what the hell this game even is. But, like, no one talks about it. And yet, somehow, it's been nominated for, as you just pointed out in chat, 8 nominations. Oh, right, and Sonic Unleashed. Sonic Unleashed's Wii version was a neutered version of everything. The Wii version of Sonic Unleashed, it basically just cut the overworld, and it just was like a point-and-click menu select screen. It was weird. Summerline is different on each system. Xbox have Battletoads Power PS version. Well, okay, so that's a bit different, because each version has its like own version exclusive thing. But I'm talking about like radical differences, because like the Toy Story 3 video game, the campaign is completely different. The story mode is radically different between both the home console and the handheld versions. It's like it's night and day between those. That's Deathloop is, you think it's an FPS with remote mechanics? Maybe. I don't. I don't know. I have no clue what this is about. I'll just take your word for it at that point. I have no goddamn idea what this game is supposed to be about. But apparently it was worthy of nomination for 8 nominations. 8 categories. Is it a shooter? I think it is a shooter. I just don't know anything else about it. I know nothing else beyond that. I couldn't even begin to tell you. BS if we consider that for a long-time Battletoads single Nintendo game. Yeah, but then you know, ownership changes, so it makes more sense for it to be there now. Smell a paid nomination here. What? at Jeff Keighley's Game Awards? A paid nomination? Never! That would never be the case. What are you talking about? Everyone that's ever nominated absolutely earns it, and there's absolutely no manipulation behind the scenes of this stuff whatsoever. After all, The Last of Us 2 completely deserved its win as Game of the Year last year. Right, guys? Right, guys? It totally deserved Game of the Year last year. It definitely didn't solidify my belief that the Game Awards are complete and utter bullshit.
You got it. You got it.
I'm not. Yeah, what are you talking about? The Greatest Attorney didn't get nominated for narrative or music, but Deathloop did. It deserved at least one of those. Greatest Attorney's music is orchestral epicness. It deserved at the very least, it deserved music nomination. But nope, because Ace Attorney's a niche thing. We know damn well it's never gonna get the mainstream attention that it deserves. Because people only know the memes. For the most part, people only know, you know, like the death slam, the objection sound effect. They only know the things that are the most memeable. But very few people have taken the time in the wider gaming landscape have taken the time to actually sit down and play, which is why it's never going to get the mainstream attention it deserves. Even though it absolutely deserved the win, at least the nomination, if not the win, more than any other game released this year thus far. Game Awards, Movie Awards, you know, things just yeah. So when Toy Story 4 won Best Animated Movie, I'm just like, all right, so this is just bullshit. It's the Pixar movie wins, and that's it. Game over. Pixar wins every year. Pixar was nominated. Both their films were nominated last year for Best Animated Feature, both Onward and Soul. It's like, can't wait for Lightyear to get the nomination and the win next time. I sure can't wait. It's gonna be great. 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 You only watch Game Awards for announcements? Oh, yeah, so just to be clear, I do plan on co-streaming, or maybe not, well, maybe not officially co-streaming, because I don't, unless Jeff Keighley reaches out to me, I don't know if I'll be able to co-stream it again. But if I get the chance to, I plan on, at the very least, covering it in December, because I want to see what gets announced. But, you know, I'm not interested in who wins Game of the Year, because I know that odds are whoever wins won't deserve it.
Enemy engagement.
It was bullshit since Brave won it to the Wreck-It Ralph. Yeah, that's bullshit. That is great up bullshit. Because Wreck-It Ralph is so much better than Brave, and it's not even close. Brave did not deserve that at all. It just didn't. But, like you just said, the Animated Movie Award is literally just, we didn't watch any of these, so let's just give it to the Pixar Award. It's literally that. It's literally that. Because Wreck-It Ralph is a way better movie than Brave. But because Brave is the Pixar movie, it's like, well, we gotta give it to the Pixar. Pixar is Pixar. And Pixar does Pixar things, so Pixar deserves the award. Because they're Pixar. Maybe Lightyear will be good, right? Maybe. I mean, honestly, maybe. There's a chance. I don't think it... Oh, I might have screwed myself. Okay, I need to commit suicide on one of these Wolverines really quickly. I just screwed myself because the max population is 40, and I can't make another unit, but I need to make another unit to win the mission. I think I need to commit suicide on this Wolverine and just send it into the Lion's Den till it gets destroyed so I can craft the element. Anyway. The only exception was Spider-Verse. Yo, right, I think that's the one time in a long-ass time where Pixar hasn't won. But I think that's like just because they probably knew that they could get away with it, because the response to the movie was so overwhelmingly positive that there wouldn't have been the massive pushback that they would have gotten otherwise. Unpopular opinion: Pixar is a mediocre film studio. Well, they didn't used to be. They didn't used to be. Back when Pixar was first around, like when they first started making movies. Toy Story, Bug's Life, Toy Story 2, Monsters, Inc., Finding Nemo, The Incredibles, they were on top of the goddamn world. I've heard Ratatouille and Wall-E are incredible as well. They really, really knocked it out of the ballpark. Like, Pixar used to be phenomenal. They used to be game changers. They revolutionized the industry with Toy Story, and they did it again and again and again. But it's just not the same anymore. It's just not the same anymore. But the thing is, Toy Story 4 isn't even just like something that's mediocre. It's something that destroyed everything. I'd rather it be that Pixar's just a mediocre studio than I would it be that they destroyed Toy Story, which is what made them who they are in the first place. You You watched the Game Awards live last year. You don't know if you do it again. It begins 1 a.m. Your time zone ends at 4 a.m. Yeah, it's not good for your sleep schedule. Definitely not good for your sleep schedule. Because I've done that before. I did that for... I didn't do it for Toy Story 4. I actually managed to get myself in bed in time. So I actually didn't lose that much sleep for Toy Story 4. But for Danganronpa 3, I pulled several all-nighters. There were several days in a row where I just edited... All I did all day long was edit, non-stop. From the moment I woke up to the moment I went to sleep. And I didn't even go... So, I remember one day... it was... I just edited... I think it was episode 3... But I edited non-stop. I edited from the start of the Future arc to the end of the Spare arc all in one sitting. And it took almost 24 hours, and it nearly killed me. And I just had to go through the rest of the day with no sleep, so that was not fun to do multiple times in a row. But if you can't catch the stream live, then I'll still... Okay, it's dead now, I can make an elephant. It'll still be... The stream will still be up afterwards for you to be able to watch the archive next month. Definitely a game... Oh, Fire Emblem Three Houses is the game you'd recommend after checking out all the millions of games I have to play. Well, actually, Fire Emblem Three Houses is on the list of games for me to play, because Forget Gal 45 has recommended that game to me. She played it a lot, and she loved it, so I'm curious to check it out and see how it is. So that'll definitely be on the list of games to play in the future. After I'm done streaming, I need to watch Ratatouille and Wall-E. Maybe I finally will. Maybe I'll finally sit down and actually watch those movies. I don't know. You can watch it's just not the same. Well, at that point, that's just a trade-off you have to choose. Either you can either catch it live and make a cut to your stream schedule, or your sleeping schedule, or you can do what's best for your health and then just watch it afterwards. So at that point, it's up to you. I would always recommend prioritizing, as someone who has done several all-nighters for getting out Danganronpa 3. It's not worth it. I would always recommend you prioritize your health above all else. But at the end, ultimately, it's a choice you have to make for yourself. Literally today, maybe for my next stream, I'll be able to talk about Ratatouille and Wall-E. Who knows? But the first thing I'm gonna do after I finish the stream is I'm gonna eat, because I am getting hungry. I'm trying to speed through this mission right now. We're almost. I just gotta get this elephant to the top of the hill, and that's this mission done. And I only have one more to go, and then that's the game over. So, Deathlatch got 9. Wait, did it seriously get 9? Did it really? 9 nominations. 9 nominations! For a game? You got nominated for best performance twice. Really? You smell a paid nomination? Yeah. Sure does seem... Like, I'm not even memeing anymore. I've heard of this game, obviously. But I've never heard anyone actually talk about it for longer than, like, a minute. I'm about to go on a Deathloop if it got another nomination. Next stream, we'll play Deathloop. I don't think I will. Watch from Game of the Year, watch. If it wins Game of the Year, I swear. I mean, I won't even be surprised anymore. I really won't. Because after The Last of Us 2 won 2020 Game of the Year, nothing surprises me anymore. Because Last of Us 2 just didn't deserve the win. It just did not. But it got it for reasons, so... everything's just so crap nowadays. But I don't know what I'm more stunned by. The fact that Deathloop was nominated for as many things as it was, or the fact that Cyberpunk was nominated for literally anything. Like, did we all just collectively forget the state that game launched in? Did we forget that? I feel like we forgot that. Because it launched as a disaster. It is now the go-to example of if your game needs a delay, then you better delay it. Because Halo Infinite got a delay, it needed it, and it got it, and now it's amazing. Cyberpunk needed a delay, it didn't get it, and it launched like shit all across the board. No Metroid Dread to win, but it's 2D, so it probably will not. It probably won't, you're right. I mean, I can't comment on it. My vote wouldn't be for Metroid Dread because I've never played it, so it wouldn't be fair for me to give the vote to it. I would vote for It Takes Two, because I do believe that it's generally the most fun and creative video game that I've seen in a long time. Neil and I had so much fun playing through it. I've also never played Metroid Dread, so I can't really comment on it, but you're right, the fact that it's 2D is probably not gonna win. It's probably too retro for nowadays. Cyberpunk should just be nominated for most glitches. Yeah, make a new category for Cyberpunk and call it most glitches. Most botched launch.
Engineers are on their way to rig the core.
Cyberpunk's really just a meme at this point, essentially. Cyberpunk itself is a meme. It's just one massive meme. Alright, I'm guessing that's a bronze, not a tin. Okay, I'll take a bronze. Wow, just under the max time limit. We 29 minutes, 58 seconds, and a 30-minute time cap for part-time. And we almost made silver, too. Not too bad. Alright. Final mission. Here we go. Final mission, everyone. We're almost done with the game.
Gentlemen, we're burning sunshine here.
Been talking for a long time. The game itself is also sexist, what I've heard anyway. I don't know anything about Cyberpunk's story or anything, so I can't really comment on that. All I've seen are the glitches and how terrible they are. So I can't actually comment on, like, the story or anything like that. 12 minutes got nominated for Indie. I did, yeah. Saw that.
He's mine.
Yeah, I've only seen the worst from Cyberpunk. I've heard some people say that the core gameplay is good, but you have to, like, fight your way through a sea of garbage glitches to actually get to the gameplay, so at that point it's like, well, why don't I just go play a good game that doesn't have those glitches? Kind of like I mentioned earlier, I don't blame the QA team for it. I think the QA team probably knew about all those glitches. They were just told by the higher ups that we don't need to fix them because the game will still sell anyway. And they were right, it sold, but it didn't work for them because people have standards for this crap. They don't want to play a game that's broken and actively fighting against them on every opportunity.
There will be no female to save you this time.
So the fact that it was nominated for literally anything is absolutely mind-boggling to me.
As you wish. My face will be the last thing your pathetic eyes ever see.
Some games will eat up garbage, but Cyberpunk goes over even their line. Yeah, so like there's some things that people will eat. Like they'll just, like for instance, Danganronpa, they just gobble it up. But if the game is actually fundamentally broken from a technical perspective, people don't let that slide for the most part.
Son, I have a feeling before this is over, we'll need every last Spartan in the fight. I can do this. Report back to the ship.
Good luck, sir. It's been an honor.
Like, I got very lucky with my Sonic Heroes Ultimate playthrough. Madden Cyberpunk wins Game of the Year. Well, fortunately I wasn't nominated for that at the very least, so we're safe on that note, but it would be hysterical if it did. But, like, I was very lucky with my Sonic Heroes Ultimate playthrough, and that I didn't get any glitches, or at least not anything that was actually game-ruining. But I've seen them. I've seen the glitches. I know they're there, and I know that they're really bad, especially on the Switch version. So, if Forza doesn't win Forza Racing, you'll be mad. Yeah, Forza, there's nothing else in contention. Absolutely nothing. Nothing else can possibly win. Like, Forza Horizon 5 is phenomenal. I've played it, and it is absolutely phenomenal. It's genuinely incredible, and I even think it deserves to win the best accessibility, because someone mentioned the accessibility award, which is, yeah, it's very much a good, it's very much a good thing that that's an award, because it encourages games to be more accessible for more people, so I'm happy to see that that is an award, and I think that Forza 5 deserves it, because I've seen the accessibility settings in that game, and they went above and beyond to try to make it as accessible for as many people as possible. I think that Forza 5 deserves that category easily. And then in terms of just strict racing games, like, what else even is there? What was nominated? I think, so, okay. Its competition is F1 21, Hot Wheels Unleashed, Riders Republic, and I think FIFA 22. Because the category is sports and racing, if FIFA 22 wins, I'm uninstalling myself from the world. I can't even... It's... Like, nothing in this category even comes close to Forza Horizon 5. Nothing other than... It deserves to win, and it's not even close. And if FIFA wins, not that my faith in the Game Awards wasn't already nuked to oblivion, but it'll just wreck it even more. Hot Wheels might win. It damn well better not. It damn well better not win, that's for damn sure. Better not win.
Got it.
Yeah, Sonic Colors Ultimate is a game where I got lucky with experiencing no glitches, but people did not let that slide because there were a lot of glitches throughout, especially the Switch version, so... Yeah, people have a line of quality that needs to not be crossed when it comes to technical stuff like that. FIFA might win. Do you know how bad that would look optically if in a category that's almost entirely dominated with racing games, FIFA won? Like, that will not go over well with anybody. There's no way. There's no way. Could you imagine the backlash? Because at least with something like Last of Us 2, like, it's a terrible game, but it has its sycophants. It has its Toy Story 4 level sycophants that will defend it to no end because they don't understand how anything works. But are there any FIFA sycophants out there? At least in a majority. I don't think there's a large group of people that are vocal about defending the FIFA games. Like, I'm sure there's the average consumer that's just like that just buys the game and plays it casually. But in terms of people that will be actively vocal about defending it, are there really anybody who's actively vocal in defending it? And even those people didn't experience glitches, but experienced a lot of, yeah, I saw you pointing out a lot of that in the comments. Fortunately, I didn't notice any of that while I was actually playing, because I was just so focused on the gameplay itself. But yeah, while I was editing, I did notice a lot of that, and you pointed even more in the comments. But yeah, I was still lucky, because I didn't notice anything that would actually detriment, I guess except for Asteroid Coaster, when I jumped, and it just didn't, like, I jumped, and it didn't carry my momentum forward to let me stay in the stupid roller coaster car. Outside of that, I was lucky that nothing I experienced was actually enough to detrimentally, like, negatively affect my experience in a detrimental way. But I know a lot of people did experience stuff like that because I've seen the clips, I've seen the gameplay from people who experience major game-breaking issues. Like, for instance, the seizure-inducing color madness that happened on the Switch version. Which a certain other YouTuber decided to go out of the way to play the Switch version because they wanted to experience as many glitches as possible and possibly give sieges to their viewers because they are really, really great at never mind. Anyway, yeah, that's I'm hoping FIFA doesn't win.
Firebase ready. Supply pad upgraded.
What you was that? The Game Grumps wanted to get the Switch version because they saw they didn't want to play it, and then they saw the Switch version had a lot of glitches, and they're like, ooh, content, so they got it, and then they, well, you know. That's that. What's funny is that those YouTubers didn't even experience a lot of glitches. Yeah, they bought the they bought the game expecting to get glitches. Honestly, I'm glad. I think I actually said in my, because I talked about this in one of my Mario Kart 8 videos, I think I've said I hope that they never experience any glitches, which sounds like a good thing, right? Like, it sounds like you're being like, hey, I hope you have a good time playing the game. Hope you don't have any glitches. Hope you have a good time playing. No, I mean it in only the most negative connotation possible, because these people buy the game expecting to see all the glitches in the world. They want to see the glitches. They want to see the color epileptic nightmare, and they want to get that for their YouTube content. So when I say I hope you never experience any glitches, that's like that's a thing they don't want, because they want to see them all. They want to get that content. So I'm actively saying, please don't. Please never experience any, so that you waste your money on it. Switch gives with that glitch a new meaning to Sonic Colors. You really do, yeah. It truly is the ultimate edition of Sonic Colors. It truly is.
Turret complete.
'Cause man, oh man, is that something else. I'm not gonna show it on stream after this because I don't want to give people seizures. But wow,
Complete.
they want to recapture the magic of their 06 LP so badly. Yeah, basically. They know people reacted positively to that, so like, how can we do this again? Well, let's find things with glitches to make fun of, and then they keep failing. Because they did that with Battle for Bikini Bottom, and that pissed me off. Like, they were in the tutorial. They literally were in the tutorial level, and they said, why do people want us to play this? This is not interesting. It's like, yeah, because you haven't got to the game yet, you idiots. You still only got to the tutorial level.
Turret complete.
You know, for an era of time we're in, where we want to be as accessible, as inclusive to disabled people as possible, shouldn't we be past seizure-inducing stuff? So, yeah, from the perspective of the developers, I don't think they knew. Yeah, like, so, I think that person was referring to the Game Grumps choosing to go out of their way to hopefully find a glitch that might give sieges to their viewers. But the developers themselves, I don't think they were aware of that. I really don't think they were aware of that. But Game Grumps definitely were. The Race Attorney LP made you want to die. I refuse to watch that. I absolutely refuse to watch that. I think my brain would actually explode. Because I've seen enough of their content. Something they need to catch. Oh yeah, it's something they need to catch, absolutely. But if they weren't aware of it, then you can't really fault them for not doing anything about it. You can say they should be more aware, I guess. But at the same time, you can't really... Like, sometimes you just don't notice these things when you're playtesting. Although what might be the case is that the QA team might have caught it, and then the higher-ups just said, well, we don't care, because we're going to ship it out. We got to ship it anyway, and we'll get our money. It's dick jokes and other dumb shit. Oh, great. Middle school humor. I definitely don't... That's my favorite kind of humor. Because the Game Grumps never evolved past middle school in terms of their maturity. They're still stuck all the way back there. Yeah, I've seen enough of their content to make me know that I don't ever want to touch that stuff with a 10-foot pole. Not even nose exhale level funny. You're not upset at them, just need to use it as a learning experience with future elves. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I wouldn't hold any ill will against them. Whatsoever. But it's definitely, it's just a thing. It's like, yeah, how did this not get... I think, honestly, I think the QA team probably did catch it, and then the higher-ups just told them, well, we'll make our money anyway, so who cares? That's probably what they thought. They just ignored Rise from the Ashes in their LP. I mean, yeah, I can't even... That sounds about right. It might be a thing where they just decided they didn't want to do it because they weren't... Did they like the game or not? Because if they didn't like the game, I can understand why they wouldn't want to play Rise from the Ashes. But if they liked it, then I don't really have an explanation. They pull the map, Pat. Yeah, well, at least you never laughed at Game Grumps once, and you are one immature person. That's impressive. Even for someone who typically engages in that style of sort of middle school style humor, even for that person, it's not even enough to entertain. Didn't they have a lot of memes or the game? But did they actually like the, do you know if they came away thinking the game was good or if they came away thinking it was bad? Because that would inform the decision. Because if they liked it, then you know you can imagine that they would want to play through it. But if they didn't like it, then you can imagine that it makes sense for them to not want to keep going, I guess. Yeah, I don't think very highly of the Game Grumps. But you know, what can you do? How many subscribers do they even have anymore? 5.3 million, Jesus Christ. They have 5.33 million subscribers. Jesus. Oh, and their most recent videos are on Danganronpa 2. Kill me now. Jesus Christ. Of course they are. Why am I not surprised? Doesn't surprise me in the slightest. A lot of people on the channel knocking people. I don't know. I've not dug enough research into the actual people behind them to actually learn more about them. So for a while, aren't you tired? I'm gonna run out of steam here pretty soon. But this is the very end of the game, so like this is the last mission. So I'm doing all right. I've gone longer than this before. I think my longest stream is like, I think my longest stream is upwards of like 9 hours. The longest stream I've ever done, I think, is 9 hours long. And that was when Neil and I played Halo 5, so we're at about a little over 5 hours right now. Close to 6 hours. I'm doing alright. I'm doing just alright. Thanks for asking, though. I'm holding alright, though. Their fan base made an Ace Attorney fan game? Oh, God almighty. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know what that looks like. I just don't. It'd be awesome if more games were playable with blind, visual impaired people. Yeah, I think that we're actually heading towards that, because it looks like the industry is slowly pushing towards being more accessible for as many people as possible, so I think we might actually be heading towards that point, so it's a good thing moving forward. Might use it as a basis on how to not make them, because you're legit making a fan game. Oh, that's cool. I hope that goes well for you. But yeah, whatever that fan game is that the Game Grumps fan base has made, probably take that and then do the opposite of that. Get mentally drained if you play a game for more than 4 hours. Oh yeah, I can see that. You know, a lot of people have their limits for how long they can play games for, but I guess I just have experience with playing games for long periods of time and commentating in the process. I think if I did it by my, like, if I didn't have a chat to keep me entertained, I might have stopped playing by now, because I love the Halo games, but I don't usually do them all in one sitting. But I enjoy playing the Halo games, and I enjoy talking with people live in chat, so combine those two things together, and I can keep myself going for quite a while. But if I was just here, like, if the chat was just dead, and it was just me playing the game, I might have given up by now, and I probably would have come back a different day. But since we're all here together, talking as a community, I'm doing alright. Thanks for asking, though.
Enemy engagement. Reinforcements research. Turret
If you want a funny 06 LP, check out the one from FTCR. Really funny. They actually finished the game. Oh yeah, right. They didn't even finish Sonic 06, did they? They stopped after they died at the final silver boss fight. They didn't actually finish the game. I forgot about that. I mean, to be fair, I haven't finished my Sunshine LP either. So, you know, if you're not interested in a game and you don't want to finish it, I don't highly blame them for that. But that's like, compared to other things Game Grumps have done, it's like, it's a small point, a small token of congratulations to give out. Pixel Partners are also really underrated if you want to watch the Stony LPs. I've heard about them. I've heard that they are very much an entertaining bunch to watch. So I might check them out.
base under attack.
Might check them out one day. Actually, it's a Wii game made for blind people. Unfortunately, it was only released in the Netherlands, so almost nobody played it. The name was Discoverer and the Mystery of the Diamond Scarab. That's cool to see. I'm happy to hear that's a thing. I was trying to start work, so mental is important. Oh, don't worry, I'm doing alright. This isn't like a, trust me, 6 hours of streaming Halo Wars is not the same as 6 hours of editing Toy Story 4. Those are two different things. This is me playing a game that I love to play, talking with a community that I love to talk with. Now, obviously, it's draining on your throat after a while, but 6 hours is nothing. I've gone longer than this, and my throat has been, my throat survived, so I'm doing alright. And honestly, this isn't that much longer than my Greatest Attorney stream from back in September, so I am holding in just fine. Thank you once again though. Thank you for your concern. I'm doing all right though. Lucian is also really good. She's a Let's Player. Her videos have a good, comfy vibe. I think that I've seen some of those videos be recommended to me. I guess I just haven't really looked at other people's. I haven't really watched any Ace Attorney Let's Plays. I guess I just, because it's so ingrained in what I do on the channel, I just haven't really checked them out for the most part. Start playing 999. That's cool. I hate it when channels with big followings finish the first Ace Attorney and then go straight to playing 3D Rampa games. Is that a thing people do? Is that, I mean, I'm assuming because you brought it up, but I've never. Granted, I don't really, like I said, I don't really follow channels who do that, or who play those types of games for the most part. I guess just because that's the kind of content that I make, and covering, you know, games like Ace Attorney and Zero Escape and Press Related and Danganronpa and things like that, that I just kind of, I don't really seek out channels that also do that, because it's just so far away from what I actually do. But that's an interesting thing to do. That is very interesting, to play Ace Attorney and then completely leave. Sorry, alright, now you don't plan on having a bad sleep, so forget, you bid us farewell. Alright, thank you for tuning in, Baggin Slayer. If you want to tune into the rest of the stream, the archive will be up immediately afterwards, so you can catch the final. I guess I'll be here for another, like, 20 minutes, maybe. Because I have to do this mission under 20 minutes. I think we'll be done here pretty soon, so yeah. Have a good night, thanks for tuning in, and I will see you for whatever you decide to watch next. See you later, Baggin Slayer. They mostly do it because their fans will spam play DR, and they do it because it's popular. So interestingly, I never actually got that. I only ever got people that, thankfully, I only ever got people, what's the WAD, how may I call it? I think you can just call it the archive, I guess. It'll be up here, so you can check in afterwards. See you later, Back Game Slayer. But yeah, when I made my first Ace Attorney LP, first of all, back then I didn't really have an audience. I don't know how... I don't know why the algorithm decided to push my Ace Attorney series to other people but none of my other series. But I'm thankful that it did because it got me to where I am today. But whatever it was about my series that people loved, or that YouTube decided was worthy of being pushed out to people, it, the people, when I slowly started to gain an audience, the people who found me, wanted me to play the rest of the Ace Attorney games. They didn't really push me on to Danganronpa. They just said, play Apollo Justice, play Investigation, like, play the rest of the Ace Attorney series. Which I originally wasn't going to do, because when I first planned out that trilogy Let's Play, I planned on it just stopping it after Trials and Tribulations, and then moving on to something else. But then I found, I found an audience that wants to see more, so I decided, you know what? I finally have an audience, which I've never had before. I should do this so people can keep watching. So, that's cool. I'm thankfully they didn't push me to Danganronpa, because that would have been terrible. You've met Ace Attorney fans who knew who I was. That's really cool to see, actually. That's actually really awesome to hear that you've met people who've seen my videos, or at least know who I am. That's kind of crazy to think about, actually. I never thought I'd get to the point where someone could meet someone else and, like, have knowledge of who I am. That's crazy to see. Whenever I search Ace Attorney, mine's one of the first. Yeah, that's I don't know why. I don't know why. Because at first I just thought, oh, maybe it's just because of my sorry, maybe it's because of my search history. It's like it's skewing it towards me. But I opened an incognito tab and I'm like, oh no, people are actually searching this and it's getting traction. Why? I don't know why. I'll never understand why, but something about it. It's who doesn't know Trevor Magic? Right, like how could one possibly not know the legendary name that is Trevor Magic, obviously. But yeah, seriously, that's probably the most humbling thing I've ever heard in my channel thus far, is that someone actually met other people, and they're like, hey, yeah, I know that Magic guy. I've seen him before. That's crazy to think about. You found me through my tier list because you were desperate for Ace Attorney content. I'm happy you decided to stick around, because yeah, I think a lot of people probably found me through that video, which is weird, because it's like, of all the Ace Attorney videos, I probably put the least amount of effort into that one, because it's just a static image for the most part, but people really liked it, and I'm glad very glad people decided to check me out afterwards. Ace Attorney fans usually like Danganronpa Zero Escape too. Yeah, generally speaking. Well, I mean, not well, so Zero Escape probably. Danganronpa's a bit of a mixed bag, because you either love it or hate it, I guess. Or the localized name, Never Tragic. Ah, yes. To get around the copyright laws. Trevor Magic, the ultimate legendary Let's Player. It's very humbling to see those kinds of comments. Like, seriously, this is just me playing a game where I blast the hell out of some aliens, and you guys are still sticking around to talk with me. No words could say how happy I am that you all are here to hang out today. This has been a blast. What games have more bugs, Cyberpunk 2077 or GTA Trilogy Definitive Edition? Ooh, that's a good question. What game has more bugs, Cyberpunk 2077 or the Grand Theft Auto Trilogy Definitive Edition? I don't know. I mean, thing is, I never played either game, so I can't really accurately comment on it, but from footage I've seen, I mean, Cyberpunk was, like, actually broken, wasn't it? Like, from every aspect. Whereas GTA Trilogy was just... Oh, they're both broken. I don't know. They're both really bad. They're both really, really bad. Also, I think we might be close to... Is the button? Okay, the button's there. I think that's a win. We won. And one more button. And that's it. Please, let me win. Let me win. There we go. Portal opened. Mission complete. There it is. Halo Wars, clear the legendary in one shot. I'm very happy that went well, because I kind of failed miserably at this last time.
All ground forces are evacuating to the Spirit of Fire.
Copy that. Get our people out of here. I'm blowing the core.
Keep up the great content. I clearly put all effort in my videos. Clearly care about fan base. Happy to chat with you. Thank you. Thank you. Seriously, hearing those kinds of words, like hearing those kinds of kind words in people, means the world to me to hear that kind of stuff. So, thank you for the words of support. I'm happy to hear you've been enjoying the stream, and I will keep putting in effort into my content and bringing the best content I possibly can to you all. And with that, this is the ending of the game, the end of Halo Wars and Legendary. So now I can just kind of sit back. I'm just gonna. My throat is dry.
The sun is expanding. We're not going anywhere.
The only good thing about Cyberpunk 2077 is that Shirame voices the female main character. Let's take one now. No! I will not be doing that. No! Done in the stream. Halo Wars 2 is like even longer than Halo Wars. Also, I'm starving, so I think I'm gonna probably call things off here after the credits roll. You're currently making your first editing project for Shippo as well as Josh Cooley. By chance, is it going to involve replacing the final boss of Persona 5 with a certain evil Emperor Zurg incarnate in real life? I'm guessing that might involve something like that. You found my channel through a video compilation about Aces Investigations 2. It was me giving an explanation figuring out Case 5. Wait, there's a video compilation that has my video in it? I didn't actually know. Wait, who? Is there actually a compilation on YouTube that features my Investigations 2, like that clip from my Investigations 2 Let's Play? That's news. I didn't know about that. Quick, everyone subscribes so he's forced to do the Sunshine stream. No, please, I beg of you. Have mercy on me.
There's been no sign of the Covenant for almost 2 weeks. There's nothing to do.
If you guys have a link to that compilation, I'd love to check that out. If anyone has a link readily available to my, to that compilation, I'd love to check it out.
Not all of us, Captain. Not all of us.
You're happy you found the channel. I put so much effort. It really shows. To shoot myself and make content you believe in. Thank you for the words of support. And I will always put... I don't ever plan on bending to the will of the algorithm or whatever makes me the most money. I plan on making content I want to make to the best of my ability for as long as I'm able to. Only mods can post links. Alright. Can you tell me the name of who made it so I can look it up? I didn't know I was featured in one. Actually, I guess I could probably just try to find it. Investigations 2 Mastermind Revealed compilation, I guess. By the way, I love this credits music. Ensemble Studios dedicates Halo Wars to all our fans. We owe our success to you and are honored by what you've given us over the last 12 years. Thanks. See you on Xbox Live. So that message is really sad because Ensemble Studios shut down after making this game. So kind of hits different when you think about what happened behind the scenes. Let's Player's reaction to Ace Investigations 2 Mastermind reveal. Spoilers. Holy shit, I'm actually in this. Wow, I did not know that. That's actually really... Huh. There's a comment from someone called Elizabeth Baker. Holy cow, I've never seen the last guy's playthrough. We put everything together so perfectly. Oh, hey, one of you guys is there as well. Yeah, I read the comments. I actually found you there. Can I post a link? I can. Share, copy link, back to my stream. Right over here. And it is, what happened? So, I just learned today that apparently my reaction to Simon Keyes' reveal in Investigations 2 is actually featured in the end of this montage, which I did not know about, but that's really awesome. I never knew that. Most of the comments in the video were like, the last guy's really smart. Yeah, I've seen that. I literally never knew about this until just now, but that's... I guess it's kind of humbling. It's like, you don't realize the reach your videos can have until you see, like, other people... You hear people say, like, I've met people who know who you are, or I've seen myself pop up in other people's compilations. Like, this is really cool to see. Just wanting great more, yeah, actually, that is a very good morale boost to end the stream. I was not expecting to get that today, but really good boost to the morale. You guys made a compilation, man. Your reaction and piecing everything out was so brilliant. I guess I just like that. That's one thing that people said they really liked. Like, I'm gonna turn the music down so I can hear me a bit clearly. The one thing people really said was my like that ending, that me piecing everything together was one of the favorite moments. I really wish I could have put that into the memory lane montage before the Grace Attorney 2 stream, or Grace Attorney 2 finale. The reason I couldn't is because it's so long that it would just like, the whole point of a montage is to be snappy and fast and quick-paced, but that would have just been dragged it down. So the music is pretty fitting for this moment, but I don't want to make it so loud that you can't even hear what I'm saying. But yeah, that's... I guess I just didn't really expect for me to show up there. Well, I didn't expect that moment to really carry any weight, because people were used to me, like, figuring things out, I guess. People are used to me deducing the truth behind these mysteries, so I guess I just didn't really expect it to go over all that differently. But apparently people really reacted positively to me figuring out the truth behind the mastermind, to the point where it apparently made its way into a montage that I didn't even know about until today. So I'll take it. I'll wear that with a badge of pride, and that's humbled me forever. Oh, great. So during this stream, my sub count's gone from 4.9k to 4.91k. Please have mercy on me, I beg of you. He is an ace detective after all. Trevor Magic, ace detective, coming to theaters near you, summer of 2022, to compete with the Lightyear movie. Now my self-esteem is nice and ready for a Sunstorm stream. No! Nah! 91 subs still 5k. Must you remind me of my impending doom. I'm one of the few Let's players who can deduce things instantly. You basically deduced all of Danganronpa's V3 more chapter. Well, that's because Danganronpa is shit. That's not because I'm smart. That's because Danganronpa is shit. Like, Danganronpa is so bad. Like, I'm not supposed to be able to figure things out before I even get to the damn class trial. That's not a thing that I should... Like, this... Because even for Ace Attorney's cases... Don't forget to watch the spin-off of Trevor Magic Ace Persona. Even for, like, Ace Attorney cases that all take place in the court in the span of one day, there's still something that they hold back. There's surprises that you can't figure out, that they hold back for a little bit, so that you are surprised. Because if you recall, I deduced the bridge stunt in Bridge to the Turnabout way before I was supposed to. To the point where people were like, what? How did you do that? So, you know, people were surprised by that. But even though I figured that out ahead of time, there were still major things in the final trial that I could not have possibly foreseen, because the cases are structured in a way that it stair steps you up to the reveals as opposed to dropping everything on you at the same time. So that's why the only reason I was able to figure it out because Danganronpa is just structured like crap. How people don't figure out V3's fifth case is boggling. It's because Danganronpa players don't think. They really don't. If Lightyear has a Zerg face reveal, it's not Josh Cooley. Fine, I'll do it myself. They probably quit it to me after the first game because it was too big-brained for them. Game Grumps! What? What'd I say? I didn't say anything. A Trevor Magic detective movie would actually be more than 100 times better quality than Toy Story 4 could ever be. I would never claim that. I would just claim that it's not hard to make something that's better than Toy Story 4. That still doesn't remove the fact that a lot of YouTubers couldn't figure out a lot of Danganronpa cases. Okay, that's... well, there's cynical interpretations of that, and then there's charitable interpretations. Charitable interpretation being, sometimes YouTubers don't want to, they don't want to figure it out because they want to save the surprise reactions for when the trials actually happen. Like, I don't want to assume that people are idiots. Because Danganronpa is very sloppily written to the point it's easy to figure it all out. I just rather assume that sometimes people... They don't want to be surprised by things. Sorry, they want to be surprised. They don't want to figure it out. They want to save their reactions, that kind of thing. A 3-year-old could accidentally record with their mom's phone and it would be better than Toy Story 4. Yeah, because it'd be so bad it's funny. But Toy Story 4 isn't so bad it's funny. It's so bad it's painful. So yeah, absolutely. How people didn't guess the Mastermind Chapter 1 is beyond me. I don't even... I don't get it. It's ridiculous. Like, at that point, you should have been able to immediately it's like, okay, so your alibi doesn't work because there's gaping holes here. Why is no one questioning you? I don't know, but critical thinking system disengaged here. It's always great to watch my LPs and streams. One-of-a-kind player. Thank you very much for saying that. It's very, very humbling to hear people say that they enjoy my stuff that much. Rob, that makes no sense. It does. Yeah, you're right. It makes no sense. She's like, oh, I went to the bathroom or whatever. It's like, wait, that doesn't. Wait, your presence was unaccounted for. But they're like, oh, well, I can't. Oh, I can't change. Oh, I can't change into real people. Therefore, I'm cleared. It's like you wouldn't have needed to change into another person to complete the murder. All you would have had to do was slip away from them. Which, what do you know? You slipped away from them, and guess what? That's what ended up being true, was that she slipped away from them, and in the time that she wasn't accounted for, that's when she did the thing. But no one brings it up because no one in that game thinks at all. You can figure out Danganronpa because you watched it a few years ago. It was first results, we really know what to expect. Yeah, I mean, so that's, like I said, I don't blame anyone. Like, I don't want to assume that people just don't think. I don't like making assumptions like, people must just be so stupid. Like, I don't like assuming that, because I'm sure there's some, but there's reasons why you wouldn't figure it out. There's reasons like you may not be focusing on the story, maybe focusing on the characters, maybe you want to be surprised, maybe you aren't familiar with it, maybe you're not. It's also worth noting that was my fourth Danganronpa game at that point, and I'd already played all the Ace Attorney games, so I kind of got acclimated to solving these types of mysteries. But if that's your first experience, it's totally understandable that you wouldn't be keen to figuring this stuff out. So yeah, I don't blame you at all for that. I blame Spike Chunsoft for making a terrible mystery. You understand how figuring out it's a TV show, and even though it's not subtle at all, because who would ever think, yeah, why would you ever immediately assume, because like, I noticed the references, like they're not, like you said, not subtle at all. It's not hard to notice the lines where they're, actually wait, I think there's line dialogue here, like, give me a second.
Captain, wake up. Something has happened.
And there's Halo Wars 2. Yeah, it's not hard to figure it out, but, yeah, you just never, or it's not hard to notice the lines, but you never assume something so moronic would be the case. Anyway, I'm gonna end the stream right here, cause, I'm definitely getting a little hungry, and I wanna wrap things up here. So, I'm gonna wrap things up here. Thank you all so much for coming out to the stream today. Thank you for all the conversations. I had so much fun talking with all of you about everything Paul Justice, Ace Attorney, Danganronpa, Toy Story, everything. I had so much fun chatting with you all. This has been an absolute blast, and I didn't fail the game this time. I actually beat the game. Who would have thought it? So we did it, and it was great, and it was fun, and that was a 6-hour stream, and that flew by in an instant. So this was awesome. Thank you all for coming out today. Don't worry. This one's staying up for a long time. This one's staying up for a long, long time. This one's never going away. Fun as always. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you to everyone for tuning in today. I had a blast with all of you. And I'm definitely going to play more. I think I might go live again tomorrow with some more Halo. Unsure. But we'll see what happens. I don't want to play the remaining of the Halo games on stream before Infinite comes out. So I'll see you all when those comes out. But before I go, I want to say goodbye to everyone in chat. Marie So True, Olvander Hayden, Anonymous, Gugonic 2001, Averett 18, Neon in the Dark, everyone, all of you who's came out today to support the stream, Frank P82, every single one, Brainfart Studios 28, all of you, and the names who I don't see, Potato, everyone whose names don't pop up right now, but I'm sure is still there. Thank you all so much for tuning in to the stream today, and I hope to see you all soon for whatever stream you decide to tune in next for. Have a good day, everybody.